Return to the Whorl, Volume 3 of the Book of the Short Sun, by Gene Wolfe, DB 106954. Copyright 2001 by Gene Wolfe. Read by Mark Ashby. Approximate reading time, 15 hours, 10 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the front matter, table of contents, chapters, letter, glossary, supplements, and afterword. Library of Congress annotation. Horn searches for Patera Silk. He has traveled from his home on the planet Blue, reached the mysterious planet Green, and visited the great starship, the Whorl, and even Urth. But Horn's identity has become ambiguous, and perhaps Horn and Silk are now one being. Sequel to In Green's Jungles, DB 51950. Some Violence, 2001. Other books by Gene Wolfe. The Book of the Short Sun, On Blue's Waters. The Book of the New Sun, Shadow and Claw, comprising the shadow of the torturer and the claw of the conciliator. Sword and Citadel, comprising the sword of the lictor and the citadel of the autarch. The Book of the Long Sun, Litany of the Long Sun, comprising Nightside, the Long Sun, and Lake of the Long Sun. Epiphany of the Long Sun, comprising Chaldea of the Long Sun and Exodus from the Long Sun. Novels. The Fifth Head of Cerberus, The Devil in a Forest, Peace, Free Live Free, The Earth of the New Sun, Soldier of the Mist, Soldier of Arit, There Are Doors, Castleview, Pandora by Holly Hollander. Novellas. The Death of Dr. Island, 7 American Nights. Collections. Endangered Species, Stories from the Old Hotel, Castle of Days, The Island of Dr. Death and Other Stories and Other Stories, Strange Travelers. Table of Contents. 1. The Bloodstained Men. 2. Great Passes Godling. 3. Justice and Good Order. 4. He is Silk. 5. Haunting Dorp. 6. Dark Empty Rooms. 7. Drinking Companions. 8. Sad Experience Teacher Me. 9. Before My Trial. 10. Through Quadrifons' Door. 11. My Trial. 12. Palaces. 13. The Yawl. 14. Luncheon at the Chaldea's Palace. 15. Home. 16. Hari Mal. 17. He Took Me With Him. 18. How He Came to Blue. 19. The Last Time. 20. The Wedding. To My Hosts. Proper names in the text. By Gene Wolfe from Tom Doherty Associates. Praise for Gene Wolfe. Afterword. Reader's Note. The title page, copyright notice, and copyright page found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of Reader's Note. Respectfully dedicated to Terry and Al. 1. The Bloodstained Men. We have been journeying by guess, and it is high time we admitted it. Thus I admit it here. All things considered, we have been fortunate, but unless we are favored by the vanished gods of blue far above most, it cannot continue. In this third book, which will surely be the last, I will begin by saying that, and telling you who we are, but first I should mention that the bandits are all dead, and that I, rummaging through their loot, have discovered this paper, an entire bale, and am making haste to use it. His thoughts seemed to have nothing to do with the dead woman, her coffin, or the hot sunshine streaming through the open door into the poor little room. There was a pattering as of rain, moisture splashed his ankles, and he looked down and saw blood trickling from his fingers to splash into a small pool at his feet. His son had deserted him. He was wounded. No doubt the blood was from that wound. He lay in the medical compartment of a lander, though he was standing now, his blood dripping on worn floorboards. The beer was for another, it seemed, and the other was a middle-aged woman and was already dead. A knife with a worn blade and a cracked wooden handle lay at his feet. Reflexively he bent to pick it up and recoiled from it as if from a coiled snake. Something screamed in the emptiness, something deeper than resentment and thoughts of water, food, and healing. He backed away from the knife and stumbled through the open door into the darkest night ever known. We are 4, a number that includes Oreb but excludes our 4 horses and Jali's white mule. Oreb is my bird and often a nuisance, as he is at this moment, trying to wrest one of his old quills from my fingers. "It's no use, Oreb," I say. "I want to write. I've just started a new book, and I won't play with you at all unless you behave yourself." "Good bird," he means himself. Have I mentioned Hyde? Looking over this sheet, I see I have not. Hyde is the 4th member of our party and my son, one of 3. He is of medium height, not bad-looking, solid, muscular, and rising 16. He wears a sheepskin coat shorter than mine, a sheepskin hat, and sheepskin boots that are very well greased now, he having found a pot of mutton fat. No doubt the bandits used it for the same purpose. The bandits, I should say, are all dead, even the last. I would like to inter them with some decency, but the ground is frozen. Jali suggested burning their bodies, but it would take a great deal of wood, I am sure, to consume the bodies of 9 men. I must have been present when Patera Silk, Patera Quetzal, and Maytera Marble burned Maytera Rose. If someone had asked me about it yesterday, I would have said that I was not, that Nettle and I went away to fight for Maytera Mint after Echidna ordered her to destroy the Alumbrera, yet I find that I can very clearly visualize the skull peering from the flames. It seems likely that I am confusing that occasion with some other on which a body was burned. In any event, I am certain they used a great deal of good dry cedar. Our wood here will be green, and that which is not green will be wet with snow. Hyde and I, working hard, might cut that much wood in a week, perhaps. I in half an hour if I used Hyacinth's Azoth, but what folly it would be to let them know I have it now. Anything else about Hyde? A lot, although I will not try to set it all down. Hyde has a twin, his brother Hoof, who looks exactly like him. Hoof is in the south, or at least Hyde believes he is. We were tempted to turn south around the marsh in the hope of finding him. It would have been farther, but I wish we had. I am telling you all this in case the first 2 books in my saddlebag are lost or destroyed, which is surely likely enough. If you have them, they will tell you much more about me and my sons than I possibly can. What else should I say? As a traveling companion, he is inclined to gloom and pessimism. He may well think the same of me. He is not talkative, and is seldom entertaining when he does talk, but he is courageous and resourceful, and has a smile I can warm my hands at. I see I have already begun on Oreb, so let us take him next. He is smaller than a hen, though his wings are much longer. His feathers shine. His head, bill, and feet are red. He has a most disconcerting habit of leaving me suddenly, when he may be gone for a day, an hour, or once the better part of a year. I got him in the long sun Whorl before Harimau got me and put me on his lander. To be more accurate, Oreb got me as they did, adopting me as his master and sometime confidant. If I did not feed him more than he feeds me, it might be difficult to say who owns whom. He thought he had gone blind, then that it was death. He had failed to reach the aureate path. He would wander in this darkness forever, beset by devils. Devils worse than the inhuman? Worse than men? He laughed aloud. Madness. Madness, and to be mad was to be dead, as to be dead was to be mad, and to be dead and mad was to be blind. His fingers met the rough bark of a tree, and he discovered for the 2nd time that they were slippery with blood. There were oozing cuts in both his arms and both his wrists. Rummaging unfamiliar pockets, he found prayer beads, spectacles, 2 cards, and at last a handkerchief still folded in a way that seemed to promise it was clean. He started a tear with his teeth, ripped the handkerchief in 2, and bandaged his deepest cuts, making himself work slowly and carefully, tightening the clumsy knots with his free hand and his teeth. Far off, a faint light shone. He stood up, blinked at it, and stared again. A light, a faint point of golden light. When Astor's house had been haunted by her dead child, Remora had laid the ghost with candles and sacred waters, and many long readings from the writings, urging it between times to go to the short sun. So it was said in town, at least, and when he had asked about it, Remora had explained that ghosts, for the most part, did not realize they had died. An, understandable and innocent confusion, eh? They have never been dead before, hey? We religious know, generally. Informed, eh? Expected. No ghosts of, holy augurs, hey? Or, sibyls. Not, unheard of, but few, very few. Remora walked beside him, speaking into his ear. We, anticipate it. Some even pray that it may be hastened, so, desirous of the blessed companionship of the nine, but the, unbelievers. Skeptics have assumed. No evidence, eh? Do you follow me here, Horn? Theorize that, dissolution, the kind embrace of high hyrax, is an, mere sleep, but without dreams. There is in, simple fact, no such thing. Yes, Patera. They will not, credit it, because they do not, eh? In every case, recollect their dreams. The, goddess of sleep, eh? Morphia, aspect of Thalxiepia. She has, sagaciously arranged that we, dream, that we shall be subject, eh? Yes, subject to phantoms. He had stepped on something hard and round. He picked it up and felt dry, dead bark drop off under the pressure of his questing fingers, a fallen branch. You see? No, Patera, he thought. No, I do not. No, slumber without dreams, so we may know that sleep is not the end. We who've given over countless, delightful hours to prayer are prepared. No hyrax when he comes, eh? You are a, boatman? Sailor? Its twigs were weak and brittle, but the branch itself seemed stout enough. Steer by the stars, hey? Do you take my meaning, Horn? By the stars, at the midnight hour, and by the sun, daylight. Just so. Not, myself, not seaworthy, eh? But so I've been told, sun and stars. He waved the stick before him, discovering a tree that might perhaps have been the same tree to his left and something spongy that was probably a bush to his right. The pinpoint of yellow light called out to him like the driftwood fires the fishermen's wives lit on the beach by night. Landmarks. This is, crucial, eh? Landmarks. I spoke of faith, of hours spent at prayer. Not, natural to a child, eh? You agree? Run about shouting. Play. Perfectly normal. Fidget in Manteon. Seen them scores of times. You likewise, doubtless. Yes, Patera, certainly. The stick made it easier to walk, and he told himself that he was walking toward the aureate path, toward the spiritual reality of which the mere material long sun was a sort of bright shadow. He would go to Mainframe, although he had already been there, and meet gods. A child, therefore, clings. A child adheres to landmarks, places familial and familiar. Hello, Molpe. My name is Horn, Marvelous Molpe, and to tell you the truth, I never paid much attention to you. I'm sorry for that now, Molpe, but I suppose it is too late. You were Musk's goddess. Musk liked birds, loved hawks and eagles and all such, and I didn't like Musk, or at least didn't like what others told me about him. Hug the shore, eh? These, departed, these children who have, attained to life's culmination early, the, familiar house, rooms, toy, eh? Even toys. We, prattle that they have lost their lives, hey? Said it myself. We all have, eh? Possibly they hope to find them again, like a lost doll. Sad, though. Tragic. Not like, exorcising devil, eh? Patera Silk, eh? Performed the, exorcised. Wrote an, report. Some old place on Music Street. I, saw it. His, report, that is. You were the goddess of music, too, Molpe. I ought to have remembered that. I could use a cheering song, and I have sung, Molpe, I really have, although I was not thinking specifically of you. Oh, Molpe, please, Molpe, dear old Molpe, goddess of kites and childhood, doesn't that count for something? The point of light had become a rectangle, still very far and still very small, but distinctly a rectangle. Which god had light? Mulpi? Mulpi had autumn leaves, vagrant scraps of paper, wild birds, clouds, and all the other light things, so why not light itself? Pass, eh? Solar god, sun god, go toward the light child, eh? Steer by the sun. What about the stars, Patera? Was Pass the god of stars, too? No, he could not be, because the stars burned outside Pass's Whorl. Not just in Mantion, Mulpi, but I sang there every skills day as a boy. Miraculous Mulpi, wind born on high, reaches her realm to the lands of the sky. Dance for us, Mulpi, sing in our trees, send us thy breath, the sweet cooling... The old hymn faded and was gone with his cracked and lonely voice. Tartaros was the god of night and dark places, Tartaros who had been Ock's friend, walking with Ock, his hand in Ock's. There was no god's hand in his own, nothing but the stick that he had picked up a moment before. Was there a stick god? A god of wood and tree? A god or goddess for carpenters and cabinet makers? If there was any, he could not think of it. Smoke. He stopped to sniff. Yes, wood smoke. Very faint, but wood smoke. How hot it was. He had tried to smoke and salt fish when they had first come to Lizard, and watched his fish spoil afterward, had gone at last, after humiliating himself more than once, to the fishermen and learned their secrets. The smell of wood smoke always reminded him of his failures, of eating the fish that even loyal Nettle would not eat and being violently ill for half a day afterward. It was the dryness, not the smoke, as he had thought, that preserved the fish from decay. Tartaros. Can you hear me, Tenebrious Tartaros? Are you listening? When he had written about Ock, he had shown Tartaros replying instantly to such pleas as those, but here was no book, no story, and there was no answer at all. This grass-like stuff was wheat, presumably, some sort of grain. They grew wheat, in that case, in the dark beyond the Aureate path, the darkness of which the shade was a mere material shadow cooling the Whorl, cooling even the breath of Mulpi. Hare had joined General Mint after Blood died, and had told them about the eagle and the old kite-makers praying to Mulpi for a wind. The wind had come, he said, the wind, and winter too, winter at last, with snow to refresh fields as hot and dry as dead fish hanging over a fire. How hard the wind had blown, and how bitterly, bitingly cold it had been when they had gone down into the tunnels. Not like green. No, not like green at all. The bomb had burst, and Hyacinth had feared that their horse had been killed. Hyacinth, freezing cold and a little dirty, so beautiful in the dim light and wind-driven snow that it had been hard to look at her. Nettle had been cheerful and brave, but Hyacinth had been lovely, and always finding new ways to be lovely even when she was exhausted or shrieking curses. Hyacinth had hated all men, had hated men in the aggregate, because of things that had been said to her and things she had been forced to do for money, humiliations worse than spoiled fish. He had loved Nettle, whose mother had hated her from the moment of conception, as the name she had given her had made only too plain, and had envied Patera Silk Hyacinth, lovely savage Hyacinth, with all his heart. He stumbled and fell, got up again, too weary to swear, and looked for the golden rectangle, but it had vanished. He was tired, he discovered, weak and tired and light-headed, and what was the use? Sighing, he dropped to his knees, then stretched out upon the soft half-grown grain. If Hyacinth had indeed been his, he would never have gone to blue, never have gone to green, never have died on green. For the first time he admitted himself that he was truly dead, that he had died in the medical compartment of the pillaged lander he had struggled so desperately to repair. This was the Whorl again, the Whorl in which he had been born, and this was the only afterlife he had been granted. If he had somehow possessed Hyacinth, he would still be in the long sun Whorl. He had not possessed her, yet here he was, without the long sun. His eyes shut of themselves, seeing no less shut than open, and the soft, cold, swirling snow of another day filled his mind, mocking the dry heat of black night. Wings beat overhead, and a harsh voice called, "Silk! Silk! Silk!" but he did not reply. The third member of our party is my daughter Jali. She is of medium height, red-haired and attractive, with a smooth almond-shaped face and a sly smile many find captivating. The white mule is hers. She wears a thick wool gown under a wide, warm, snow-cat coat that reaches to the ankles of her kid-skin boots. The cold makes her slow and sleepy just the same, and she fears, as I do myself, that she may freeze to death like my poor friend Fava. Jali is talented, although it might be unwise for me to say exactly how. She slipped her hands from the bonds as soon as the bandits left us. She can free herself easily from all such restraints, and her big white mule tolerates her, although it is naturally somewhat fearful. Our horses panic if Jali rides too near, but perhaps I have said too much already. About myself there is less to tell. I am Whorl, Hyde's father and Jali's. I am taller than most, and thin, with a homely, bony sort of face and white hair as long and thick as a woman's. I wear sheepskin boots like Hyde's, and a long sheepskin coat over the old dark robe which I left in Gaon. Now you know all four of us, and I must get some rest. We hoped to reach the coast today, but there was no sign of it. I asked Hyde whether we would not be several days' ride north of New Viron when we reached the sea. He said a week's ride at least. No doubt he is correct, but I would have appreciated more optimism. Since it seems likely that we are north of New Viron, we will pass Lizard before we come to the town. We will pass it, but we cannot reach it without a boat. Much as I would like to see Nettle and Hoof, my mill and the house, I have resigned myself to going to New Viron first, selling our horses and some of the loot, and buying a boat. Hyde and Jali are asleep. It worries me because she sleeps so little normally, but she is near the fire and as warm as I can make her, with 2 blankets under and 3 over her, and her big coat as well. Her face... I have sent Oreb to look for the sea. He is not as skillful as I would like at estimating distance or gauging the difficulty of rivers, sloughs, and the like. Still, he will be able to tell me something of value, or so I hope. Jali might scout for us in warmer weather, and that would be better. Tomorrow we must find some place where we can buy more food. If I thought that Jali was as hungry as I am now, I would be afraid to sleep. Hyde woke me up to tell me about his dream. He thought it might be important, and perhaps it is. Now he is sleeping again, but I shall sit up until dawn. It would be dawn already if only the sky were clear. It was so strange, Father. I didn't know I was dreaming at all until it was over, and it was such a long dream. I nodded. People say that when you know you're dreaming, you're practically awake. Then I wasn't, but I was wide awake the minute it was over, and that was just a minute ago. Maybe I shouldn't have tapped your shoulder like I did. It's rather too late to think of it now. I yawned and stretched, believing then that I would be able to go back to sleep quite quickly. Can I get you something? A drink or something? There's a lot of wine left. I shook my head and suggested that he tell his dream, since he had awakened me for that purpose. I was in this big house, like a palace. I've never seen a real one, but like the Chaldees palace you and Mother talk about, only it wasn't grand like that. It was more like a great big kitchen with lots of rooms. I know this sounds petty silly. Dreamlike, at least. And halls and pantries and things, and tables and chairs and a lot of big cabinets of some kind of light-colored wood, smooth and waxed, but not, carved or painted very much. Some of the chairs were upside down. I don't smell things in dreams much, but I could smell food all the time, like meat with lots of pepper in it boiling in a pot and bread baking. That was because you were hungry, I said. People who go to sleep hungry are apt to dream about food. I never saw any, but the smell was in the air all the time. I walked around. I don't know how to explain this. You need not try in that case. I was younger. I couldn't be sure how old I used to be, but I knew I was younger in my dream. I'd like very much to have a dream like that. I was afraid I'd meet Hoof. I felt like he'd be mad at me for being younger, and he'd be bigger and stronger than I was. I walked a long way, and sometimes I'd see tall men with too many legs going into rooms, but I couldn't get the doors open, and mostly I didn't try. Sometimes they'd be waiting up against the wall where I couldn't see them good because there was a cupboard or something there, and I'd be afraid to look. You're making the little circles again, Father. What is it? Nothing, perhaps. Did you ever get a good look at them? He shook his head. Did they have long noses? I think so. Large ears? I don't know. I didn't ever see their faces very well, but it wasn't anybody I knew, or I don't think so. I understand. Did you look at your hands, Hyde? At my own hands? I don't think so. We seldom do, or at least I don't look at mine often. Jali must watch hers a great deal more. When we killed the bandits, I beat a man to death with my staff. He nodded. I remember. I didn't think you'd noticed. You were shooting. You had to do it, Father. No, I didn't, and I didn't intend to. It was only that I struck him several times, I think, and he fell, but he kept his grip on his knife. Then he started to rise, and I was afraid, desperately afraid, Whorl. I'm Hyde, Father. Although I blush to record it now, I only blinked and stared at him, wondering how I could possibly have made such a foolish error. Oreb saved me, landing on the ground at a point that put the fire between Jali and himself. Big wet, he croaked self-importantly. Bird find. Is it much farther? Hyde asked him. Bird find, he repeated. I told Hyde, he means that it is far for us, but not for him. Is there a town, Oreb, where the land meets the sea? Big town. I see. Are there any before that? One we might reach tomorrow, for example? No town. I nodded. Thank you very much indeed, Oreb. You've been very helpful. He took wing. He's still afraid of Jali, I told Hyde. I don't believe he has reason to be, but he is. So am I, a little. I mean, not on Green or that other place, but here. I nodded again. Was she in your dream? He shook his head. Was anyone besides the tall men? A little girl named Mora and another one. Do you remember Mora from back when we were staying at that farm Jali pretended was hers? You said you knew her before, and she talked like she knew you. Of course. This little girl looked a lot like her, dark and pretty, you know, and she had a thing here on her cheek. Hyde touched the middle of his own. I understand. They'd been playing with dolls. You know how girls do. Yes, certainly. They had a lot of dolls and toy dishes and a little table and chairs. The dark one wanted me to play with them, and I said all right, only not that. Then the other one said, how about hide and seek? So I said all right. Then they said their dolls could play too. Whoever was it could look for the dolls too. I see. I hid my eyes, you know how you do, and counted to 100. You wanted to know if I'd looked at my hands. Yes, did you? Uh-huh. I just thought of it, but I did then. I remember taking my hands down after I counted. They looked younger, too, just like the rest of me. Were you wearing a ring? Any jewelry at all? He shook his head. Do you remember the ring I found in the lander? Sure. Only you gave it to Sinew, not me. I don't think I could have taken it back with me. Neither do I. I simply wanted to know whether you remembered what it looked like. A white gold ring with a white stone. I nodded, looked at my own hands, and picked up my staff, which had lain beside me while I slept. I spoke of killing a man with this. I hadn't intended to kill him, but I was afraid he was going to kill us. I thought he might kill you or Jali, and kept hitting him as hard as I could. When the fighting had ended, I looked at him, and he was dead. It wasn't your fault, Father. Of course it was, and his as well. It is my fault that I killed him. It is his fault that I bear the guilt of killing him, because he gave me good reason to fear him. But if it could be proved that his death was neither his fault nor mine, it would not restore him to life. No. After the fighting was over, I noticed I had blood on my hands and realized that it was his. I washed them, and for a moment thought that I had lost the ring Sirach gave me. From a branch some distance from our fire, Oreb called, Bird say girl. I looked up at him. What are you talking about? Say girl, Silk go wet. He flew, quickly vanishing in the dark sky, and Hyde ventured, Maybe he wants to tell Mother we're coming home. Perhaps he does. May I ask how your dream ended? Well, I hid my eyes, like I said, and after that I looked for a long, long time. Sometimes I saw those tall men. They would be standing still next to something else tall, like one of the cupboards or a big clock or something. But I knew they weren't playing, and I wasn't supposed to see them at all, so I pretended I didn't and went on looking. Did you find anyone? Yeah. It took a long time, but I finally did. I opened this one big cabinet, and there was one of the dolls. He fell silent, his face troubled. I would think you would have been happy. I was. It was just a doll, though, like a baby, only somebody had carved a face sort of like that one on your stick. Only this was a baby's face and painted pink, younger than Bala's baby. You couldn't even tell if it was a boy or a girl. I said I doubted that it made any difference. I guess not. I took it and carried it like a real baby and tried to go back to base, the place where I'd counted. I understand. Could you find it? I looked and looked, only I couldn't find them. You know, the little table and the chairs the dolls had been in? So finally I sat the doll down in a corner and said, "You're it." I explained about hiding eyes and counting and looking for people, and then I ran away and hid. There was this great big long sofa with lots of legs. I don't know how many, but 8 or 10 maybe, and I got down on my stomach and crawled under it. Go on. There was a little girl hiding under there already. At first I thought it was the one with yellow hair, but it wasn't. I nodded and said that I was delighted to hear it. Then I thought it was the other one, Mara, only it wasn't her either. Who was it? Hyde looked troubled and seemed unable to meet my eyes. I don't know. Was that the end of your dream? Almost. We didn't talk, just pushed up close and held on to each other. We were both scared. In a game of hide and seek? What were you afraid of? Being found, I guess. I was in front and she was in back against the wall, and I wanted to say, if she sees me, I'll go out and be it, and they won't know about you. Only I didn't, and pretty soon I could hear the doll walking slow and looking in all the cabinets, and then I woke up and woke you up. To ask what your dream meant. He nodded. Yeah. But there is something about your dream you aren't telling me. Who was the girl under the sofa? I don't know. Have you told me everything you remember about her? What did it mean, Father? Do you know? I might guess, I suppose, but I have no intention of guessing until you're willing to tell me everything you remember about it. Are you? I'll think about it, he said, and lay down. The sea was to his left, cliffs of wet black rock topped with dark and lofty trees to his right. At times he climbed over tumbled stones and fallen trunks. At others he walked stony beaches with water lapping at his boots. He had gone a long way already and felt he had a long way to go still, although he could not have said how far or where he was going. A single bird swooped and wheeled over the sea. Once it cried hoarsely, and he stopped to look up at it, touched by some memory to which he could not put a name. At last he saw a house, small and primitive, with walls of big timbers and a steep roof of wooden shingles that were curling now, warping from the sea's salt spray and the short sun's heat. He made for it, aware that in some fashion he had left the beach, that he was wading, or perhaps walking inland. There was sand under his feet as he approached the house, sand mixed with chips of bark. He tried to rid his boots of it before he went inside, kicking the step gently with his left foot, then his right. He stepped inside, and was home. The table at which they had eaten was there, armless chairs for Nettle and himself, stools for the boys. When Marrow and the rest arrived to ask him to go back to the Whorl, there would not be chairs enough for all of them, and someone would carry out the heavy wooden storage box that he had built for winter clothes, and someone else would sit on that. But Marrow and the rest had not yet come to ask him to go. There was a child asleep in a basket now, the old wicker basket Nettle had woven for herself before they left the farm that had been their share of blue, the land given them for coming because everyone had wanted land and livestock, even those like themselves who had less than no idea what to do with it. The sleeping child was Sinew. He knew it before he saw its face, before he saw the small silver ring the child wore, or the white stone in the ring. The Inhuma came, a bent and haggard figure that was not a woman, in a gown contrived of yellowing rags. She recalled Jali. Had Jali come to blue for the human blood she needed and returned to green, then come to blue again? How long had she starved under the stone in Gaon? The Inhuma bent to drink, and he turned his head away and found himself crouching on the sand beside an earlier horn, who was seated on a blanket beside Nettle. Her right hand was in his. With her left she pointed to a fish jumping far away, invisible against the setting sun but leaving silver circles on the calm swell of the sea. The fear of another pregnancy hung over them both, invisible as the fish but more real. Nettle said, "Did you ever see anything so beautiful?" He whispered in Horn's ear, "You." "When we were on the airship, do you remember? I went up there alone, up on the roof of the gondola. I never told you." "I would have come with you." "I know, but you were still asleep, and anyway I wanted to do it by myself just once. It was the day before we got back to Viron, I'm pretty sure." "It must have been cold," the horn beside her said. And he, the walker beside the sea, knew that Horn was thinking of the winter not long past that would soon come again, and the donkey frozen in the little hut he had built for it, and himself standing over it with his knife thinking that there had been some mistake, that it could not be real. The donkey had been so young, not yet a year old, and it could not be happening. But back in the log house on the beach, Jali had drunk her fill. Her fangs had vanished. She had licked the child's face and neck, and had wiped her mouth on the back of her hand, a ragged, painfully thin figure with famished eyes who melted through the doorway and was gone. It was, but not as cold as it was in Viron down on the ground once we got there. You couldn't see much sun because the airship was sailing down the sun. "I remember," the horn beside her said. "Just the same, I knew when the shade started to go up. I could see it in my mind, and the first light came down like gold dust." The horn beside her may have spoken then, or not. If he did, the walker beside the sea crouching next to him did not hear him. In a moment the sun will be down, the stars will come out, and the wind grow cold. You will go inside and find Sinew, and it will never be the same again. Clasp her to you now. Tell her you love her now, before it is too late. It was desperately urgent that he speak, desperately urgent that he be heard and understood. He rolled his head from side to side on the soft, crushed stems of the wheat, conscious that no sound issued from his lips. His eyes opened. He sat up. It had been so real, all of it, but a dream, only a dream, and it was black night still. He should lie down again, sleep again. In the morning the men would expect him to lead them against his son's village. "We have been riding downhill all day. Winter is milder here, although it is still wretchedly cold. All of us would like very much to get inside, even the horses and Jali's mule, to escape the cold and the wind, if only for an hour. We met other travelers today, 4 merchants with their servants and pack animals. We were glad to see them, but they, I believe, were even more glad to see us, because they had quarreled and were eager to air their grievances. I listened as long as I could bear it and longer, reminding myself of all the foolish quarrels in which I myself have been involved, often as the instigator. It is educational as well as humiliating to listen to others voicing complaints like our own. They were all thoroughly bad people of the type to which I myself belong, that is to say, bad people who are pleased to think themselves good. At last Jali threw back her hood, leveled a trembling finger at the one who had been speaking, and demanded to know what they wanted us to do. "To judge between us," said one man, who had spoken less than the others. I believe his name is Zeke. I explained that it would be quite useless for me to judge unless they would obey me as a judge, and one by one they pledged themselves to do so. Scylla is their principal goddess, I found, just as she was ours in Viron. That being the case, I made them swear by Scylla and by the outsider, and by whatever gods might still linger here on Blue, and because I saw that had impressed them, by the vanished people themselves. When they had done so, I said, "Hear my judgment. You have so embittered yourselves and forsworn yourselves, entangled yourselves among competing claims and allegations, that no peace is possible among you. There is no need, however, for you to torment yourselves as you have been doing. Am I to assume that you are all going to the same place? They were, to a town on the coast called Dorp. Then my judgment is that you must go there separately. You, I pointed to the largest of them, a man called Nat, who seemed to be the richest too, are to leave at once. How many of these horses and mules are yours? He had 16. Take them and go. Travel as fast as you can. We will rest here for a time before we follow you. When we ride again, it will be with the blond man in front, the one with the red cap between my son and me, and this one, by which I meant Zeke, behind my daughter. In an hour or so I will send him ahead just as I'm sending you. In another hour another, and so on. Nat protested. What if I'm robbed? One man alone can't resist. Of course he can. He may be killed, but that is the risk he runs when he quarrels with his friends. Have your drivers collect your animals and go. Man, go, Oreb seconded me. He looked at me for a few seconds that seemed much longer, his eyes blazing with hatred. I won't. Then arrest him, I told the other 3. You've sworn to do as I tell you. Drag him off his horse and throw him down. He drew a needler, but I struck his wrist with my staff. We have him still, I regret to say, with a valet, 2 drivers, 8 horses, and 10 mules. I had intended to have Hyde untie him and remove his gag tonight so that he could eat, but I was tired, and Hyde was busy unloading and unsaddling our own horses and hobbling them, and I forgot. From his size and the redness of his face, a missed meal is more apt to help him than harm him, I believe. It will be enough to feed him in the morning before we let him go. I am sleepy enough for 2, but before I sleep I ought to say that here we have 4 horses, not counting Jali's mule. That makes 23 animals, not counting Oreb, who seems to have gone exploring, Nat's mount, his valets and his pack animals, my own mount and Hyde's, the white mule, and 2 pack horses we took from the bandits, loaded with our scant baggage and some loot. 2. Great Passes Godling. Her husband held the lamp while the woman poured warm water on his wounds. What happened to you? He shook his head, and her husband snorted. She said, He doesn't know. Can't you see his face? Then to him, You can put that one down now. Hold out the other one, over the bucket. He obeyed as meekly as a child. Your cousin Firefly, Firebrat, her husband said. He didn't know his name after he fell that time. You fall? The husband asked. Hit your head? No. What's your name? He hesitated. Horn. Don't want us to know, the husband remarked. They're clean now, the woman said. Lots of people say wash them in wine, but water that's boiled is about as good, and wine costs. He nodded gratefully. She picked up the bucket, which was of wood bound with iron, carried it to the sink, and poured out pink water. Where you from? Lizard. It had slipped out. Lizard sent you. Who is he? Are we in the Whorl? Her husband said, Still here. They're trying to run us out, but we'll run 'em out before we're through. The woman sniffed. Big talk. Then I'm from Byron. I was born there and I grew up there. He felt a twinge of fear. You're not at war with Byron here? The husband said, They don't care about us out here. Where are we? He looked around the kitchen as if the hulking black stove or the strings of onions suspended from the ceiling might provide a clue. End Road. The wife tore a clean rag with a sound that made him think of blood and smoke and the rattle of buzz guns. The husband nodded confirmation. End Road, about as far from Byron as you can get without you go into the wild. We're not really there, the woman said briskly. Hold out your arm. That one's starting to bleed again. She wound clean, worn cloth about it. Take you about an hour to get to End Road when the sun comes back. Nearest place, though, her husband explained. Only place, she corrected him. I don't want to become a burden to you. Neither answered. I suppose I am already, but when you finished bandaging those, I'll go. Knife cuts? The husband sounded a trifle more friendly. I don't... He recalled the knife on the floor, how threatening it had looked. Yes, he said. I believe so. Ah, tried to fight him off. Slyly. Was it a Godling? That was a new word to him. The woman said, a Godling would have killed him. Big one would have, her husband agreed. He wanted to ask her what Godlings were, but sensed that he should not. I saw your light. That seemed safe. I had gone to sleep in a field, in one of your fields, I suppose. When I woke, it was the only light that I could see anywhere, and so I walked toward it. I hope if you drink, you get into these fights, the woman told him severely. Leave that to the young ones. Only house hereabouts, her husband said, except Mance. Surprised, he looked up. Is there an auger here? Not no more. The woman tied the last knot and straightened up. There used to be. Still belongs to the chapter, they say. She eyed him narrowly. Some woman's there now. Came out from the city, I guess. You know her? I don't know. He stood. What's her name? Don't talk much, the woman said. Her husband lowered the lamp and set it on the battered table. She went over there to be friends, but she just shut the door on her. Said she was sick. She looked sick, too. The woman hesitated. Want something to eat? I guess we could spare something. He shook his head. I don't wish to impose on you any more. I'll leave now. He glanced at the open window, wincing inwardly at the utter darkness beyond it. Have you any idea how long it will be until shade-up? Shade-up? The husband spat through the window. The woman said, Forgotten, haven't you? Forgotten what? There was a stick in the corner, a rough stick far from straight that he decided must be his. Dark day. Sun goes out. Gone out now. Vaguely he recalled an incident on Sun Street, the altar in the middle of the street, with the sacred window in which Echidna had appeared, the heat that had followed the darkness, and the blazing fig tree. I know, he said. You'll get hurt. The woman spoke as if the words had been forced from her. You'll get hurt again. You stay here until the sun comes back. He looked from one to the other. Don't you know? No tellin'. There was anger as well as resignation in the husband's voice. God's been blowing it out to make us go. The woman sighed. Something's wrong in your head or you'd know. I'm going to tell you the truth. I mean all the truth. Everything as I should have from the beginning. There was a silence. At last the woman said, Go on. I haven't lied to you. I was born and brought up in Viron, exactly as I said. But I've spent over 20 years on Blue. The lack of any expression on their plain, work-worn faces seemed to show they had not understood. He said, Blue is what we call one of the Whorls outside the Whorl. Neither spoke. Because it looks blue, you see, when you're high above it in a lander. Blue with streaks of white cloud, really, but you have to be close to see them. From green, it's just a blue dot when the sky is clear enough for you to see it. I lived on Blue for years, as I said. After that, I was on green for a long time, or at least it seemed like a long time to me. I suppose it was actually only half a year or so, but I've been away from this Whorl a long time. That's all I'm trying to say. The woman muttered, You been where they keep trying to get us to go? The gods? Yes, I have. The husband asked, Why'd you come back? To find Silk. Do either of you know Patera Silk, Chaldee Silk of Viron? Neither spoke. They edged closer together, regarding him through slitted eyes. The rest seemed remote and unimportant, but he included it anyway. Also to bring back new strains of corn and seeds of other kinds, and to study certain manufacturing processes, but mostly to bring silk to New Viron on Blue. Seed corn? Can't give you much. Need it for us. He nodded humbly. A few would be enough. 6, perhaps. The husband shook his head like a mule that does not want to take the bit. Can't spare 6 ears. 6 seeds, I meant. 6 grains of corn. That'd be enough? Yes, I'd be very grateful. The woman asked, How'd you get back? I don't know. He found that he was staring at the wide, warped boards of the floor, his head between his hands. He forced himself to straighten up and look at her. The neighbors did it. The neighbors are the vanished people, the people who used to live on Blue 1,000 years ago. They brought me here in some fashion, but I don't know how. When did you get here? Yesterday. At least I've slept once since I got here. He strove to remember. There was sunlight when I arrived. I'm quite certain of that. The husband nodded. Days don't matter much. It's sun or no sun. If you find Silk, how are you going to take him back? In a lander, I suppose. You said the gods were trying to make you go. Both nodded, their faces grim. So there must be landers left, perhaps landers that have come back for more people. The gods wouldn't try to force you out if there were no way for you to leave. The husband spat out the window again. They don't work, that's what I hear. I've had some experience of that on Green. He crossed the kitchen, finding his legs stronger than he had anticipated, and picked up his stick. The woman said, I'm going to fry some bacon. Haven't done it much on account of the heat, but I'm going to fry some as soon as I get the stove going. That's very kind of you. As he spoke, he realized that he was more sincere than he had imagined. I'm grateful, really I am, but I don't need food and certainly don't need luxuries. She had pushed back a curtain that had once been a sheet to search nearly empty shelves and seemed not to have heard him. I'll make coffee, too. Coffee's dear, but there's enough left for another pot. He recalled the beverage of his childhood. Maté, please. I'd like some. I haven't drunk maté in a long while. Her husband said, You want that seed corn? We got to fetch it out of the barn. He held a stick of his own, a thick staff more like a club than a cane. Yes, I do, very much. All right. The husband leaned his staff against a chair and rummaged under the table. The woman asked him to pump, and he did so, heaving the big iron handle up and down until the rusty water was past and she had enough clean water to fill her coffee pot. The husband pulled out a clumsy tin lantern and lit it from the lamp. We'll go now. That'll take her a bit. An inclination of his head indicated the stove. The woman murmured, Coffee, bacon, and bread. She turned to face them. That be enough? More than enough. And I'd prefer maté. I really would. The husband opened the door, letting in the ink-black dark, retrieved his staff, and raised his lantern. Come on, he said, and they went out together. Is it dangerous out here? When the sun has gone out, I mean. He was thinking of the husband's staff. Sometimes. Horn, that's your name? Yes, he said. I'm afraid I didn't catch yours. Didn't throw it. The husband paused, chuckling at his joke. You want that seed? Very much. Something or someone was watching them, he felt, some cool intelligence greater than his own who could see in darkness as in daylight. He pushed the thought aside and followed the husband, walking rapidly across dry, uneven soil as hard as iron. Know how to grow corn? No. He hesitated, fearful that the admission would cost him the seed. I tried once and learned that I didn't. I had thought I did. But the seeds you give me will be planted by men who know a great deal. My task is to bring it to them. Won't grow in the dark. He recalled speculating that those denied the Ariat path might grow crops, and smiled. Nothing does, I suppose. Oh, there's things, but not corn. The husband opened a wide wooden door, evoking scandalized protests from chickens. Sun don't come back, that's the end for us. You coming? He was staring upward into the pitch-black sky. There's a point of light up there, one very small point of red light. Is it in the Skylands? You have Skylands here. That's right. On Blue, the night sky is full of stars, thousands upon thousands of them. I'm surprised to see even one here. That's a city burning. He looked down, horrified. Some city burns up there just about every time they blow the sun out. You want that corn? You come along. He hurried into the barn. I grow my own seed. 2 kinds. You can't let 'em cross, or cross with any other kind either. You know about that? He nodded humbly. I think so. Cross 'em and you'll get good seed. Plant it to grind and feed the stock. Don't plant the next, though. You got to go back to these old kinds and cross again. 6, you said? Yes, I believe that should be sufficient. I'm going to give you 12. 6 ain't enough. Butter yellow lantern light revealed dry ears hanging in bunches. This is very, very kind of you. See here, this black kind? The husband had detached an ear. Yes, I thought at first that it only looked black because it's so dark, but it really is black, isn't it? You take it and pull off 6. Not no more. I need it. The ear was small and rough, the seeds small too, but smooth and hard. He rubbed and tugged 6 free. The husband retrieved the black ear. See this? It was a second ear, slightly bigger and much lighter in color. This is the other kind I got. Red and white. You see that? He nodded. The red ones and the white ones are both the same. Don't matter what color you take. I understand. You can have 3 red and 3 white if you want 'em. Make you feel better. Color don't make no difference, though. I will, just to be on the safe side. Figured. You plant 'em in the same hill so they'll cross. You don't feed that or grind it either. Plant it. Corn will be yellow or white, not never red nor black. He nodded, struggling to detach the first grain. Plant it, and next year you'll have a real good crop. Thank you. I pray that I can get this seed you're giving me back to Blue safely. You're a lookout. Thing is, every year you got to grow some black and some red and white off by themselves. Got to keep 'em apart and don't let no other corn near 'em. Do like that, and you can grow more seed next year for the year after. I understand. He held his hand closer to the lantern, seeing in the mingled grains waving green fields, sleek horses both black and white, and fat red cattle. The husband retrieved the seed ear. We're going out now. All right. Carefully depositing the 12 grains of corn in a pocket, he helped the husband close the big door. Wolves come in closer dark days, the husband said almost conversationally. Kill my sheep. Not many left. He said, I'm sorry to hear that, and meant it. Got 2 dogs watching them. Good dogs. Kick up a fuss if there's wolves around, but I don't hear 'em. Now this Silk. It had come to suddenly. Yes, Silk. He was their headman down in the city. Calday, yes, he was. He was good out here. Got my slug gun off him. Years ago it was. Still got it, and 3 shells I'm saving. He's not there no more. City people run him out. I see. Do you know where he went? Please, this is very important to me. Nope. The husband set the lantern on the ground between them. He was head man a long time. Had a wife. Pretty woman's what I heard. Yes, she was. Beautiful. Whore, too. That's what they said. That why you want to find him? No, I want him. I want to take him to New Viron, as I said, and Hyacinth, too, if she'll come. Don't you have any idea where they are? The husband shook his head. I'm sure you'd tell me if you knew. You and your wife have been extremely kind to me. Is there anything that I can for you in return? Some sort of work I could do? The husband said nothing, standing in silence with legs slightly separated. His heavy knobbed staff, grasped in his right hand at the balance, tapped the thickly calloused palm of his left. The odors of coffee and frying bacon diffused from the open window of the kitchen, tantalizing them both. You want me to leave? The husband nodded. Go. Go or fight, old man. You got your stick, I got mine, and I'm telling you. You going? Yes, I am. He held up the dead branch he had picked up the night before and flexed it between his hands. I certainly won't fight you. It would be the height of ingratitude, and I've offered to leave several times already. I would greatly prefer to leave in friendship. Get. I see. Then I must tell you something. I could defeat you with this and beat you with it afterward if I chose. I won't, but I could. The husband took a measured step toward him. It'd break, and you're older than me. Yes, I suppose I am, but this stick wouldn't break, not the way I'd use it. And if you really believe the difference in our ages would give me an insurmountable handicap, it is base, very base, of you to threaten me. When the better part of a minute had passed, he took a step backward. Thank your wife for me, please. She was kind to a stranger in need. So were you. Tell her, if you will, that I left of my own accord, having no wish to deplete your meager store of food. He turned to go. He could not have said afterward whether he had heard the blow or merely known that it would come. He swayed to his right, whistling down. The knobbed head scraped his arm and bruised the side of his knee. He pivoted as it struck the ground beside his left foot, pinned it with his foot, thrust his blood-stained stick into the husband's face, and threw it aside. Half a second, and the knobbed staff was in his hands. A quick, measured blow knocked the husband flat. Another put out the lantern. Once he turned back to look at the lighted windows of the farmhouse he was leaving, but only once. Need practice, exclaimed a man older than himself who popped unbidden into his mind. Ruins you fighting, spoils your technique. He had white whiskers and jumped about in an alarming way, but his thrusts and cuts were as precise as a surgeon's with lancet and scalpel, and incomparably faster. I can't practice now, Master Xiphias. I need this to feel my way along. That had been the old man's name. He repeated it under his breath, then said more loudly, Xiphias, Master Xiphias. Some distance away a bird called, Silk, Silk! Its hoarse cry shaped by chance, or, as was more probable, his own mind, into the familiar name. Yes, he said aloud, Silk, Patera Silk, and old Patera Pike, who must have been 80. Also the Sibyls, Maytera Rose, Maytera Marble, and General Mint. The Whorl had turned upside down, and suddenly, ever so suddenly, there had been Patera Quetzal, Patera Gulo, and Patera Incas, and Auk and Chenille, Hammerstone, Mucor, Willet, the lovely Hyacinth, and dozens of others, running and shooting for Maytera Mint, who had continued to wear her Sibyl's black bombazine gown, with a needler and an azoth in the big side pockets in which she had carried chalk. Ginger's hand blown off, and Maytera Marble's cut off. My mind's slipping, he confided aloud. It was comforting to hear a human voice, even if it was only his own. This rutted, grassless ground on which he walked was probably a road going who knew where. It's like that first book Nettle tried to sew. The thread has broken and the pages have fallen out. They are gone now, all gone, except for Nettle and me, and Maytera out there on her rock with Mucor, Marrow, and a few others, old classmates, sisters and brothers. Calf, Tongue, and Tallow had wanted help from him, a great deal of help that his mother had urged him to provide when he and Nettle had nothing to eat. It was a bitter memory, one that he counseled himself to forget. Got to practice! That was Xiphias in the blue room. How can I get to be a good swordsman, sir? I don't have anybody to practice with. The sword out at once and pushed into his hand, Xiphias's old veined hands, still astonishingly strong, positioning him before a pier-glass. See him? Fight him. Good as you are, every bit. Up, point, and guard. Parry. Hilt, boy. Use the hilt. Think you've got it? He had said yes and thought no. Now he halted, making quartering cuts with the lighter end of the knobbed staff and parrying each the moment that he made it. Not so bad, he muttered. Better than I did down on Green, though that sword was a better weapon. No cut, a harsh voice overhead advised. Startled, he terminated his practice, and something large, light, and swift lit upon his shoulder. Bird back! Oreb, is that you? Good Silk! It can't be. By Bright Pass's 4 eyes, I wish I could see you. Birds see. I know you do, but that's not much help to me. Not unless something's lying in wait for us like the convicts did for Auk. Is there anything of that kind? No, no. Armed men or wolves? No man, no wolf. He recalled the new word that the husband had used. What about godlings, Oreb? Can you see any of those? The bird fluttered, his beak clacking nervously. You see those? You must. Are they close by? No close. I'd ask you what they are if I thought there was any hope of getting a sensible answer out of you. No talk. It's unlucky to speak of them? Is that what you mean? A hoarse croak. I'll take that for a yes, and take your advice too, for the time being at least. Are you really Oreb, the Oreb who used to belong to Patera Silk? Good bird. You're a good talker at any rate, just as Oreb was. Did he teach you? That's what I heard long ago about you night chuffs, that when one of you learns a new word, he teaches the rest. Man, come. Toward us? He sought to peer ahead into the darkness, but might as effectively have peered into a barrel of tar. Recalling the husband's slug gun and 3 remaining shells, he turned to look behind him. The darkness there was equally impenetrable. He faced about again. Now, Oreb, I want to keep going the way I was before I turned around. Am I headed right? He tapped the ground before him with the staff as he spoke. Good, good. There isn't a pit at my feet by any chance, or a tree that I'm about to knock my head against? Road go. And so will I. He stepped forward confidently, cutting and thrusting as he walked, and seemed to hear the staff that slashed the air tapping the roadway still. Stopping, he called, Hello! A distant voice answered, Heard me, did you? Yes, I did. I heard your stick. The methodical tapping continued, but there was no further reply. Under his breath, he asked, Can you see him, Oreb? Bird see. That's the way. Keep your voice down. One man alone? Big man. No men. Does he have a slug gun or anything of that nature? No see. Deep and rough and somewhat nearer now, the distant voice said, Then I have such. You're neither, Bucky. You're right, he said. There was a faint metallic rattle, and he added, What was that? You got good ears. Tolerably so. Nearer still. How's your aim, Bucky? My eyes? Oreb muttered, Man big, watch out. Oh, won't hurt him. The roughness of the approaching voice suggested a second night chuff hopping along the road, its depth a huge bird as tall as a man. I heard something that sounded almost like the sling swivels of slug gun. Did your Bucky? A second rattle followed the final word. Yes, he said. What is it? How's your een? My vision, is that what you mean? Good enough. Recalling the spectacles he had found in his pocket, he added, A little worse than most, perhaps, for reading. For reading, Bucky. The rough voice was close now. You can read. A deep chuckle. Only the wind's blowed your candle out. Wind rhymed with fiend in the stranger's mouth. You're not from Viron, I take it. Nay, from nowhere. The chuckle came again, followed by the rattle. I believe I recognized that sound this time. A sword blade in a brass scabbard. Am I correct? Smack on, Bucky. Something, hard leather, touched his fingers, and he was reminded again of Xiphias's pressing the sword upon him, although the hand that gripped his arm was far larger than Xiphias's had been. Want to feel of her? Yes, I do. May I draw it? His hands had found the throat of the scabbard, a throat that was covered with leather, too, like the rudimentary guard and the rest of the hilt. Can you see me when, can you, Bucky? No, but I'll be able to weigh it in my hand without the scabbard. I needn't if you'd prefer I wouldn't. You're a officer, Bucky. A military officer, you mean? No, nothing of the sort. You talks like such. Aye, pluck. The blade hissed from the scabbard, heavier than the knobbed staff and nearly as long. He made a few cuts, ran his fingers gingerly over the flat, then wiped it on the sleeve of his tunic.
"Got hit off a dead coof," the rough voice confided. "He didn't want it no more."
"But you do, I'm sure." He sheathed it again and held it out, touching something large and solid, leather again, soft old canvas, and cool metal that seemed to be a belt-buckle nearly as high as his chin.
"'Tis me."
Taking back the sword, the stranger's outsized hands brushed his.
"Want to feel of me clock?"
"Watch out!" Oreb fidgeted apprehensively on his shoulder. "No," he told the stranger. "Certainly not."
"Craw, ain't it? Thought 'twas a man. When me hunkers say you can reach, have your feel, Bucky."
His left wrist was caught between fingers as thick and hard as the staff and guided toward a mat of coarse hair. He was conscious of a faint reek of sour sweat. "You have a beard," he said. "So do I." The nose was wide and prominent, the cheekbones high and gaunt, framed in shaggy hair that fell to the stranger's shoulders.
"Took me rag off."
His hand was freed, then caught again.
"Here's me stick in your finger."
"I'd rather not," he said. 2 fingers were forced into the empty socket nevertheless.
"Other's the same. Feel a her?"
He was forced to. "You're blind," he said. I know how banal it sounds, but I'm sorry."
"Wait till me rag's back on," the stranger rumbled. "Want to feel a yarn? Got her, and you ken why. You get a notion of me clock?"
"Yes," he said, afraid that he would be forced to touch the stranger's face again. "I should warn you, though, that Oreb doesn't like being held. He'll probably fly if you attempt it." Oreb contradicted him.
"Touch bird." "Didn't think he never did, not nae alive one." "Touch bird." "Seen lots, for me ain was took. Horeb's his name."
"It's what I call him, at least. A friend I had long ago, the friend for whom I'm searching, had a pet night chuff he called that. I'm afraid I've given this one the same name to save the trouble of thinking of a new one." He felt Oreb leave his shoulder and added, "He's going to hit you, I think."
"Let on me whin. A finer Horeb, and speak up if it pains you." "No hurt."
He felt a pang of jealousy that he quickly suppressed. "I've already introduced Oreb, so I ought to introduce myself as well. My name is Horn."
"Horn? And Horeb?"
"Yes," he said, and felt Oreb return to his shoulder.
"What would you say me hon name might be, Bucky?"
"Your name? I just met you. I have no idea." The tapping resumed.
"We might swell walk has talk. Never heard any name like Horn, nor Horeb neither."
"It means raven," he explained as he strode after the steady tapping of the stranger's sword. "It's from the Krasmologic writings. Patera Silk, the friend I spoke of, was an augur."
"Horeb, Horn, Silk. Common names like. Maybe me hon might be cotton here."
"Why, no, that's a woman's name." He felt vague frustration. "Surely it would be better if we called you as your mother did."
"'Twas freak, mostly."
"I see. Understand, I mean. No doubt you're right. It would be better if you had a new name among us."
"Aye."
"You asked whether Oreb, Horn, and Silk were common names. Oreb is very unusual. I've never known a man with that name. Silk is fairly unusual, too, although certainly not unheard of. Horn is common enough."
"Huh."
"Here in Viron, men are named after animals or parts of animals. Silk is a male name, just as milk is, because silk comes from an animal, the silkworm. Addax, alpaca, and antbear are all common names. Do you like any of those?"
"Ox for me, maybe. Might do. Or bull. What about 'em, Bucky?"
He smiled. "People would think we were related, but I've no objection to that."
"Gimme some more."
"Well, let me see. Silk had a friend named Auk. An auk is a kind of water bird, as you probably know."
"Me hon could be howled, maybe. Blind has a howl by daylight, dinna they say?"
"Yes, it could if you wish it. Also, there are the various kinds of owls. hawk owl, for example. I was about to say that Auk had a friend named Gib. A Gib is a tomcat, so that's a male name too. Gib was a large and powerful man as you are.
Pig,
the stranger rumbled.
Good name.
I beg your pardon?
Said me name's Pig, Bucky. Horeb, he likes it. Dinna you, Horeb? Like Pig.
Pig laughed deep in his chest, clearly pleased.
Never heard any blind pig, Bucky?
I don't think so, but I suppose there must be some.
Have to have a new name when me ean's found. Eagle, it could be, or hawk.
Did you say something about finding eyes? He was startled.
Aye. Why pig come, Bucky? Doon how to their light lands. Have een to gie in this Vyron, Bucky. Een for me. 'Tis the muckle place hereabouts. You talk like it.
Yes, Vyron's the city. It owns, or at least it controls, this land and all the farms and villages for 50 leagues and more. But as to whether there is any physician in Vyron skillful enough to restore your sight, I really have no way of knowing. I doubt that there was when I was here last, but that was about 20 years ago. Pig seemed not to have heard.
Dinna drink nae mair.
I seldom do myself. A little wine occasionally. But I wanted to say that this is an extraordinary coincidence. You're looking for eyes, as you put it, because I'm looking for eyes also. For one, Pig had caught his shoulder, causing Oreb to flee with a terrified squawk.
Had een, you said?
Questing thumbs found them and pressed gently.
Read, you said?
Yes, sometimes, not lately.
Get in your gut.
Fingers and thumbs traversed his cheeks, found the corners of his mouth and the point of his chin under his beard.
Snug clock, Bucky. Like the girls, didn't you, when you was younger?
Only one, actually. The tapping of the leather-covered brass scabbard resumed.
Them that can winna, and them that what canna. 'Tis a hard grind for their hacks, Bucky.
A hard life, you mean? Yes, it is.
Een new? You're looking for een, you said?
Eyes for a chem. I have a friend, a chem who was a co-worker when I was younger, who's gone blind.
Like old Pig?
Yes, precisely, except that she's a chem. Her name is Patera Marble, and before I left Blue I promised I would find new eyes for her if I could. She gave me one of her old ones to use as a pattern, but I no longer have it.
You lost it?
Not exactly. I was forced to leave it behind. I remember how it looked, however, or at least I believe I do, and I'd like very much to find replacements if I can. Patera was my teacher when I was a child, you see. I mean,
no talk. Dinna fash old Pig, Horeb. Bucky, would you make muck of me for offering me finers to help you look?
Certainly not.
Dinna think it. You're nae the kind. You're looking for a man, you said. Silk's their name.
Yes, Calde Silk, or Patera Silk. I intend to find him and to bring him to Blue. That's what I swore to accomplish, and I will not break my oath.
Oh, aye. And Silk's called?
Dead? Then I'll find new eyes for Patera Marble and return home if I can. There was a silence. Pig, is that what you want me to call you?
Aye.
Pig, would you mind if I walked closer to you? If I touched you sometimes as I walked?
Shouldn't hurry in, is it? Touch all you want.
The darkness, this dark. Yes, it is.
Like dark.
I know you do, Oreb, but I don't. Not this particularly. At home, on Blue, I mean. May I talk about the way it feels, Pig? I certainly don't mean to be offensive, but I believe it might make me feel better.
Blue's outside, Bucky.
Yes, it is. It has the short sun. A round gold sun that walks across the sky during the course of the day and vanishes into the sea at shade low. At shade up, it reappears in the mountains and climbs up the sky like a man climbing a hill of blue glass. But before it begins to climb, there's a silent shout. Pig chuckled, the good-humored rumble of men rolling empty barrels. It's a silly phrase, I realize, but I don't know another way to express it. It's as though the whole Whorl, the Whorl that we call Blue and say we own, were welcoming the short sun with tumultuous joy. I'm making myself ridiculous, I know. Pig's hand, twice the size of his own, found his shoulder.
Dinna naebody but ye hear what dinna make nae noise, Bucky?
He did not answer.
Partners?
Surely. Partners, if you don't object to having a fool for a partner.
You misses your short son.
I do. It would be a relief, a very great relief to me, to see a light of any kind. A lantern, say, or a candle, but most of all the sun, daylight.
Aye.
You must feel the same way. I should have realized it sooner. And if we were to encounter someone with a lantern, I would see it and see him. Even now, even in this terrible darkness, I remain singularly blessed. I should pray, Pig, and I should have thought of that much sooner. Far away, a wolf howled.
You got him on your Whorl?
Pig inquired. Yes, we do. Ordinary wolves such as you have here, and fell wolves too, which have 8 legs and are much larger and more dangerous. But, Pig.
Out with it?
That Whorl, blue, had people living upon it long before we came, people who may still be there, some of them at least. One seldom sees them. Most of us never have, and we call them the vanished people, or the neighbors, and children are taught that they are wholly legendary. But I've seen them more than once, and even spoken with them. I don't believe I will again, because I've lost something, a silver ring with a white stone, that was left behind with Patera Marble's eye.
Huh.
But once when I spoke with the neighbors, I asked what they had called the Whorl we called Blue, what their name for it had been, and they said, ours.
No cry.
I'm sorry, Oreb. He tried to dry his eyes on the sleeve of his tunic, then clamped the knobbed staff beneath his arm to search himself for a handkerchief. Pig's elbow brushed his ear, and he corrected his position slightly and began to tap the roadway before him as Pig was.
When Pig had een,
Pig rumbled.
Pig didn't never have anything to look for. Didn't it tell you, say?
No. Tell me now. He had recalled the bloody tatters of the handkerchief that the woman had discarded in the farmhouse kitchen, and was dabbing at his own eyes with his sleeve once more. Remora spoke in the recesses of his mind.
No, place of permanence for us, eh? For we mortals, no, possessions. Own it, eh? But in time, eh? Another's and another's. Do you take my meaning, Horn? We've nothing but the gods in the, make a final reckoning.
Muckle lasses, prog and grog. Pig mused not far away, less visible than Remora in the dark.
Nathan Hill's to look for, and thought it living. No talk.
Oh, Pig can bake it, Horeb, and you can take it.
No talk. Thing here.
Something to hear.
Let's fashion him, Bucky.
He had already stopped to listen, his head cocked, both hands grasping the knobbed staff. No wind had blown, or so it seemed to him, since he had been returned to the long sun Whorl, but a wind touched both his cheeks, warm and moist and fetid. Hoping Pig could hear him, he whispered, "Something's listening to us or for us, I believe."
Ah.
Where is it, Oreb? From his shoulder, Oreb muttered,
Bird see.
Yes, I know you see it, but where is it?
Bird see,
Oreb repeated.
By Silk.
Feathers brushed the side of his head as Oreb spread his wings. Clawed feet pushed against his shoulder. Those wings beat loudly, and Oreb was gone. Pig said,
Your Corby's right, Bucky. 'Tis a Godling. Pig winds it. In the road up ahead, most like.
Something hard tapped his shin, and Pig's hand clasped his shoulder, feeling as big as his father's when he himself had been a small child, a sudden poignant memory. That big hand drew him to one side. At his ear, Pig's hoarse voice muttered,
Where ditch, Bucky?
It was shallow and dry, although he might easily have been tripped by it if he had not been warned. A twig kissed his hand. He forced himself to close his eyes, although those eyes wanted very badly to stare out uselessly at the utter darkness that wrapped him and them. "Pig?" he breathed, then somewhat more loudly. "Pig?"
"Aye."
What are they? There was no reply, only the big hand drawing him deeper among whispering leaves. Oreb wouldn't tell me. What is a godling?
Hush.
Pig had halted.
Hark.
The hand drew him forward again, and for an interval that seemed to him very long indeed, he heard nothing save the occasional snap of a twig. Trees or bushes surrounded them, he felt sure, and from time to time his questing staff encountered a limb or trunk, or some motion of pigs evoked the soft speech of foliage. A faint and liquid music succeeded it, waking his tongue and lips to thirst. He hurried forward through the blackness, drawing the towering pig after him until gravel crunched beneath their feet, and he sensed that the water he heard was before him. He knelt and felt a gracious coolness seep through the knees of his trousers, bent and splashed his face, and tasted the water, finding it cool and sweet. He swallowed and swallowed again. "It's good," he began. "I'd say—" Pig's span-across hand tightened upon his arm, and he realized that Pig was drinking already, sucking and gulping the water noisily, in fact. He drank more, then explored the stream with his fingers, trying to keep their movements gentle so as not to stir up mud. "It's not wide," he whispered. "We could step across it easily, I believe." "Aye?" There was a hint of fear in the deep, rough voice. "But the Godling, whatever that is, shouldn't be able to hear us as long as we remain here, or so I think. The noise of the water should cover the sound of our voices." He bent and drank again. "I pumped water for a woman who had bandaged my wrists not long ago. It was good cold well water, I believe, and I almost asked her for a glass. But we were about to eat, so I thought at least, and I told myself I wasn't really so thirsty as all that. I must learn to drink when I have the opportunity." He recalled Pig's chance remark about drinking, and added, "Drink water, I should say. I thought I had learned that on Green, where there was rarely any water that was safe to drink except for what certain leaves caught when it rained."
"Bird find,"
a harsher voice even than Pig's announced. "Oreb, is that you? It must be. What have you found?"
"Find thing here."
"Did you? Good. Where is it?"
"No show."
"I don't want you to show it to me, Oreb, and I couldn't see it if you did. I want you to tell me how to avoid it. We were going to Viron, or at least I certainly hope we were. Is this thing, this Godling, standing in the road waiting for us?"
"No stand. Thing sit."
"But it's in the road? We're sitting beside it?"
"On bridge."
Pig broke in.
"Horeb, me and Horn's partners. You and me, Horeb, why we're partners too, ain't we? You're halal such?" "Good man."
"Not too loudly, please, Horeb." He drank again.
"So, Horeb, Pig needs you to tell where we're at, will yer? 'Tis another road with this trickle across?" "No road." "A meadow, Horeb. Might find coos hereabouts, would you say?"
"No cow."
"Huh."
Pig sounded impatient.
"How can Pig get him to tell Bucky? You know him."
Oreb answered for himself.
"Say woods." "'Tis where we are, Horeb. In a wood, can it be?" "In woods," Oreb insisted. "Silk say."
"My name is Horn, Oreb. I've told you so. I believe he's correct, Pig. We're in a wood, perhaps on the edge of a forest." He paused to search his memory. "There was an extensive forest north of Viron when I lived there. A man named Blood had a villa in it, as did various other rich men. This may well be the same forest."
"Felt your trees all round, Bucky. Could nae touch 'em, and such could nae touch me, or would nae."
"No doubt they're large trees, widely separated."
"Ho, aye."
Pig's rough voice contrived to pack an immense skepticism into the two words.
"Big trees hereabouts, Horeb." "No big." "Not close they be? Ane here and hother over yon?" "All touch." "Horeb can tell where they're at and where they hain't. Do you object to lending him out, Bucky?"
He rose. "I suggest we follow this stream instead. Streams frequently go somewhere, in my experience. Are you coming?"
"Bird come. Go Silk."
Oreb settled upon his shoulder.
"Pig tar, Horeb. We'll gae along with Horn."
He heard the big man's knees crack and said, Then let us go in silence if you won't tell me about the Godlings.
Dinna hae naething to tell you, Bucky. Struth, past sends such to make folk gae to your outside places.
For some time after that they walked on without speaking. Now and then the tip of the knobbed staff splashed water. Now and then the end of the leather-covered brass scabbard rapped softly against a trunk or a limb, but for the most part there was silence, save for the rasp and rattle of gravel beneath their feet and an occasional warning uttered sotto voce by Oreb, who at length offered, "No see." "The Godling, Oreb? Are you saying you no longer see it?"
"No see,"
Oreb repeated.
"Thing watch, no watch."
Oreb's voice had sounded strangely hollow. The tip of the knobbed staff, exploring left and right, rapped stone. "We're in a tunnel of some sort."
"Aye, Bucky."
Those words reverberated slightly as well. He stared into the darkness, half convinced he could make out a lofty semicircle of lighter black before them. "There are tunnels everywhere. Do you know about them, Pig? Tunnels of unimaginable length and complexity underlying the entire Long Sun Whorl."
"Huh."
Nearby in the darkness, Pig's softly re-echoing voice sounded understandably doubtful. "I was in them long ago. One must pass through them to reach the landers, which are just below the outside surface. The first Oreb was down there as well, with Auk and Chenil."
"Bad hole."
"Exactly. But I certainly hope you're right when you say the Godling can't see us in here."
"Dinna harm folk,"
Pig muttered.
"Horny often."
"We may be in those tunnels. If so, we're approaching a cavern such as the sleepers were in. Look up ahead. I can see something there, I swear." Without waiting for Pig, he hurried forward, then halted, stunned with wonder and terror. To the north and south, the skylands spread in splendor far greater than he recalled. Against their magnificent display, above the bridge under which he had passed, he saw silhouetted shoulders like two hills, a smooth domed head that might have filled the farm woman's kitchen and sundered all four walls, and bestial pointed ears. 3. Justice and Good Order. Nat has sent troopers from Dorp who have arrested us. Dorp, it appears, has a standing hoard, as Soldo did, which it calls its ledger. There are 3 ledgermen and the sergeant. I gave him 2 silver cards, and although he will not let us go, it has put us on a friendly basis. I am paying for our rooms at this inn as well, one in which the sergeant, a ledgerman, and I are to sleep tonight, and another in which Jali is supposed to sleep, with Hyde and the other 2 ledgermen. Dinner and a bath. The sergeant, his name is Azogin, has been given money with which to buy provisions. I told him he might keep it, at least for tonight. He and his men, I said, could join us at dinner. There was wine and food that seemed very good to Hyde and me. Nat is a person of importance in Dorp, it seems. We are likely to be fined and whipped. I have tried to convey to my daughter that it might be well for her to leave us, but I am not sure she understood. If she did, she may not agree, and if she tries to escape now, she may be shot. I will not stand idly by and see her stripped, no matter what some judge in Dorp may say. As I was writing, she came in to ask for a larger fire. The innkeeper wanted an additional payment for the extra wood, and we began to bargain over the amount. Sergeant Azogin told him to supply it, cursing him and pushing him into the corner. Jali got her fire and went away satisfied. I looked in on her just now, and her appearance has improved greatly. During our argument, the innkeeper stated that he always made an extra charge for extra wood. I asked him how long his inn has stood here, and he said proudly, "For 6 years. We are so new to this Whorl that we have not worn out the clothes we brought from the other, some of us. Yet we talk and act as if it has been ours from time immemorial." Once I wept when I told Pig what the neighbors had said. He must have thought me mad, but I was only tired and weak and oppressed by the stifling darkness. A sorrow, too, pressed upon my heart. It is still there, I feel it, and must keep busy. Azogin lets me write like this, which is a great relief to me. I have worried that he might read it, but he cannot read. So he says, and I think he is telling the truth. He seems ashamed of it, so I assured him that it is not difficult, and offered to teach him, making large letters on the same paper I took from the bandits and used for this journal. The wounded bandit Jali Drained told us we might take whatever we wanted if only we would spare him, which I rashly promised to do. I can see him still, his thin mouth below its thin mustache, and his large frightened eyes. Jali said she had never killed before, but I know it is a lie. She killed for me when we fought Han. We flatter ourselves with our horror of them, but are we really much better? Rereading that above, I was aghast at my candor. What if the judge in Dorp should read it? I might destroy it. Perhaps I should. But what about the other two accounts? How much labor I expended on them, dreaming that some day Nettle might peruse them, as she yet may. I must hide them. I have done what I could, but the best solution would be to see to it that our baggage is not examined. I must question the sergeant about legal procedures, and ask his men as well. For all I know, they may have more and better information, or be more willing to part with it. Although we chatted together at dinner, I do not recall their names. Before I sleep, I ought to record the notable fact that I have bathed, for which I, and all who come near me, no doubt, am most grateful. On Lizard we washed in summer in the mill pond or the sea. In winter, as I washed myself here after dinner, by heating water in a copper kettle hung over the fire and scrubbing everything with soap and a rag. When I was a boy in Viron, we had tubs for it like wash-tubs, but longer. Those of the poorest class were generally of wood, those of the middle class, such as my mother and I, of iron covered with enamel. In Ermin's and the Chaldees Palace, and I suppose in the homes of the wealthy generally, they were stone, which seemed very grand. Still, I have washed myself in them, and it is a finer thing to bathe in the mill-pond. I intend to pray for an hour or so when I lay down my quill, but if the outsider were to grant my every wish, I would bathe always in our mill-pond, and whenever I wished to bathe, it would be summer. Arab is back. Drawing the whorls between this paragraph and the last makes it look as if a week at least had passed. I know. It was only a night, but a great deal has happened. News enough for a week, to say nothing of dreams. I will do my best to take everything in order. I had asked for more firewood, curious to see whether the innkeeper would try to collect for it after what had passed between himself and Azajan. I got it without additional payment. This room became quite warm, and when the sergeant returned, I asked him to open the window. He did, and came very near to receiving a cold, tired, and very hungry night chuff full in the face. It was Arab, of course, and he had come to present me with a ring set with a peculiar black gem. I will describe it in greater detail in a moment, if I am not interrupted. Just now I said that the sergeant was nearly hit by Arab, who had, I believe, been pecking at the shutter for some time, although I had failed to hear him above the crackling of the fire. I must add that it was snowing hard, myriads of tiny flakes flying before a whistling west wind. "Them at sea silla help," said Azajan. I got a fine fresh fish and a cup of clean water for Arab. He ate and flew into a corner near the chimney. There is a wooden brace for it there on which he perches, and has not moved from it since. Azajan and Ledgerman Vlug were dumbfounded, and asked more questions about him than I was able to answer. I expected them to demand the ring, so I suggested they might hold it for me until we reached Dorp, when I would explain the circumstances under which I had received it to the judge and ask that it be returned to me. They examined it very curiously, but showed no desire to keep it for me. It is too large for my fingers, so I put it in my pocket, thinking I would look through the jewelry when I could do so at leisure, find a chain, and wear it around my neck. I was afraid I would lose it, however. It is on the thumb of my left hand as I write this, which answers well. There is a picture cut into the black stone. I took it to the window, and although the day is far from bright, I was able to see that there are lines graven on it, a picture or writing. I suppose it is a seal ring, and the thing to do is to imprint it on wax so the seal may be read. I talked about Arab for some time, explaining that he is a pet, that he can speak after a fashion, and that he often goes away for purposes of his own. Before I could get to bed, I had to tell them a bit about Silk and the original Arab, saying I supposed he must be dead.
"On that you must not count, Messire," Azagen told me. "A parrot older than her my great-aunt had, and 91 she was when on the lander we went. About the old bird often, my mother tells."
So perhaps this Orb is the very Orb that Silk owned after all. It is such an interesting idea that I am glad there is no way in which it can be tested. How disappointed I would be if I found it were not true. After that I went to bed, as did the sergeant and Vlug. I can only guess how long I slept before I was awakened by a soft hand stroking my forehead. An hour, perhaps. It was Jali. "My fire's dying, Rajan, and the room's getting colder and colder. Can't I come into bed so you can warm me for a minute? I don't dare get in with Hyde. He's sound asleep and would kill me when he woke, and you wouldn't want me to get into the troopers' beds, would you? But I'm freezing, and I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. Please, Rajan, I'm begging for my life." I consented, and it was a remarkable experience even before we went to Green. I put an arm over her and held her so that she could warm her back against my belly, and it was exactly as though I embraced an actual woman, one more slender than Nettle and less voluptuous than Hyacinth, but beyond question a young and attractive woman, soft, clean, and perfumed. I have been trying to recall what it was like to sleep with Father, there amid the stones and snow, and I was very conscious then that she was not at all what she pretended to be, that I was in fact embracing a reptile capable of changing its shape in the same way that the little lizards I caught in the borage outside my window or the honeysuckle along our fence could change color, that my position was not much different from that of a snake charmer sleeping in a ditch, with his serpent coiled under his tunic. I woke and sat up, determined to dress, wake Jali, and tell her she had to go. As I got to my feet, yawning and blinking, the room was transformed in a way I would have said was quite impossible. The shutters became a circular opening through which showed a sky of the most ethereal blue. The knife-scarred wooden walls mended themselves and petrified to soft gray stone. Jali rose and wrapped herself in one of the blankets, being careful to let me see that she was beyond doubt a slim human woman with flawless white skin, a slender waist, and hemispherical pink-tipped breasts I longed to caress from the moment I glimpsed them. She embraced me, and I her, while within 2 steps of us Azagen and Vlug slumbered on, sleeping on the same beds they use in this inn, and under the same rough blankets. When we parted, I asked where we were. "On Green. Can't you feel the warmth and the dampness of the air? If I were the way I was the last time you saw me, they would feel wonderful to me. Here I am as I am." She paused to smile and let the blanket slip a trifle. "And they still feel wonderful. I exult in them." Azagen's eyes opened. He blinked and seemed to stare about him in a dazed fashion. Then he shut them again and slept once more. I crossed the room to the window and looked out, expecting to see Green's jungles. Clouds such as I had not seen since Saba lowered us from her airship spread below me, not the black-tinged rain clouds that had oppressed us through unending months on Green, but pearlescent clouds shining in the sun, a sea greater and purer than the keels of men have ever parted, and a new Whorl fairer even than blue and more turbulent. To drink it in, I leaned as far from the window as I could, and at last stood barefoot upon its gray stone sill, and grasping the inner edge of the opening with the fingers of one hand, looked out and down, then up and left and right. We were in a slender tower, standing in a niche in the face of an immense cliff of the dark red stone. Above, the red stone rose until it was lost in the glory of the sky, an infinite wall of congealed blood. To my left and right it extended without limit, lined and eroded. Below stretched the tower, taller than the tallest I have seen on any of the 3 Whorls, a sickening height that made me shut my eyes and step down again into the room in which Jali and I had awakened, but not before I had glimpsed its mighty base and the cliff below it falling away into the restless sea of cloud, sheer, black with damp, and dotted with splotches of the most brilliant green. "I wanted to be a real woman again," Jali said softly. "A real woman for you and Hyde, and for everyone else who wants me to be what I really am. It was why I joined you. You must have known that."
I should have driven you away, but the bandits would have killed us both if I had.
You foresaw that?
I shook my head.
Our bodies are asleep in that wretched little inn on your frozen Whorl. If I were to die there, I've overheard you and your son talking about the other one, a woman like me he meets in dreams. He's afraid of her, but he wouldn't have to be afraid of me.
Do you want me to kill you? I can't. My own body is sleeping just as yours is. If I were to kill you here, you know what would happen. You saw Duco Rigoglio.
She went to the window and stood upon the sill as I had, and a wind rose that stirred her blanket and set her sorrel hair fluttering behind her. If I could be like this forever, I would jump, she told the sky.
Before you do, will you answer a question? You've been a good friend to my son and me, and I hesitate to put us further in debt to you, but I'm curious, and it may be important.
She stepped down and turned to face me.
We've been to various places on Green, and to the Red Sun Whorl, to the very spot on which the Duco's house once stood.
Yes.
Her eyes were bright blue now, as though they were holes bored through her skull, and I were seeing the sky behind her. For a moment I wondered whether she could control their color, and then if they had drunk so much of that sky that they had taken on its very hue. Most of the places to which I've gone have been places where I've already been, and the street of ruins in the city they called Nessus was certainly the street on which Rigoglio had lived. I very much doubt that either Azagen or Vlug have been to Green at all, and I have certainly never been to this strange tower in this mighty cliff. Have you?
She nodded without speaking, and I asked her when. When I was very young. When I'd just learned to fly and before I'd decided to hunt your frigid hostile blue.
Before you came the first time?
She did not answer. I was not at all sure I could make the crossing. We heard stories, how much strength was required, how much endurance. If you're not strong enough, not a strong enough flyer, you fall back to Green a failure. If you lack endurance... She shrugged. Only your frozen corpse gets to blue. It crosses the sky there, a little scratch of fire. No doubt you've seen them. I have. I nodded. That little scratch of fire and you're gone forever. I wanted to try just the same. We all do, even if some want it more than others and many never actually try. It's something we get from you, a need to become more and more like you, until we're as human as we can possibly be.
We feel it too, I told her, though not always as strongly as we should.
So I was wondering whether I could, and whether I'd be brave enough to try. I wasn't flying all that well yet, and I knew I'd have to get a lot better to fly fast enough to leave Green. One day there was a break in the clouds. You've lived on Green, you said. You must know it happens now and then. I nodded again. Burning light from the sun came streaming through, but I looked up anyway and saw this little streak of gray against the cliff, and I told myself I'd fly up to it someday to see what it was, and when I did, I'd be a strong enough flyer to cross.
You did, clearly.
Yes. I tried to for years, and there were days when I couldn't even get up above the clouds. There are strong winds at this level, and the air is thin.
I filled my lungs with it and said, "It certainly seems better to me than the sopping air down there."
I suppose it would. Are you waiting for the end of my story? It's ended. The day came when I was able to fly up here. I knew by then that I had much more to learn, and that I had to be stronger before I tried crossing. But I felt I'd come more than halfway, too, and I was right. There was a corroded metal hatch over that window then. I tore it off and let it fall. When I'd explored all the rooms on all the levels, I decided to clean this one out and make it a private place just for myself, my own room in my own tower in the sky. There were bones in here and some other things, but I threw them out that window and swept this floor with my hands. When everything was tidy, I'd told myself I'd come back and spend hours up here after I'd made the return crossing, just thinking about who I was and what I had done for my children. But I never did till now.
"I'll try to leave you here," I promised her, "and take the troopers back with me.
I don't know if it can be done, but I'll try. I shut my eyes, gathering the thoughts that had fled my mind soon after we arrived. Whose bones were they? You know. They were your friends. I doubt that you want to talk about it. Blindly, I sat down again upon the bed that had been hers and mine. I hated green then, as I had hated it so often, the whirl of teeming, unclean life, of violent death and universal decay. In my heart I rejected it, I hope, once and for all. Were they the neighbors? I asked. The vanished peoples? Perhaps she nodded. I think that when we'd destroyed them everywhere else, they held the tablelands against us, as places of final refuge. They must have built these towers in the cliffs, with windows like this one, so that... She was gone. I had recalled my body as she spoke, with all its well-remembered knobs and insufficiencies, the sagging face behind my beard, and the ankle that ached in rainy weather, and ached abominably in any weather whenever I had to walk far, and realized with a sort of shock that I was no longer sitting upon the bed, but lying in it. I opened my eyes and saw the smoke-blackened timbers that supported the roof of the inn. "Master Incanto, awake you are." It was Azagen. I asked him who had told him to call me that. "Your son, my sire. Where he was, and you, of Master Incanto they speak, he says. About dreams, you know. That also he says, my sire Horn." Much less than he believes. I sat up, very conscious that Jali lay beside me, still sound asleep. Vlug sat up too. "Wah! Good, my sire, pass." I got out of bed and went to the fire. I know what you must be thinking, Sergeant, seeing my daughter in bed with me. I can only say that nothing of the kind took place. She became frightened, as women sometimes do at night in strange places, and sought reassurance from her father. Azagen joined me at the fire. He sleeps naked and was naked still, hairy and muscular. "Such things I never think, my sire. But me it was that the door barred. If anyone the bar took down, I would hear, I thought." "We tried not to wake you, Sergeant. I suggest that we try not to wake my daughter as well." "Right, my sire. Loud I will not speak." Vlug came over wrapped in a blanket, and Azagen told him to get something for us to sit on. There are no chairs, but he carried over the mattress from his bed. He is a tall, fresh-faced boy with unhappy hair that is neither truly red nor truly yellow, but brighter than either. "Morning now it is," he said. "The pig who this inn keeps we wake, Sergeant?" "Not yet," Azagen told him. "For my sire Horn to unriddle a dream, I wish." "I too." "Always in my dreams I am awake, Master Horn," Azagen began. "Not like that it is, this dream of last night. Like real it is." He tapped the hearth before him. "Most real. Not like a dream at all it is." "With me the same it is," Vlug exclaimed. "In this dream asleep I am, in my bed lying. You and your daughter not sleeping like me are, but walking past, talking and talking, while on I sleep. Wake I must, I think. What if you escape? Hard with me it will go when Judge Hamer hears. To wake I try, but I cannot. My eyes open. The room bright is, sunshine everywhere there is, and my bed on the wall like a picture hangs. There I sleep and do not fall, so all right it is. Here no one but me there is, so all right too that is. Only in a dream it is that the old magician, and the strange girl his daughter, and the boy who calls him father I must guard. No one to escape there is." He looked at me beseechingly. "Never before such a dream, my sire. For me this dream will you explain?" Vlug started to speak, but Azagen silenced him. "Boy, talk," Oreb suggested from his high perch. "I think Oreb's right," I told Azagen. "Vlug's dream may well illuminate yours, or yours illuminate his, as frequently happens. Vlug, tell us your dream before you forget it." "This I never forget, my sire Horn," Vlug began. "Never. When white my beard is, each smallest part I remember." Momentarily he fell silent, his hands outspread with the palms down, and his wide eyes the color of blue china, but he was a born relater of tales, whose pauses and intonations came to him as its song does to a young thrush. As my sergeant says, it is. I sleep, but asleep I am not. Up and down, a man and woman walk. Wise and kind he is, but stern. Unhappy, discontent she is. His counsel she wishes, and it he gives. No, not what he suggests she will do. Herself she will kill, soon, very soon. Vlug spoke to Azajan. Jali and her father, perhaps it was, but why? My sire, once around me I too looked. Your daughter before me stood, so beautiful. He raised his pale eyebrows in tribute to her, when my old friend Inclito would have kissed his fingers. A great light behind her there was, a great wind also. A cloak she wore, very big and black. This cloak the wind blew. His hands suggested its fluttering motion. Her hair also, so long her knees without such a wind it must reach. To lay hold of me with Scylla's 100 arms. Oreb squawked and fluttered, perturbed. At me it blows. So long really it is, my sire? I shook my head. In my dream it is. He shut his eyes, trying to recapture it. So beautiful she is. A dream? So beautiful. Her lips, her eyes, her teeth. My spirit flamed. An angry goddess, your daughter Jali, is my sire in my dream. I asked whether he could recall how she had been dressed other than the cloak. Not. He glanced at Azajan. Her gown, I don't remember, my sire. No hat, or only a very small cap it could be. Good girl. Oreb dropped from his perch to my shoulder. Really, Oreb, usually you call her a bad thing. Good girl, he insisted. Although you can't remember her gown, Legerman Vlug, she was in fact dressed? He glanced at Azajan as before. Oh, yes, my sire. Azajan held up a stiff right forefinger, tapped it with his left, and said, Young he is, my sire. I doubt that he is 30 himself. Silk talk, Oreb declared in a decided tone. I suppose he means that it is high time for me to interpret your dreams, and no doubt it is. A little additional thought might further the interpretation, however, and so might bacon and coffee. What do you say we rouse my son and your other troopers and find out what this inn can offer in the way of breakfast? Jali has been tired and ill. No doubt you've noticed it. With your leave, I'll throw a few more sticks on the fire before we go and give her a couple of extra blankets. If she wakes up before breakfast is ready, she can join us. If she doesn't, sleep may help her. We got dressed and collected Hyde and his guards, whom Azajan abused roundly for having allowed Jali to leave their room unnoticed, and went downstairs. Everything was dark and silent, but we opened the shutters, finding that it had snowed heavily during the night, and lit every candle in the place from the smoldering remains of the parlor fire. Azajan took it upon himself to wake up the innkeeper and his wife, but returned rubbing his knuckles and looking disgusted. Sick they are, this they say. So it may be, I think. Our breakfast Vlug will prepare. If their food he wastes, on their own heads they brought it. You can cook, Vlug. Vlug swore that he could not. Then you I teach. A ledgerman must cook and shoot too. Zwar liu to the horses you must see. Well, do it. When we have eaten, I will inspect. Hyde said, I'll take care of ours, father. My father's a fine cook, Sergeant. I'm sure he'll help you in the kitchen if you ask him. I did, of course, warming a pastry of nuts and apples, approving the cheese — these people seemed to relish cheese with every meal — and contriving hearth cakes while the sausages and a ground pork and cornmeal mixture were frying. Not good food it is, Azajan declared when everything was ready. For go to kitchen like my mother's we need, and my mother to cook. But worse than this in an inn I have eaten. What is it in these little cakes for us you make, my sire? Honey and poppy seed. I offered a scrap of the pork and cornmeal mixture to Oreb to see whether he would like it. Soda, too. Salt, and 3 kinds of flour. Those I saw you mix. If another I eat, dreams more mad than I have already, will it give? Not mad mine was, Vlug insisted. The finest of my life it was, and more real than this. He speared another sausage. He had been in charge of them and seemed proud of them.
In a bed on the wall to sleep, and the bedroom has no roof to see.
Azajan shook his head and forked more pickled cabbage onto his plate. Hyde's lips shaped the word, where. You have asked me to explain your dreams, I began, after sampling the pork and cornmeal mixture for myself. It would be easy for me to contrive some story for you, as I originally planned to do. It would also be dishonest, as I decided while we were coming downstairs. I am not speaking under duress. You have asked me to help you understand what has happened to you. I have said I will, and am therefore bound to do it faithfully. Are you aware that the spirit leaves the body at death? Two nodded.
Leo said, with gods to talk.
Perhaps. In some cases, at least. I must now ask you to accept, to ask you, Sergeant Azajan, and you, Ledgerman Vlug particularly, to accept the fact that it can and does leave it at other times as well. I waited for their protests, but none came. Let me illustrate my point. A man has a house where he lives for some years with his wife. They are very happy, this man and his wife. They love each other, and whatever else may go amiss, they have each other. Then the man's wife dies, and he leaves the house in which he has had so much happiness. It has become abhorrent to him. Unless the outsider, the god of gods, restores her to life, he has no wish to see that house ever again. Am I making myself clear?
Vlug said, so I think, and Azajan, to me not.
I am speaking of the spirit departing the body at death. The body is the house I mentioned, and life was the wife who made it a place of warmth and comfort. Azajan nodded.
Ah!
Perhaps her husband goes to the gods, as Ledgerman Leo suggested, perhaps only out into darkness. For the moment, it doesn't matter. My point is that he leaves the home she made for him, never to return.
Bird go,
Oreb declared. He had been hopping around the table, cadging bits of food.
Go Silk.
I told him, if you mean you wish to die when I do, Oreb, I sincerely hope you don't. In Gaon they tell of dying men who kill some favorite animal, usually a horse or a dog, so it will accompany them in death, and under the long sun their rulers went so far as to have their favorite wives burned alive on their funeral pyres. When I die, I sincerely hope no friend or relative of mine will succumb to any such cruel foolishness. Zwar, who had been silent until then, said,
When the spirit goes, a man dies, I think.
I shook my head. He dies because you shot him through the heart, or because he suffered some disease or was kicked by a horse, as a wise friend once suggested to me. But you bring up an important point, that the spirit is not life, nor is life the spirit, and another, that the two together are one. A husband is not his wife, no more than a wife is her husband, but the two in combination are one. What I was going to say was that, though the man in my little story left his house once and for all when his wife died, he had left it many times previously. He had gone out to weed their garden, perhaps, or gone to the market to buy shoes. In those cases, he left it to return. Hyde said helpfully, The spirit can leave the same way, can't it, Father? Exactly. We have all had daydreams. We imagine we're sailing the new boat we're in fact building, for example, or riding a prancing horse we don't actually possess. Most of the dreams we have at night are of the same kind, and dreams is the right name for them. There are others, however, dreams, we call them that at least, which are in fact memories returned to the sleeping body by the spirit, which left it for a while and went elsewhere. Azajan was grinning, although he looked a bit uncomfortable. Vlug, Leo, and Zwar heard me with wide eyes and open mouths. That is what befell you and Private Vlug, I told Azajan. Your spirits departed while you slept and went to sleep in another place. There, Vlug's spirit... I rose. Excuse me for a moment. I took off Oreb's ring while I was cooking and laid it on a shelf in the kitchen. Before they could protest, I hurried out. The ring was where I had left it earlier when I decided I might require some such excuse. I put it on and went through the kitchen and into the private quarters of the innkeeper and his wife, finding him just struggling into his trousers. I heard you were ill, I said, and thought it might be wise for someone to look in on you. If you and your wife would like a bite to eat, I would be happy to prepare something. So weak we are, my sire. He sat down upon the conjugal bed. Thank you, anything. I explained matters to Azagen and his troopers, and Hyde and I looked after the innkeeper and his wife. As I feared, both have been bitten by Jali. They should recover, provided she does not return for a few days. She is still asleep at present, although it is well past noon. Girls sleep, reports Oreb, who just flew up to our room to look. He and I are agreed that it is best to leave it so. I have arranged the blankets so that her face is scarcely visible, and of course the shutters are closed. Azagen and Vlug promise not to disturb her. Azagen has decided not to travel today. The cause of justice and good order, he says. We serve as well in comfort here as by in this snow dying and the horses crippling. I second him in that with all my heart. The ring will no longer fit my thumb, which seems very odd. I have been wearing it on the third finger. 4. He is Silk. He felt Pig's hand close on his shoulder. Who's his bookie? Trust to Pig. Who's his all round? At that moment he was too tired to wonder how Pig knew. Then let's stop here and ask if they'll talk to us. Pockets running over with cards, bookie. No, he said, not running over. Nor me, nor Horeb, Pig wagers. Got a card, do you, Horeb? You do nae. Poor bird. Yet good people can be moved by charity sometimes, and all we want is a place to rest and a little information. How you want? The tap-tap-tap of Pig's sheathed sword was moving away, as was Pig's towering bulk, visible in the light of the glowing skylands. Horeb's hungry, though. Hain't you, Horeb? A bite of een noo. Dinna say you never het nae een, Horeb. Pig knows your breed. Oreb fluttered to Pig's shoulder. Fish heads? Aye. Comin', Bucky. Pig's leather-covered scabbard rapped wood. Silence followed, save for the tapping of his own staff and the shuffle of his feet. Yes, he said. I had misjudged your position a bit. How did you know there were houses here? I couldn't see them myself until you told me they were present. Feel 'em. The scabbard rapped the door again. Feel 'em hon me clock. It seemed impossible that they had reached the outskirts of Byron already. Are there many? Both sides of the road. 'Tis all Pig can tell you. It's remarkable just the same. Blind eye. Horeb can tell you more. How many, Horeb? Let's hear you count 'em. Many house. Oreb's bill rattled. There you have it. The leather-covered scabbard pounded the door. 'Tis listening, does it, Bucky? Most dinna. Take 'em hinside. Think they hears us knocking sae polite? If Pig was to kick their door in, they would have to listen, wouldn't they? They would. An explosive thump was presumably Pig's boot striking the door. Don't. Please don't. We can go on to the next house. Aye. Another violent kick, so loud that it seemed it must surely attract the attention of the Godling at the bridge, a full league off. From inside a voice called, Go away! Soon as she stove in, Pig rumbled. Gae smash in there next, when it take her long. To prove his point, he followed the words with another tremendous kick. A woman's frightened voice sounded from inside the house. What's she saying? You make it hout, Bucky. No. The end of his staff had found one of Pig's massive boots. Raising his voice slightly, he said, Open the door, please. I swear we won't harm you. Golden light appeared at a crack, followed by the scrape and thump of a heavy bar lifted from its fittings and set aside. Ah, Pig said. Mair like 'tis. The door opened a thumb's width, then swung back as Pig dropped to one knee and threw his shoulder against it. The woman inside screamed. Please, there's nothing to be afraid of. If you'd opened when we knocked, all this fuss would have been prevented. Who are you, sir? The voice that had ordered them to go away was tremulous now. He stepped inside and laid his hand on the householder's arm, calming him as if he were a dog or a horse. My friend is blind. You're not afraid of a blind man, are you? And certainly you shouldn't be afraid of me. We haven't come to rob you. Put away that knife, please. Someone might be hurt. The householder stepped back, evoking a terrified squeal from his wife. He held a candle in one hand and a butcher knife of substantial proportions in the other, and seemed inclined to surrender neither one. "That's much better. May the outsider pass, and every other god bless this house." Smiling, their visitor traced the sign of addition before turning back to Pig and wincing at his first real sight of that exceedingly large face, all dirty rag, straggling hair, and curling black beard. Pig was preparing to enter the house on his knees, ducking under the lintel and working his shoulders through the doorway. "We're looking for eyes." It seemed a happy inspiration under the circumstances. "Eyes for my friend here. Do you know of a physician capable of replacing a blind man's eyes?"
"In the city," the householder managed. "In Viron it might be done."
It was progress of a sort. "Good. What is his name?"
"I don't know, but...
But they might have someone?" The householder nodded eagerly. "I see. Though my unfortunate friend does not. We must go to the city in that case." The householder nodded again, more eagerly than ever. "We shall, but we must rest first." He tried to recall when he had last slept and failed. "We must find a place to sleep and beg food." Oreb lit on his shoulder. "Fish heads?" "Something for my bird, at least, and something... I'm afraid it will have to be quite a lot for my friend Pig. We're sorry to have frightened you, but we could hear you inside, and when you wouldn't come to the door, it made Pig angry." The householder muttered something unintelligible. "Thank you. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate it." Loudly enough to be overheard, the householder's wife whispered, "Doesn't look like an augur." "I am not. I'm a layman, just as your husband is, and have a wife of my own at home. Does it bother you that I blessed you? A layman may bless, I assure you, so may a laywoman."
"I'm Hound," the householder said. "My wife's Tansy."
He tried to give his butcher knife to her, and when she would not take it, tossed it onto a chair and offered his hand. "My own name is Horn." They shook hands, and Pig extended his, the size of a grocer's scoop.
"Sorry to have scared you."
"And my bird is Oreb." Tansy smiled, and her smile lit her small pale face. "I'll get you some soup."
"You can sleep here," Hound told them. "In the house here, or would you like to eat out back? It's going to be a little cramped in here. There's a big tree in back, and there's a table there, and benches." There were. Pig sat on the ground, and the other two on the benches Hound had mentioned. "We've beer."
Hound sounded apologetic.
"No wine, I'm sorry to say."
"How's your water?"
"Oh, we've a good well. Would you prefer water?"
"Aye, thank you." Hound, who had just sat down, rose with alacrity.
"Horn, what about you? Beer?"
"Water, please. You might bring some sort of small container that Oreb can drink from, too, if it isn't too much trouble." Tansy arrived with bulging pockets and a steaming tureen. "I try to keep fire in the stove, you know, so I don't have to lay a new one for every meal. I'll bet your wife does the same thing." He nodded. "You'd win that bet." "So when we have soup, why not keep it there so it stays warm? That way I can have some hot quickly. It really isn't any particular kind of soup, I suppose, just what Hound and I eat ourselves. There's beans in it, and potatoes, and carrots for flavor."
"Good to smell all the same. Ham, too. Pig wins it."
The tureen received a place of honor in the center of the table next to Hound's candle. 4 large bowls clattered down, followed by rattling spoons.
"I'll get some bread. What's her name, Horn?"
He looked up, surprised.
"Your wife's?"
"Oh, Nettle. Her name is Nettle. I don't suppose you knew her as a child, years ago in the city?" "No. It's not a common name. I don't think I've ever known a Nettle." Tansy backed away, paused for a hurried conversation with her husband at the well, and retreated to her kitchen.
"She'll bring cups or something,"
Hound explained, setting his water bucket on the table beside the soup tureen.
"And beer for me. I hope you don't mind."
"Not at all." He paused, trying to collect his thoughts. Might we, I ought to say, begin by telling each other who we are? I realize it's not the conventional way to start a conversation, but, you see, I need information badly, and hope that when the three of you know why I need it as badly as I do, you'll be more inclined to give it to me. Tansy set a breadboard, a big loaf of dark bread, and the butcher knife on the table, and handed pannikins around. I can tell you who Hound and I are, and I will too, unless he wants to. Shall I? Go ahead, Hound said. Pig found his pannikin and pushed it across the table. Better have you fill it for me. You know our names, Tansy began. You wanted to know if I knew your wife in the city when I was a little girl, and I didn't. I grew up right here in End Road. So did Hound. We did live in the city up until about 5 years ago, though. There wasn't any work out here then. Hound said, There isn't any now, or very little. So we went to the city and worked there till my father passed away, and then my mother wrote and said we could have the shop. Tansy began ladling out soup. Mother lives next door, Hound explained. That's why it bothered Tansy so much when you said you'd kick in her door too. So that's what we do now. Hound goes into the city mostly and tries to find things people want that we can buy at a good price, and he's very good at it. Mother and I stay in the store mostly and sell the things. We have hammers and nails, we sell a lot of those, and tacks and screws, and then general tinware and crockery. Hound added, We have drills, planes, and saws, all of which my wife forgot to mention. I did cabinet work before we got the shop. We own our little house. Mother owns her house and the shop. We give her so much each week from what the shop takes in, and she helps Tansy there sometimes. So that's who we are, Horn, unless you want to hear about brothers and sisters. He shook his head. Thank you. By rights, we strangers should have gone first. It was gracious of you to give the example yourselves. He returned the pannikin, which he had filled with well water. Here you are, Pig. It's good water, I'm sure. When we met, you told me you were journeying west, I believe. Aye. He ladled water into his own, then held the ladle so that Arab could drink from it. Are you willing to tell us anything more? If you aren't, that should be sufficient, surely. Oh, aye. Dinna like ter snills, What you want to know? Pansy ventured. What happened to you? How... Pig laughed, a deep booming. How come you nae sae big as me? Freaks what Ma said. How you... Tansy's voice fell away. We'd like to have a child, and I worry, you know, that something might be wrong with it. Not that it would grow up big and strong. I'd like that. Hound said, Without offense, could you see when you were a boy? Oh, aye. Was a trooper's, Got caught, and they didn't like me. Seen a dagger come and had me in, and 'twas their last. Took me round after. Only Pig canna see 'em nae mair. Heard 'em, though. Through things had me too. 'Twas in their light lands, their mountings. Down here's flatlands. Pig spooned up more soup and swallowed noisily. You nae eatin' anything, Bucky? What's wrong with you? He picked up his spoon. Because you would have heard me, I suppose, if I had been, though I try to make as little noise as I can eating soup. You came here seeking new eyes, Pig? Aye. You knows of the wee folk, Bucky. Children, you mean? Or us? We must seem very small indeed to you. Smaller'n you. Hereabout folk don't know such, but in their light lands 'tis different. They comes and they goes. Pig held out his hand scarcely higher than the table. Little bits o' men, and mort's small term haven. Formeans took, they dinna hardly never come. Not many's never seed such up close like. After, they come round lots, knowing 'twas safe with me, long as they stayed out of my reach. Pig paused, his big fingers groping his beard. It nae been afar, maybe, canna say. And name a flannan come particular often. Stinna eatin' your soup, Bucky? I suppose I'm not especially hungry, he began. Bird, eat! Besides, I was listening to you with rapt attention. He dipped up soup and sipped. This was in the mountains, in the light lands, as you call them? Oh, aye.
Na brethren was taking care of me, after what had given me hope. Settin' hall to myself in the sun. Settin' on a stone, knew 'twas in the sun by the warm I hit on me clock, and here's Flannan. In the west, he says, they gie you in. Gae to other end of their sun. 'Tis main frame, says it, Flannan says. What fash is your bucky?
He had dropped his spoon into his bowl, and Tansy asked, Yes, what is it? I understand. What a fool! You talked about little people, Pig, and I ought to have understood you at once. They fly, don't they?
Do they fly, bucky? They do.
We call them flyers here, he said, and I used to know one. The mountains you mentioned, are those the mountains that look at mountains?
Aye, bucky, but 'tis long on their tongues, say Pig says mountings mostly.
He spoke to Tansy and Hound. The mountains that look at mountains surround Mainframe at the East Pole. I went there once. We flew over them. Wide-eyed, Tansy asked, Can you fly too? Like a flyer? No, I was a passenger, I suppose I should say, on the airship of the Rani of Trivigaunt. Auk and Chenille and Nettle and me. And Maytera too, and Patera Remora, a lot of people. We went to Mainframe and spoke with the dead. I know how that sounds, how incredible. You need not believe me, and I won't blame you in the least if you don't.
Bird, go,
Oreb declared. Will you, good bird? He fished a slice of celery from his soup and offered it. This is... Tansy pushed a lock of her long hair from her eyes. You really are extraordinary people, Horn. Both of you are. Everyone is an extraordinary person, he told her solemnly. I haven't profited from life as I should. I haven't learned very much at all. But I have learned that a fact I know beyond all doubt and question. That's something surely. He turned back to Pig. But you don't want to hear about me, and I certainly don't want to hear about myself. My mind keeps talking to me about myself all the time, and to confess the truth, I'm heartily sick of it. This flyer, Flannan, he said that they could give you new eyes at the West Pole, and that Mainframe had told him it was possible.
Did he say so? He did. Soon as he's half himself, 'tis the road for Pig. 'Tis a long one, though.
Hound asked, To the West Pole? I've never heard of anyone traveling anything like that far. Have you, Horn? No, it's hundreds of leagues, I'm sure. If memory serves, Scyathan, that was the flyer I knew, said once that it would take months for a mounted party to reach the East Pole, and I believe we're considerably nearer the East Pole than the West. It might easily take Pig years to walk to the West Pole, or so I would imagine.
'Tis been a year from me already, bucky.
Pig inclined toward him, his great homely face banded with its soiled rag and lit from below by the flickering candle, desperate and resolute.
Only to me, if een can be put back there, een can be put back somewhere else, like as nae. Say why nae husk along her way.
Why not, indeed?
Gae to other hand, though, if there's nae help for it. You needna come with me, if you find your own short of there.
The man Pig called Bucky smiled, sipped his water, and smiled again. Which brings us to me, I'm afraid. Shall I recount my tale? Pig grunted, and Hound and Tansy nodded, while Oreb bobbed his approval.
Silk talk.
My name is Horn, as you know. I was born in the city. I lived there until the age of 15, when a group of us boarded the lander that carried us to Blue, where we founded the town we call New Viron. My wife, Nettle, and I settled outside the town on Lizard Island. We manufacture paper there and sell it, or we did. He took another sip of water. It's so hot here, I had forgotten. Hound said, Lately, hot summers and short winters. Yes, I remember now. Mainframe is losing control of the sun, and Pass is trying to drive all of you out. Tansy nodded. That's what the augurs say.
Gae on, bucky.
As you wish. New Viron has grown. I won't call it a city, yet that would be only a slight exaggeration. Others have come, of course, and some have joined us, coming to live in New Viron or working land in its territory, or fishing or lumbering. Some have been from Viron itself, some from Limna and the other villages, no doubt including this one, and some from foreign cities. When a group from a foreign city lands, they are not permitted to establish a town of their own where they landed, for reasons that should be apparent. They must either join us in New Viron or leave our territory. Most choose to unite themselves to us. Hound said, I understand. Some are forced to stay and labor for us, I'm sorry to say, and are bought and sold like cattle. In any case, they too swell our population. There has been natural increase as well, as one would expect. Nettle and I have 3 sons, and ours is not considered a large family. Families with 8 or 10 children are by no means uncommon. You're looking for a mon of the name of Silk, Bookie. Yes, I am. And that's the most urgent point I require information on. He may be called Silk or Patera Silk. Can any of you tell me where to find him? Hound and Tansy shook their heads. Things are not as we'd like in New Viron, you see. The rich struggle with one another, each gathering such followers as he can and hoping to rule in a year or two. Stronger than any of them is the mob, those among us who acknowledge no rule but their own, and desire neither justice nor peace. Hound said, That sounds like Viron itself. Are you sure you're not talking about that? No. I have not set foot in Viron in 20 years, and I am very sorry indeed to hear that things are in such a state. Since neither you nor your wife can tell me where I might find Patera Silk, I take it he no longer leads your government. Tansy said, That was years and years ago. I see. He paused, stirred his soup, and fished out a morsel of cabbage for Oreb. We hoped that he could help us, and that he would. It's why I came. Hound asked, From Blue? Indirectly, yes. I knew Silk well in the old days. Tansy pulled a wad of colored cloth from one of the pockets of her apron. Napkins! I brought napkins and forgot to give them to you. He accepted one and wiped his eyes. I'm sorry. It's a childish weakness, one I very much regret. I happened to think again about leaving, and the last time I saw Silk, it was snowing. One of those short winters we spoke of, and I only saw half of it, half or less. Silk walked away into the snow, and we went down into the tunnels, Nettle and I. I was very excited, and felt that we were doing something terribly brave, and that we were doing what Silk wanted too. I'm sure we were, still. I know we were. And we were going to go to a wonderful new Whorl. We did that. But when I think back to the days when I lived with my mother and father, and my sisters and brothers, and all of us knew Patera Silk, I call them the good old days. That seems so sad now. How very young we were. Poor Silk. Not really, Oreb. He smiled through his tears. I've had a good life, one that's not over yet. I've loved a wonderful woman and a very beautiful woman, and I have been loved. Not many men can say that. Hand me your story, Bookie. Very well. Nettle and I built a house on Lizard, well away from the stealing and the shootings. We were poor, if you like, yet we were happy, though there were times when there wasn't enough to eat. Reminded of the necessity of eating, he spooned up soup and tasted it. This is really excellent. I'm hungry, no doubt, and that always helps, but excellent by any measure. Tansy made him a little seated bow, her long black hair gleaming in the candlelight. We lived there quite contentedly and brought up our sons. One day 5 of the leading citizens called on us. They talked about conditions in town and crop failures, the corn crop naturally, because it had failed disastrously that year. To tell you the truth, I couldn't imagine what they were getting at. Neither could Nettle, I'm sure. They had never shown any regard for our opinions in the past, and if they wanted our advice, I at least had little to give. There was Marrow, who has been one of our leading men from the beginning, and his cognizance Patera Remora and 3 more. I could name and describe the others, but it would mean nothing to you. They had been given away to return someone to this long-sun Whorl, or thought they had. Our own lander would have made that possible, and even easy, of course, if only it had not been looted of nearly everything that permitted it to fly the moment it put down. But it had been and was beyond repair. Silk had been our leader until we went into the tunnels. I ought to have said that. Good Silk. He nodded, his face serious. He was. He was the greatest man I've known and the best. It is said that not many great men are good men, but Silk was, and had a way of making even bad people like and trust him that I've never seen in any other man. After giving her husband a timid glance, Tansy ventured, I wish we'd known him. I wish you had too. I knew him, as I said, and it was one of the principal matters of my life. Nettle and I even wrote a book about him. He sipped more soup. When we left, he was Calde of Viron. Can you tell me what happened? Not in any detail, Hound said. He was forced out of office. I wish my father were still alive to tell you about it. He knew more about it than Tansy and I do. She said, We were children then. It was, 10 years ago or 12, about that. Hound nodded. He wanted everyone to get on the landers and wanted to go himself, or he said he did. He kept telling people they ought to leave and taking cards out of circulation. Nobody liked that. There were protests and riots, a lot of trouble. I know a lot of people wanted him arrested and tried, but I don't think it was ever really done. He was an augur, after all. He was married, Tansy objected. Mother still talks about it. She doesn't like it. Pig coughed and spat. Nae gang to heat your soup, Bucky. Pity to waste it. He pushed his bowl over. You may have it, if you'll give Oreb a bite or two. I'm full. Have you had any bread, Pig? Nay, Bucky, what about yer? I'll cut you some. It will be delicious dipped in that excellent soup, I feel sure. There's more in the kitchen keeping hot, Tansy put in, and in the big bowl should be hotter than what you have. Let me warm yours up, Pig. Hound said, I know we haven't really answered your question, Horn, but we've told you everything we remember. You don't know what became of Silk after he was deposed? Hound shrugged. I don't think he was killed or thrown into the pits. My father would have talked about it. Tansy ventured. People tell stories, you know how it is. Somebody's seen him in the market somewhere, or they're living in the city under new names, Silk and his wife, or he goes around in disguise helping people. A lot of people think he's gone outside. He was always talking about that, they say. Nodding to himself, he passed 2 thick slices of bread to Pig, who said, Thank you, Bucky. Hound yawned. I've seen him. I ought to tell you that, Horn. My father thought he was wonderful, so when he came here, my father held me up so I could have a good look at him. They used to sell pictures of him, too, and for a while we had one over the fireplace. It's probably still up in the attic. We're keeping you and your wife from bed, I'm afraid. Tansy smiled. It's almost morning anyway. Hound seconded her. We were asleep when you knocked. When the sun goes dark, there isn't much else we can do. Candles are very dear, Tansy explained, and so is oil for the lamps. We used to sell them. We still sell oil, but it's pricey these days. It's all gone now, dear. Palm bought the last yesterday. I'll try to get some more when I go into the city tomorrow. I was going to scout around for candles anyway. Are you two going there? Are we? We are. To find me in, right, Bucky? Yes, to find eyes for Pig and for my friend Maytera Marble back home. I was about to tell you about her a moment ago, as it happens. She's a chem. I suppose there are still a few chems left? Hound nodded. Not many. Her eyes have failed her, and I'd like to find new ones, if I can. I was going to say that when those 5 called on Nettle and me, they did so because we had known Patera Silk better than almost anyone else on Blue. The sole exception to that is Maytera Marble, who knew him better than either of us, but she's very old now, and in need of eyes, as I said. Pig swallowed soup-soaked bread. Dinna fash me, Bucky. Thank you. Yet I know it must be painful. Have either of you any idea where I might find new eyes for a chem? Any idea at all? Hound shook his head. Oddly enough, I do. Do you know where I might find a male chem? There should be some in this city. It's been years since I've seen a chem here in End Road, male or female. Tansy murmured, except for the soldiers. That's right. Hound snapped his fingers. 20 or 30 soldiers went through here about, a couple months ago. They were male chems naturally, so I was wrong, But they didn't stay, and they haven't come back."
"Where bound to?"
Pig inquired. "I have no idea. Why are you looking for a male chem?" Oreb had a question, too, and stopped demolishing the slice of bread Pig had given him to voice it.
"Iron Man?"
"Yes, we want to find an Iron Man. Let me know if you see one, please." Tansy asked, "But why?" "Because chems can reproduce, just as bios such as you and your husband can. It's a point I should have raised with Patera Marble the last time I spoke with her." Hound said, "A male and a female chem can get together and build a child. I've heard that." "It's not like we do," Tansy protested. "They have to make the parts and put them together, so it's not the same thing. Our child's going to grow in me. That's what we hope and pray for." "Exactly. You and Hound can make a son or a daughter for yourselves. If I had time, I'd look for a better word than make, but for the moment that will have to do. The point is that what you make is a child, not pieces that can be assembled to make up one. You don't make eyes and afterward a nose and then a heart or liver, so that even if, I hope you'll excuse this, Pig, even if there were a great surgeon sitting with us who could put new eyes into Pig's sockets in such a way that he could see again, you two couldn't make a pair of new eyes for him to use. Chems are made quite differently, of course. Each parent carries half the information necessary to make the parts and assemble them. Now follow me closely, please. When my friend Patera Marble plucked out one of her eyes, both, as I say, had stopped functioning, she took it out quite easily, and she took it out as a unit. Am I making myself clear?" Hound said, "Yes, certainly." Both her eyes had gone blind, but they did not go blind at the same moment. If they had, she would have known, I feel sure, that the real trouble lay deeper, and new eyes would not permit her to see again. What actually happened was that one failed first, and the other failed a short time afterward. I know that Patera inherited certain new parts when Patera Rose died. Patera Rose was also a Sibyl, and was the senior Sibyl at our Manteon at the time of her death. I do not believe, however, that either eye was among those parts. If I am correct, Patera Marble had been using the eyes that failed her for more than 300 years. Presumably, they simply wore out. Pig put down his spoon.
Didn't try to make herself no new ones, Bucky."
"You're ahead of me, clearly. No, I do not believe she did. If she had, she said nothing about that effort to me, and I feel sure she would have."
"She'd have tried, anyhow. You can take such from me, and Lily, too."
"I agree. Why didn't she at least attempt it? Surely it must have been because she didn't know how, and since new chems clearly require new eyes, they must be among the parts made by the male. If I can find a male chem, I'll try to persuade him to make eyes for her and give them to me to take back to her." Pig said slowly,
"Or you could find a dead un, Bucky, and pluck his out."
"Yes, provided I can remove them without damaging them." He endeavored unsuccessfully to sit up straighter and square his shoulders. "I've no wish to end your conversation, friends, but I'm very tired indeed, and you say it will soon be shade up. With your permission, I'd like to excuse myself." Hound said, "Yes, certainly," and Tansy, "You can sleep in the house if you'd rather do that, or I can bring out some blankets for you to lie down on." "I shall be quite comfortable wherever I lie down, you may be sure." He took 3 steps back from the table, sank to his knees, and stretched out on the coarse, dry grass. Pig groped for his sword, found it, and rose.
"Will you, Bucky? Good night to all."
"Horn," Hound asked, "would you and your friend like to go with me tomorrow?" There was no reply. "I'll be riding one of our donkeys, Pig, and leading the other 2. Now that I see you standing up—" Pig's chuckle rumbled in his chest.
"Nae donkey for me, but thank you kindly. Bucky can, and he'll thank you better than Pig. You're a buck and a brother."
Tansy touched Hound's elbow. "The shade's nearly up already, dear." "I'll wait for them to get some rest," he told her. "We can camp if we have to." He turned back to Pig. "But there's something else we ought to talk about. You two haven't known each other long, have you?"
"Have we? We've nae. Met up on the road tonight, we did. You need nae fash. You nae gang till tittle Nathan what's news to old pig.
It's just... Hound glanced helplessly at his wife. We were all sitting there pretending. You and Tansy were, and I was too. All of us except his bird.
Good bird.
Arab's tone declared that matter settled. Tansy asked, Do you really know what we know, Pig? You're not from around here.
Aye.
I do too. I think so. I know Hound better than anybody, and I could tell from the way he opened our house to you and the way he talked. I think I could. I did. I really do. Hound drew a deep breath.
He kept saying and saying he was looking for Calde Silk, but that's Calde Silk right there. That's Calde Silk himself, Pig. You never saw him, but people have told me he's living with his wife in the old manse quite near here. Aye, laddie. Meant to call on him, but he was nae to home. Door open and wife dead, layin' in a box. Fell to her. Met up with him and Horrib after. Kenned who he was, and he didna.
Slowly and heavily Pig sank to the grass.
Lucky for Pig, yer say. Ha! Lucky for him. Time'll say. Pig dinna ken nae more'n Horrib there.
He lay back, his sheathed sword clasped to his chest.
You best to call him Horn when he wakes. And rouse me, will yer?
In a moment more he was snoring. Hound and Tansy stared at each other, but found nothing to say. He was in a boat, and there was a monster greater and more terrible than the leather skin below it, its face showing through the long, smooth swell. He opened his old black pen case, dipped a black quill into the little ink bottle, and began to write furiously, conscious of how short, how terribly short, a time was left to him. I am just setting out for Pajaroku, he wrote, knowing nothing of what is about to transpire there, not even knowing that my son Sinew has decided to track me down and go to Green with me, or that my grandson Crate, the son of my daughter Jali, will soon join me as a son. The scratching of the quill slowed and died. He stared at the paper. Who was Crate? He had no daughter, no sons. To the west, a lonely bird flew over the water, black as it crossed and recrossed the sun. He knew the bird was Arab, and that Arab was calling, "Silk! Silk! Silk!" as he flew. The bird was too far, its hoarse voice too faint to be heard. He thought of standing and waving, of calling Arab to him, of lighting the lantern and running it up the mast for Arab to see, so that the leatherskin or something else in the water would come to him, would come called by his burning prayer at sunset. He thought of looking over the side at the monstrous face beneath the water, of challenging it to emerge and destroy him if it could. He did none of these things. The boat rocked, becoming the cradle that had made for hoof and hide, a cradle large enough for two, so that Nettle, sitting in the sea, could rock the two together, rocking with her left hand while the right drove the quill. Enlightenment came to Patera Silk on the ball court. Nothing could be the same after that. The book that they had never been able to begin begun at last, the book that lay behind his effort to make paper, behind the paper-making that had succeeded where nothing else would succeed, the paper-making that had made him the envy of his brothers and the pride of his mother, the paper-making that had been the salvation of the family. I am just setting out for Pajaroku. Who was Pajaroku, and what had he done? He crossed out the words and rewrote them. It is worthless, this old pen case. It is nothing. You might go around the market all day and never find a single spirit who would trade you a fresh egg for it. Yet it holds... Enough. Yes, enough. I am sick with fancies. That was it. That was good. He reached down to turn the page so that he might begin a new one, but there was no need. The one he had written remained blank. He stood up and shouted, but he could not recall the bird's name, and the bird would not come in any case, could not hear him, remained in his pen case no matter how wildly he shouted or how loudly he waved his arms. Something with tusks and shining eyes was swimming to him, swimming east, always and forever east, in a spear-straight line from Shadlow, its wake marked already by faint phosphorescence. He shouted until Sea-Rack rose from the sea to comfort him, smoothing his hair with two smooth white hands. It's only a dream, Whorl, only a dream. If you need anyone, Hound and I are right here. He wanted her to stay, to lie in their boat with him and comfort him, but she vanished when he tried to hold her, and it was getting dark and green rising, a baleful jade eye. There were water bottles in the racks, but the boat was gone and the salt sea with it, the sea that was a river called Whorl in which corpses floated, savaged by big turtles with beaks like the beaks of parrots, the river that circled with Whorl, the river over which the stars never set. He had come to the end of that river, and it was too late. He sat up. The well-remembered walls of the pit encircled him, walls marked with dank crevices opening on ruinous passages half filled with earth and stones. "It's dirt up here," a voice behind him rasped. He turned and saw Spider sitting behind him on the tumbled column, Spider in conversation with small girls in starched frocks. "It's all dirt," Spider repeated, and added, "I can tell from how it's made." He asked politely how he could find Hyacinth. "Down there," the blonde girl pointed. "She's down there like Spider and me." The dark girl nodded. "Down there where you're going, and she can't ever come back. Take a cake for the dog." Spider nodded too, saying, "It's dirt down there. I can tell from how it's made." Spider took something green from his pocket and handed it over. It was one of the crawling green lights that lined the tunnels, and it began to crawl across his palm, gleaming in the hot sunshine until he closed his fingers around it. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you very much." "Oh, you ain't thanked me yet," Spider told him. "You'll thank me when you're down there." He knelt and wiggled through the opening and back onto his boat, where the crawling green light he had put upon the ceiling was green rising in the east, a baleful eye. Pig was seated in the stern, his hand upon the tiller and Oreb on his shoulder. "Good silk," said Oreb. Pig removed the dirty gray cloth that had covered his eyes, and when it was gone, he, who had supposed that he could actually see. And Pig's big, bearded face was Silk's. "This is really very kind of you," he told Hound when he had washed and sipped the maté Tansy made for him. "But won't we be getting a late start?" "Yes," Hound conceded, "but it doesn't matter much. Usually I start before shade-up, as Tansy will attest, I'm sure, because she always gets up too, even though I tell her not to, and makes breakfast for me." Tansy laughed. "I go back to bed after he leaves." "If I have good weather," Hound continued, "and drive the donkeys for all I'm worth, there's a nice old inn in the middle of the city that I stop at. It's not too terribly expensive, and I'm right there to start my buying the next day." "I understand." "But even if we left this instant, we couldn't possibly reach the city before shade-low, so we'll camp along the road someplace, or stay at a country inn I know about. It's not as nice as the one I usually stay at, but it will save us a few bits, and if we rough it beside the road, that will cost nothing. Either way, we'll finish the trip tomorrow, and I'll start my trading tomorrow afternoon." Tansy asked, "Shall I cook something now for you two, or wait till Pig wakes up?" "Wait," Hound told her. "He'll eat more than Horn and me put together." "Then I'd like to show Horn our shop. Can I?" Hound looked at him, shrugging. "Do you want to see it? It's very ordinary, except for being so small." Tansy said, "But it's where we work, so it's not ordinary to us. It's ours, and the others aren't." Their shop was on the village square, a very short distance from the little house on the edge of the village in which they lived. He stayed respectfully behind them as they mounted its 3 steep steps and unlocked its door. "I don't think we'll have any customers this early," Tansy told him. "But if we do, we'll sell them whatever they've come for and then lock up again when we go. I'll open up for the day after you and Hound and Pig leave." "You said it was small." He paused to look around at the shiny pots and pans suspended from the ceiling, the barrels of nails, and the hammers and saws hung from nails in the walls. "But it's bigger than our house on Lizard, and we raised 3 children in that house." "There are rooms up above, too," Tansy told him. "My father used to rent them out. We tried to, but we couldn't find anybody who wanted them." Hound said,
There are so many empty houses these days. Anybody who wants a house can just move in.
So we keep the extra stock up there, and there's a bed so Mother can nap when she gets too tired. We should have brought you here last night, then you could have slept in a bed.
My father had a shop like this in the city. I shouldn't say like this, really, because his wasn't as big. He sold paper and quills and ink and account books and so forth.
Hound's eyebrows went up.
That might not be a bad idea for us. You can't buy paper here in Endroad. I'll see what a ream goes for in the city.
Tansy said, Nobody here will want that much.
Of course not. Hound's voice was brisk. 1 bit for 2 sheets of paper and 1 envelope. We'll have a big bottle of ink, too, and sell it by measure.
You couldn't sell quills here, Tansy said. Just about everybody hunts or keeps geese and ducks.
Or both, Hound added. Look at this maul, Whorl. I made it myself, so it cost us nothing, and we've got it priced at 9 bits, which is what you'd have to pay for a maul like this in the city. The head is elm and the handle's ash. I finished them both with pumice and flaxseed oil.
That doesn't burn well in lamps, but it's a good polish for wood, Tansy said. He accepted the maul and carried it to a window to admire it, and she, somewhat timidly, stepped closer and pushed up the sleeves of his plain brown tunic. What happened to your arms? He glanced down at their soiled bandages.
I cut myself somehow. I want to say reaching into some brambles, because they are injuries of that sort, but I don't remember exactly how it happened.
Hound said,
Some of those look pretty nasty.
I saw them when he took the maul, Tansy said. I'm going to take those off and put something on the cuts, Whorl, and then I'll tie them up again for you. Sometimes somebody cuts himself in here, so I keep bandages and things upstairs.
She hurried to the narrow stair at the back of the shop. He told Hound, I'm putting you to a great deal of trouble.
We're glad to do it.
Hound took the maul and restored it to its place on the wall. I just wish we could do more for you, and that my father could be here to help. He'd like to, I know.
As Hound spoke, Oreb swooped through the open door to perch on the handle of a scythe. Stand up, big man.
Pigs awake, you mean?
Oreb's scarlet-crowned head bobbed. Pig up.
In that case, we ought to rejoin him as soon as possible.
Go shop, Oreb explained. Birds say shop, pig go.
Hound chuckled. You know, I'm starting to understand him. Is your friend coming to meet us here, Whorl?
He nodded, hearing Tansy's small, swift feet again upon the stairs.
I only hope he can find it.
If he could find his way to Viron from the East Pole, he can find our shop in this village. Roll up your sleeves, Tansy ordered, and then, wait, I'll do it for you. Hold out your arm. This may hurt.
I hope so.
She glanced up at him. You do? Why?
Because I feel that I've done something wrong, that I've failed a test of some sort and deserve to be punished.
He paused, recalling the kitchen and the woman who had tied the bandages Tansy was cutting away with scissors. Did I say something last night about not remembering when I slept last? That's incorrect. I slept in a field of new wheat. I dreamed about Nettle sitting on the beach and trying to warn her, trying to warn somebody anyway, and failing. Poor Silk! Oreb flew to his shoulder. Yes, poor Silk indeed, with no one but a fool like me to search for him. He may or may not need help, but every god knows New Viron and I do. Hold still, Tansy directed. This isn't the first time you've hurt your arm, is it? That's an ugly scar. At the door, a new office asked, You say you were the only one looking for Calde Silk, stranger? Hound said, Gods be, Merle. Is there something we can do for you this morning?
Morning to you and your wife.
A spare, middle-aged man in a worn tunic of faded green stepped into the shop.
Saw your door open, is all.
Tansy glanced up. This is our friend Whorl, Merle. He's cut himself, and I'm salving them for him. See how brave he is?
You're looking for Calde Silk, he says.
Merle rubbed his stubbled jaw. Yes, I am. Do you know where I can find him?
Was in the old manse, only nobody hardly seen him there.
Can you tell me where that is? Oreb fluttered dolefully.
No go. Well, I could write enough, only he's not there no more. Not now, anyhow.
Merle drew himself up.
You seen these men that got their heads all wrapped up, Hound? They got shawls or something tied around them like a woman.
Hound shook his head.
You mean here? Right here in End Road. I'm telling you. You see him, stranger?
No see, Oreb declared for both. Unless you mean my friend Pig, who ties a cloth around his head to conceal his sightless eyes, I have not.
Instead of a hat's what I mean. I figure they're fixing to kill him. They got slug guns and swords and these here big knives.
Merle pointed to a corn knife on the wall.
About like that and only nicer. They come to my place in the big dark of yesterday. Scared Spirea and Verbena to where they crawled right under the bed. Fact.
Hound asked, how many were there?
There's 3.
Merle paused.
Foreign-looking and had foreign-sounding names, too, to where I don't recollect 'em. Not right from nowhere's near, here's where Myrtle says to me. And she had the right of it. I know how to get to the old manse, and I tells him try there. I don't know as how he's in there. I says, only you state your business with him, and maybe you'll find out something you're needing to know.
He asked, did they find him? Please, sir, this is extremely important to me. As she knotted a clean bandage, Tansy murmured, I doubt that he knows.
Never thought to see him again, I'll tell you. I did, though, just walking to town this morning. Met him where the road crosses. Couldn't have been an hour ago.
Did they find Silk? He repeated. Merle shook his head.
Said not. Said there wasn't nobody home.
Merle laughed.
They didn't like me much, I'll tell you. But I says, well, I told you everything I knew, so try in the city. They says, yep, that's where there's bound for.
Hound said, it's where I'm going with Horn here and another man, too. We've already tarried too long.
I agree. I thank you. I can't possibly thank you and Tansy enough for all your kindness. But if these foreign men really do intend harm to Silk, I must find him first. And the one thing everyone seems to agree upon is that he isn't here. Hesitantly, Hound asked, you'll be going your own way, you and Pig, as soon as we reach the city, to look for Calde Silk and for a doctor for Pig and so on?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then Hound glanced at his wife.
We'd like to give you something to remember us by, wouldn't we, Tansy?
She looked up, and her smile rendered her small, sweet face radiant. I was hoping to give them some food to take with them, if it's all right with you.
Yes, absolutely. But they'll eat it, and then it will be gone. I mean something that Horn can keep.
He said,
that certainly isn't necessary, and since I'll be traveling on foot for the most part on one of our donkeys until we get into the city, I must travel light of necessity. Really, I'd much prefer you wouldn't.
Hound ignored it.
This is what we have. What you see here, choose anything you like.
Interested, Oreb flew up to perch on the edge of a stew pot and peck at a grater.
Hound said, a little pan that you could cook in wouldn't weigh much, and I think you might find it comes in very handy.
Tansy added, or a sewing kit to mend your clothes, Horn. We have those too, with needles and a pair of little scissors and everything that you roll up in a cloth. You could carry it in your pocket.
He pointed. If you're serious, and I repeat that you really needn't do this, that's what I'd like to have. A lantern?
He nodded. Last night, really it was before last night, I suppose, during what Merle called the Big Dark, I wanted such a lantern very badly indeed. I would have given far more than I possess for one. To get one for nothing is more than I prayed for, if you're still sure that you want to do this. Certainly we do. Hound can reach it down for you.
Merle whispered. They got better uns in back. Those is the 3 bit uns. Them in back's 5.
That's right, Hound said. I'll get you one. He went to the back of the shop and returned a moment later carrying a black lantern somewhat smaller than the tin ones suspended from the ceiling.
This one's enameled, you see. It opens like this so you can light it, and once you've closed it, it will blow away before it blows out.
Merle leaned over the small black lantern, studying it as if he expected to receive it.
Thought you was out of candles.
We are, Hound told him.
There's a candle in every lantern we sell, naturally, but
We have no—" The little shop was plunged in utter blind darkness.
"Look out!"
Oreb croaked warily.
"Watch out!"
5. Haunting Dorp. Morning. I went to bed exhausted and feel that I am exhausted still, but I want to bring this account, which has fallen behind so badly, up to date. And I know that I can sleep no longer, unlike my unlucky daughter, who, as far as I know, is sleeping yet. We stayed at the inn for 3 nights, idling and telling idle tales of ghosts, war, and riot, until food and fodder were running low and the snow had stopped. She was still sleeping, but Sergeant Azajan demanded we go, which we did. Hyde, poor Jali, the sergeant and his ledgermen, and me. She cannot be awakened. Hyde and I contrived a rough litter for her. It was carried by her mule and a pack-horse, and gave endless trouble. Each of us has been put into a private house, whose owners are responsible for us. I am in a 3rd-floor bedroom, cold and draughty, whose door is locked outside. They tried to feed me when I came, but I wanted only to rest. Now I am up, wearing my coat and wrapped in a quilt. There is a little fireplace, but no fire. Eventually someone will bring me food, and perhaps I can get wood and a fire. I hope so. I, who am so seldom hungry these days, find that I am hungry now. Given my choice between food and fire, I believe I might choose the food, which surprises me. Oreb has gone. I would like to have something to give him when he comes back. I have been praying. Sometimes I feel that the outsider is as near me as he was to Silk. It was like that when I sacrificed upon the hilltop. Today it seems that he is busy far away and does not hear a word. Perhaps he is angry at me for befriending Jali, as I confess I have tried to do. What do the family charged with imprisoning her think of her at this moment? How I would love to know. Without me to keep them away, they are bound to find out soon. I hesitate to write that she is an Inhuma, but look at this account. See how much of it there is. Scarcely a word does not condemn me. I will not destroy it. No, I would sooner perish. If it condemns me, it will show equally that Hyde is innocent. The Inhumi are evil creatures, granted. How could they be otherwise? More prayer and furious thought. Pacing the floor, wearing my quilt like a robe. Jali's spirit cannot return to her, that seems certain. I should never have returned while leaving her there. I must go back and bring her home, although I cannot imagine how it is to be accomplished. We will be tried, even if they do not learn that Jali is an Inhuma, tried for restraining the fat traitor, robbed by the law of all we took from the robbers, and, as I hope, released, or enslaved, as Azajan seemed to think likely. Food at last, and good food too, and plenty of it. It was brought up around midday by a big, pleasant-looking woman named Anvagen. She and her husband own this house. Bread, butter, cheese, 3 kinds of sausage. This last I shall not believe when I reread this. Fresh onions, pickled vegetables of a dozen sorts mixed together, mustard and coffee, with a little flask of brandy which I am to use to season it to suit my taste. A feast. One on which I feasted considerably before stopping to write it all down. I asked Anvagen whether she was not afraid I might overpower her and escape when she brought my food. She answered very sensibly that she knew I would not because I had too many possessions, our baggage and the bandits' loot. Goods was her word. I would stay and face the court, she said, hoping to come away with something. And will I? That Scylla will decide, my sire, said Anvagen, which I did not find comforting. I dream of her again and again. Since you're not afraid of me, might I have my staff? It reminds me of happier times, and I miss it. In my kitchen it is. At once you need it, my sire? No, I don't need it at all. I simply would like to have it, and I certainly won't try to harm you with it. If you'll let me go down and get it, I'll carry it back up. I hate to put you to so much trouble, Anvagen. I confess I was hoping to gain a bit of freedom, enough to let me visit Jali. Some while afterward, a little servant girl with hair as bright as a tangerine came, bringing my staff and an armload of firewood. Her name is Vadsig, and she is a girl, in fact, hardly more than a child. Recalling honorifica, I showed her the face on my staff and declared that it could talk. She laughed and challenged me to make it say something. I explained that it was angry at her for laughing and would probably never talk to her after that. She appeared to enjoy it all, which was certainly what I wanted, laid the fire, and went off to fetch coals from one of the others, promising to return at once, but she has been waylaid by her mistress, I fear. What a dream! I want to record it before I forget it. Mora, Fava, and I were riding through a jungle on green in an open carriage, the horses trotting purposefully ahead without a driver. I explained about Jali over and over, beginning each new explanation as soon as I had finished the last, and interrupted at long intervals by pointless questions from one or the other. Mora wanted to know whether my room is above the kitchen, and Fava asked what color Vadsig's hair was. I remember those. At last I asked where the carriage was taking us, and Scylla replied, cracking her arms like whips over the horses. Since the immense boles of the trees we passed and the monstrous hairless beasts we glimpsed showed that we were on green, I knew, as one knows all such senseless things in dreams, that we could never reach the sea unless I drove. In any event, I moved up to the driver's seat and took the reins. Mora sat beside me. Fearing that Fava might be angry, I looked behind us. She had become a dead doll, with Chenille's knife protruding from her ribs. The trees were gone. Dust swirled around us. I explained to Mora that I was taking us to Blue, but she had become Hyacinth. That is all I can remember, although I feel sure there was more. All this, as I should make clear, took place after Vadsig came with the promised coals and lit my fire. She wanted to know all about me, where I came from and where I had been, why I was under arrest, and so on and so forth. I told her about Viron, how empty the city is now, and how a starless night can begin at midday and last for days, at which she became exceedingly skeptical. I told her I had sacrificed there, wearing the same torn and dirty robe I am wearing now, and took off the quilt, which I no longer required, and my coat so she could see it. She knows nothing of augury, poor child, and less of the gods. She said she would never believe in a god she could not see. I explained that she would never see the outsider, who is the principal god here, and that even Silk had seen him only in a dream. After that we talked about dreams, and she wanted me to tell her fortune, by which she meant that I was to practice augury as I had in Viron. One sausage remained, so I sacrificed it, the little fire in the grate, our sacred window, and our altar fire. She caught brandy blood in my empty cup and flung it into the flames, which gave us a fine flash of blue. After I had read her sausage, a wealthy marriage soon, happiness, and many children, and burned a piece of it, I gave her the rest. She is no plumper than my staff, poor child, although she insists that Andvagan gives her enough to eat. After she left, I prayed for a time and went to bed, and that is when I had the dream I have recounted. I cannot say what it means, and doubt that it means anything. I have been trying to contrive some plan, but soon fall to rehashing my dream instead. Planning seems so useless with our situation as it is. What can be planned when I have no freedom to carry any plan out? I might escape Andvagan and her husband easily, and every god knows I care nothing for the loot. With considerable luck, I might steal a horse and escape from Dorp, leaving Hyde to face the wrath of our captors alone, and poor Jali in her coma to be burned alive, neither of which I have the smallest intention of doing. They bind me far more securely than his cupidity could ever bind Nat. At least I know what doll it was that searched for Hyde. How good it was to see Hyacinth, although it was only for a moment and only in a dream. When Nettle and I lived in the Chaldees' palace, I disliked her, or thought I did. Each of us was jealous of the attention Silk gave the other, I think, which was as foolish as it was wrong. What a beautiful woman she was, good or bad. When someone is gifted, we think he should behave better than the rest of us, as Silk did. But in Silk's case, his goodness was his gift, a gift he had made for himself. It was the magnetism that drew others to him that caused his embryo to be put aboard a lander. That was the work of Passa's scientists, as Pig's size and strength were. Recalling the red sun Whorl that it became, I cannot but wonder whether it did not sacrifice too much for us. His goodness he made for himself as a boy and a young man, as I wrote just a moment ago. No doubt he was prompted by his mother, but then all boys are. I was myself, but how much good did mother's promptings do? Oreb has returned, having found no one who might help us, and having nothing to report save cold and snow, dispirited and unwilling to converse. We progress. Vadsig brought my breakfast today, and with it news better than any fried mush. Jali is being held in a house diagonally across the street from ours. I hurried to my window, but it looks in the wrong direction. Then please, Vadsig, I beg you, let me go to a window from which I can see it. If only I can see for a single minute the house in which my poor daughter is a prisoner, I'll feel 1,000 times better. I swear to you I won't run away, and I'll return to this room and let you lock me in again the moment you tell me I must go back. It took a great deal of pleading, but she agreed. Out we went, 10 steps down a little hallway and into a bedroom only slightly larger and more comfortable than mine. It was Vadsig's own, as she explained with touching pride, a narrow bed, half smothered by an old quilt intended for a bigger one, a fireplace with a wood box, and an old chest that I feel sure has more than enough room for her entire wardrobe. Together we leaned from her window so that she might point out the window of the room in which poor Jali lies. "A doctor for her they want if the court for him will pay," confided Vadsig. "Poor thing," muttered Oreb, and I agree. Let us hope that it will not. Afterwards she showed me her most prized possessions, a sketch of her dead parents by a street artist, and a cracked vase given her by Anvagen. She is 16, she said, but under pressure admitted she might be no more than 15 after all. I would say 14. None of which means much. The important points are that Jali is confined within a short walk of where I sit, that she, like me, is on the 3rd floor of a private house, and that Vadsig is inclined to be friendly. She promises to find hide for me as well. Perhaps I should note that the house in which Jali is confined has a stone first story and 2 upper stories of wood, a kind of construction that seems very common here, and that the street is narrow but carries a good deal of traffic, mostly wagon loads of bales, barrels, or boxes. I returned to this room as I had promised, heard Vadsig's key squeak in the lock and the solid thump of the bolt, and knelt to squint through the keyhole, hoping for another glimpse of the only friend I have in this brutal, busy, savage seaport. I did not get it, however. The key was still in the lock. That gave me an idea. I slid this sheet of paper under my door and used the point of one of Oreb's quills to tickle the key into a position that allowed me to poke it out. It fell, and I retrieved this sheet with infinite care, hoping to bring the key in with it. The sheet returned indeed, but the key did not, and I swore. "No good?" Oreb inquired. "Exactly," I told him. "Either the key is too thick to slide under the door, or it hit the paper and bounced off." "Bird find." I thought that he planned to fly out my window and re-enter the house by another, and was about to warn him that it might be a long while before he found another window open in this cold weather, but he disappeared into a triangular hole I had not noticed previously, where the wainscoting meets the chimney near the ceiling. In 5 minutes or less he was back with the key in his beak. I have it hidden in my stocking. All this has given me another idea. I am going to write a letter to which I will sign Jali's name, and have Oreb push it between the shutters of her window for her captors to find. It can do us no harm, and may be of benefit. Supper was late, as expected. Poor Vadsig looked everywhere for her key before confessing to Anvagen that she had lost it. Anvagen boxed her ears, and so on, all of which was unfortunate but unavoidable. I comforted her as well as I could in Anvagen's presence, and promised her a coral necklace when I am free. "Svigstay coming is, and you to the court going are," says Anvagen, looking as somber as her fair hair and red face allow. She is a good woman at base, I believe. This is Mulpsday, so I have nearly a week to wait. I must return Jali to blue and consciousness before then. There can be no delay, no excuses. It must be done. I left my room some time after midnight, after Oreb reported that all the inhabitants were asleep. There are 4, Anvagen and Vadsig, cook and master. After locating our baggage in a ground-floor storeroom off the kitchen and retrieving Patera Mint's gift and some other things, I explored the rest of the house until I understood the plan of its floors thoroughly. It was dark by Blue's standards, although nothing to compare with the pitchy blackness of a dark day. Smoldering fires gave enough light to save me from tripping over furniture, Areb advised me in hoarse whispers, and I groped my way with my staff. When I felt I knew the house, I went outside. As expected, every door of the house in which Jali lies was locked. The key to my room will not open them, and I suspect they are barred at night, as the outer doors of this house are. Nothing more to report, save that I have asked Vadsig to bring me a lump of sealing wax so I can study the impression made by this ring. The stone is not actually black, I find. Call it purple-gray. Much shouting downstairs before lunch. Vadsig explained that she is not supposed to leave the house without permission, but that she had gone out to discover where Hyde is being held. Cook caught her and gave her a dressing down. "But finding him for you I am, my sire Horn. In the house behind the house where your daughter is, he is. Not happy there he is. These things the girl there tells. Up and down he walks. 1,000 questions he asks." "I see. I'm very sorry to hear this, Vadsig. I don't want to get you into any more trouble, but sometime when you are sent to the market, do you think it might be possible for you to speak to him?" "If it you wish, my sire, trying I am. Parel upstairs will let me go, that may be." "Thank you, Vadsig. Thank you very, very much. I'm forever indebted to you. Vadsig, when we were in your room, you showed me the picture of your parents and your vase, things that are precious to you. Do you remember?" She laughed and shook out her short orange hair with a touch of the pride she showed in her bedroom. She has a good merry laugh. "From yesterday, not so quickly forgetting I am." "I want to warn you that it's not wise to show precious things to everyone, Vadsig. You see, I'm going to give you something precious, the coral necklace I promised you, but it could get you into trouble if Anvagen knew you had it. Do you think we could make it a little secret between the two of us for the time being?" "From me it she would take? This you think, my sire?" I shrugged. "You know her much better than I do, Vadsig." There was a lengthy pause while Vadsig reached a decision. "Not showing her I am." Areb commended her. "Wise girl." "Stealing I am, she thinking is. After court, you giving it are, my sire?" "No, right now." I got out my paper and opened the pen case. "First, though, I'm going to write something you can show other people to prove that you're not a thief." I did and gave it to her, but finding that she was unable to read, I read it aloud for her. "Be it known that I, Horn, a traveler and a resident of New Viron, give this coral necklace, having 34 large beads of fine green coral flushed with rose, to my friend Vadsig, a resident of Dorp. It comes to her as a gift, freely given, and as of this day becomes her own private possession." I got out the necklace and put it around her neck. She took it off at once to admire it, put it back on, took it off again, put it on once more, preened exactly as if she could see her reflection, her large blue eyes flashing, and in short showed as much satisfaction as if she had been snatched from the scullery and made mistress of a city. "If you're able to talk to my son, Vadsig, will you please tell him where I'm confined and what my circumstances are, and that we are to go to court on Svig's Day, which he may not know, and bring back any message that he has for me?" "Trying I am, my sire Horn." "Wonderful. And succeeding, too, I feel sure. I have great confidence in you, Vadsig." "But forgetting I am." Very reluctantly, the coral necklace was removed for the last time, dropped into an apron pocket, and concealed beneath a soiled handkerchief. "Mistress a question asks. Every dream you understanding are, my sire. That to her I have told." I tried to explain that dreams were a bottomless subject, and that no one knows everything about them, but that I had been successful at times in interpreting the principal features of certain dreams. "Last night strange dreams she and master having are. Them you for her will explain?" "I'll certainly attempt it, Vadsig. I'll do what I can." "Telling her I am." That was 2 hours ago, perhaps. Thus far, Anvagen has not come to have her dream explained, nor has Vadsig returned to report on her attempt to speak with Hyde in person. Might Hyde and I rescue Jali, provided that I can free him, or he can free himself? I suppose it is possible, but the chances of failure will be very high. I would sooner trust myself and them to the mercy of the court, I believe. Andvagan brought a most ample supper, accompanied by her portly husband, who was red-faced and panting after 2 flights of stairs.
"My name, my sire, Dorp it is."
He offered a very large and very soft hand, which I shook.
"You, my sire Whorl."
Another gasp for breath.
"My sire Rajan, my sire Encanto, my sire Silk."
"Good man."
This from Arab.
"Are, a man of many names you are."
He smiled in a breathless fashion he plainly intended to be friendly. "A man of many names, perhaps, but I'm certainly not entitled to all those. Call me Whorl, please."
"You to my house I could not welcome, for the troopers watching were. Sorry I am."
Yet another gasp.
"My sire Whorl."
I assured him that it was quite all right, that I bore no animus toward him or his wife. "You have fed me very well indeed, and provided me with firewood, wash-water, and ample coverings for this comfortable bed. Believe me, I'm very much aware that the conditions under which most prisoners live are not 1/10 as good." Andvagan nudged her husband, who asked, "With gods you speak,
"My sire Whorl."
"Sometimes, and sometimes they condescend to reply. But I ought to have invited you both to sit down. I have only my bed, but you are very welcome to sit there." They did, and Andvagan's husband got out a handkerchief with which he mopped his face and his bald head.
"Nat, him I know. A greedy thief he is."
Andvagan added hastily,
"To others this you do not say, my sire Whorl."
"Of course not."
"Judge Hamer Nat's cousin is."
Andvagan's husband watched me for some reaction, but I tried to keep from showing what I felt.
"Already this knowing you are?"
I knew that Dorp was governed by 5 judges, and that Nat was said to have a great deal of influence with them, but not that Nat was related to one. Am I to take that he's the judge who will try us? Andvagan's husband nodded gloomily. Andvagan herself poked a second time at his well-padded ribs.
"You must about our dreams ask, Berup."
"My sire Whorl not friendless is, first I say, woman. Poor Judge Hamer him will make. Beaten that also may be, but not friendless he will be. Nat a greedy thief is, all Dorp knows."
I thanked him and his wife very sincerely and inquired about their dreams.
"Berup awake is, so he dreams. All through our house voices he hears."
Andvagan's husband nodded vigorously.
"Talking and tapping they are, my sire Whorl. Whisper, whisper, and tap, tap."
"I see. You did not get up to investigate?"
"Asleep I am. I cannot."
"I see. What did the voices say?" He shrugged.
"Psst, psst, psst."
It was a passable imitation of Arab's hoarse whisper, and I gave him a severe look to indicate that he was not to speak. He responded by saying,
"Good bird," and "No, no," quite loudly.
"You're not giving me a lot to go on," I told Andvagan's husband. "Let me hear your wife's dream before I attempt to interpret yours."
"In my own house I am," she began eagerly, "in the big room for company. This room you see, my sire, when here you come."
"Yes, certainly."
"With me 2 children sitting are, darker than my cat one is, my sire. Berup and I no children have, this you know."
I admitted that Vadsig had so informed me.
"Girls in pretty dresses they are, faces clean they have, hair very nice it is. A daughter you have, my sire?"
"Yes, a daughter and 3 sons." Andvagan's husband said,
"A son by Strick kept is."
"Yes, my son Hyde, who was traveling with me. My sons Hoof and Sinew are still free, as far as I know."
"From Dorp much travelling we are. To New Viron we go, farther even we sail." He waved a hand expansively. "Now travellers we arrest. Not good for travelling it is."
"I understand." Andvagan leaned toward me from her seat on my bed.
This these girls to me say, bad with us it goes for you keeping.
I made what I hoped was an encouraging noise.
About your daughter they talk, sick she is. Away with you her send we must, my cheeks they kiss.
Andvagan's formidable bosom rose and fell.
Mother, me they call my sire, bad things to me they don't want. Warned be, warned be.
Oreb interrupted.
Watch out!
I asked, was there anything else about your dream that seemed significant to you? Andvagan's mouth opened, then closed again. Was there any other sign associated with the gods? Her husband inquired.
One sign already, you finding her?
Yes, of course, the 2 children. Mulpi is the goddess of childhood, as you must surely know. Were there any animals, Andvagan? She shook her head.
Just the children and me there were.
Mice, monkeys, cattle, songbirds? I reminded myself so much of poor old Patera Remora then that I could not resist adding, vultures, eh? Hyenas, camels? Andvagan had heard only the first.
No mice, no rats in my house there are, my sire.
What about you? I asked her husband. Were there animals in your dream? Bats, for instance, or cats?
No, my sire, none.
He sounded very positive. I see. Oreb, I want you to speak freely. Do you think this is a good man?
Good man.
What about Andvagan here? Is she a good woman, too?
Good girl.
I agree. Baruch, could that have been the voice you heard? Could it have been my bird, or another similar bird? Think carefully before you reply. He stared at me for a moment before patting his forehead with his handkerchief again.
Possible it is, my sire. Not so, I will not say.
That's interesting. My bird is a night chough, and the species is sacred to the god who governs the boundless abyss between the Whorls, just as owls are to Tartaros. We have an indication of Mulpi in your wife's dream, and an indication of the outsider in yours. There was a knock at the door, and I called, What is it, Vadsig?
Murfro Sitchfer here is. Through our kitchen she comes. In our front room she sits. With mistress to speak she wants.
Andvagan sought my permission with a glance, received it, and hurried out.
A moment only, my sire. Baruch.
A good woman she is,
Andvagan's husband told me as the door closed,
but no more brain than her cat she has. Better we without her talk. To the court you have thought given? To Judge Hamer? Not friendless you are, I say.
I said that I had tried, but that I knew little of the politics of Dorp, only that I had done no wrong. Speaking thus from ignorance, it would seem to me that my best chance is to get Nat to drop his charges. If I had the jewelry from my luggage... Baruch shook his head regretfully.
This I cannot do, my sire. The inventory Judge Hamer has, by me signed. 50 cards paid, this to me he would tell.
Most unfortunate. Again the gloomy nod.
Why you here are, my sire? This do not you wonder, why your jailer I am?
I confessed that I had thought very little about it.
You will escape, this they hope. 100 cards paying I am. Ruined I am. Poor man.
Andvagan's husband patted the bed on which he sat.
Many blankets you have, a fire you have, good food you get.
So you won't be ruined, I understand. This is certainly very unfortunate. I take it that it would be useless for you to plead with Nat to drop the charges.
Me he hates.
Baruch wiped sweat-beaded face again.
Bribe him I might. I will, this I think. A greedy thief he is. Friends might help.
Good. Who did you say is holding my son Hyde?
Strick he is. An honest trader like me he is.
Might he not assist you too?
This I will discover, my sire. It may be.
My son Hyde is young and athletic, headstrong, as all such young men are. He's far more likely to escape, I would say, than I am.
No go.
I looked up at Oreb on his perch near the chimney. All right, I won't. Baruch, you need not worry about my escaping. That won't happen. I give you my word.
I can't speak for my son, however, since I can't communicate with him. You might want to tell your friend Strix so. To him, as you say, I will speak, my sire. He may us help, it may be. What about the man holding Jali, my daughter? Which sir at sea is? Baruch pointed toward the floor. That Sidgfer, his wife, is, but no money she gives unless Widger says. Do you know when he might return to Dorp? Onvagon's husband shook his head, and I heard her voice from the stairs. Baruch, a huss at our door was. He rolled his eyes upward. A shadow it is, my sire, of this assured be. My door opened, revealing Onvagon and a slightly slimmer, slightly younger woman with the same blue eyes, fair hair, and high complexion. A huss at our door it is. Sidgfer to our door it will not allow. When Onvagon's husband spoke, it was with a world of skepticism in his voice. A huss it is? Yes. Sidgfer's hands indicated a beast the size of a dray horse. I went to the door and called for Vadsig, then turned back to Onvagon and her husband. Those are steep stairs. I hope you won't mind if I ask your servant to help me instead of troubling you. He said, You my guest are, my sire. Vadsig's voice floated up the stairwell. What it is, my sire? Open the front door, please, and leave it open. Your master agrees that you are to do as I say. It's important. There was a lengthy pause, then the sound of Vadsig's hurrying feet. Baruch, am I correct in thinking that if a huss, a wild huss, has come into Dorp, someone will shoot it? He shook his head, and both women protested, horrified. They won't? Bad luck it is, this from the women in chorus. Superstition it is, Onvagon's husband explained, in the tone of one who tolerates the irrational beliefs of the ignorant. If a beast into the town it comes, misfortune it brings. Back to the woodlands we must drive. If killed it is, the misfortune in our town remains. I had been listening for the clatter of Babby's hoofs on Onvagon's wooden floors, and had not heard it. I called, Vadsig, did you open that door as I asked you? She replied, but I could not understand what she said. Tell her to come up here, Onvagon's husband advised. As loudly as I could, I shouted, Come here, please, Vadsig, and fell to coughing. Onvagon said, Tea with brandy in it you need, my sire. Get it you shall. See to it I will. Alone we should talk, her husband muttered. That better would be. This huss in my house you wish. I nodded. Yes, I do. Not a wild huss it is. Not a shadow either it is. A tame huss? Yours, my sire? I nodded again. Like your bird it is. Oreb bobbed agreement. Good bird. Somewhat like him, at least. My huss, his name is Babby, does not speak, of course, but he's a clean, gentle animal. We were separated, and he seems to have gone back to the woman who gave him to me. Some time ago she learned where I was and promised to return him. Vadsig bustled through the doorway. Yes, my sire Horn? I said, I simply wanted to know whether you opened the front door, as I asked, Vadsig. Oh, yes, my sire. You a big animal, seeing are? Onvagon put in. Yes, mistress. What sort of animal, Vadsig? Mules, my sire. Pulling carts they are. A huss, you seeing are? Sidgfer inquired urgently. A huss? Oh, no, Murfro Sidgfer. Did you leave the door open, Vadsig, when you came up? No, my sire. Cold in the street it is. How long did you leave it open? Till you up to come telling me are, my sire. Oreb dropped to my shoulder, giving me a quizzical look to indicate that he would go outside and look for the huss if asked. I shook my head, unobtrusively, I hope. Onvagon's husband asked, No huss you seeing our, Vadsig? No, master. He turned to Sidgfer. A huss at my door you seeing are? Yes, Baruch. Never a huss so big, I see. Tusks as long as my hand they are. This your babby is? He asked me. Yes, I'm quite sure it is. Your babby Vadsig hurting is? I certainly don't think so. He made a gesture of dismissal. That's to the door again, go. If a huss you see, the door open leave, and us you tell. If no huss you see, the door you close, and your work you do.
She ducked in a sketchy curtsy and hurried away. Sichfer offered him the letter I had penned a few hours before, her hand shaking sufficiently to rattle the paper. "Finding this in the sleeping girl's room I am, Baruch. It reading you are? On wagon 2? They bent their heads over it. "Your daughter, she is, my sire?" I nodded. "Sleeping all day she is. Sleeping all night she is not. Walking she is. Talking is." She turned to Anwagen, her voice trembling. "My pictures from the walls breaking." Downstairs something fell with a crash. Vadsig screamed. 6. Dark, empty rooms.
"Something there, Bucky."
Pig's hand, groping through darkness that for Pig had no shade up, found his arm and closed around it, pointed nails digging into his flesh.
"Who's maybe?"
"Do you think they might let us sleep there? I don't see any lights."
"Was nae lights to hounds, neither, you said."
A short distance ahead, Hound remarked, "Oil that will burn in lamps is very dear, and candles almost impossible to find at any price." After a moment, he added, "I really can't say how near the city we are, but we've come a long way. I, for one, am ready for a rest. What about you, Horn?" Pig released his arm, and the tapping of Pig's scabbard indicated that Pig was moving to his right. He said, "Pig's been walking, while I've done nothing but sit upon the back of this wonderfully tolerant donkey of yours. I feel sure that Pig and my donkey must be far more fatigued than I am."
"Whorl!"
Pig's voice sounded nearby.
"Nae winders nor nae doors neither."
There was a pause.
"Here's the gate, wide open too."
"No gate," Oreb informed him. "There's a vacant mansion back there," Hound explained. "I've passed it many times. We could camp in it if everybody's willing. It should keep off the rain, and rain's likely after this heat. How do you feel about it, Horn? Would you be willing to stop?" "Yes." He got out the striker Tansy had given him. "I'd like to see it if it belonged to a man named Blood, did it?" "I haven't the least notion who it belonged to. All I can tell you is that nobody's lived in it for as long as I've been taking this road. It's pretty remote, and there are a lot of empty houses. Most are in better shape than this one." "Then I want to stop if you and Pig are willing." The striker flared. "I wouldn't use up more of that candle than you can help." Pig's voice came from a greater distance.
"Gang in, Bucky. You're coming."
"Yes, I am." He dismounted. The wall was ruinous. The tangled iron through which Maytera Marble had picked her way had vanished. "I fought in a battle here, Oreb," he whispered to the bird on his shoulder.
"No fight."
"Sometimes one must. Sometimes you do yourself." Oreb fidgeted, his bill clacking unhappily.
"Bad place."
"Oh, no doubt. They were holding Silk here, and Chenille, Patera Incus, and Master Ziphius. Not so long ago, I imagined Ziphius was walking along beside me. I wish he'd come back." He led his donkey through the gate and raised his lantern, hoping for a glimpse of the villa that had been Blood's, but the feeble light of the candle scarcely revealed the distant pale bulk of Scylla's fountain. Under his breath he added, "Or that Silk would."
"Bad place."
Behind them, Hound chuckled. "It's haunted, naturally. All these old places are supposed to be." "It is indeed." The man Hound addressed waved his knobbed staff before him, although the light from his lantern showed no obstruction. "There should be a dead Talus right here. I wonder what has become of it." "Well, I wonder what's become of your friend Pig. I don't see him up ahead." "You're right. Oreb, will you look for him, please? If he's in trouble, come back and tell us at once." "Now that's a handy pet." Hound caught up. "You've been here before?" 20 years ago. I had a slug gun instead of a stick then, and 1,000 friends instead of 2. No doubt I should say I like this better because no one's trying to kill me, but the truth is I don't."
He pointed back to the gate with his staff. The guard floaters broke through there and came in with buzz guns blazing at the same time we swarmed over the wall, volunteers like me, and guardsmen, and even Trivagonti terror troopers. There were taillesses in here, but between the floaters and us they never had a chance. Others did much more, I'm sure, but I got off a shot before Oreb returned, dropping onto his shoulder. "Pig, come!" "He's all right, then?" Oreb croaked deep in his throat, and Hound said, "I couldn't understand him that time." "He didn't say anything, just made a noise. It means he doesn't know what to say or doesn't know how to say it. So something's the matter with Pig that Oreb can't explain, or that he doesn't know how to tell us. Is he bleeding, Oreb?" "No hurt." "That's good. He didn't fall, I hope."
No.
The fountain was dry, its basin filled with rotting leaves and its once white stone dirty gray. One of Scylla's arms had been broken off. "Do people still worship her, Hound?" Hound hesitated. "Sometimes. I'm not religious myself, so I don't pay a lot of attention, but I don't think it's like it used to be. They offer ducks now, mostly, or that's what Tansy's mother told me once." "What about the Theophanes?" "I'm afraid I don't know that word."
"Girl, come,"
Oreb explained. "Does Scylla appear in your sacred windows?" "Oh, that!" Hound urged his donkey forward and jerked the rope of those he led. "Not like it used to be, I suppose. She comes to the window in the Grand Mantion 2 or 3 times a year, or the augurs say she does." "It wasn't like that at all, really. No god ever visited us in all the time that I was growing up, not until just before we left for Blue." "I didn't know that," Hound said. "What I wanted—" Oreb interrupted them.
"Man come, Pig man."
"Good." He raised his lantern. "Pig, are you all right?"
"Oh, aye."
"We were worried about you." He hurried forward. The fitful light of the swinging lantern revealed the huge Pig, his dirty black trousers and dirty gray shirt, his big sword just now exploring the wide doorway of Blood's villa as Pig prepared to step out. "We're going to camp in there. There are fireplaces, I'm sure, or there used to be."
"Aye, Bucky."
He turned back to Hound. "Do you require our help with the donkeys?"
"No,"
Hound called.
"but you could start that fire."
"I will. There. I'm going to blow out my candle, Pig. Hound doesn't want me to waste it, and he's right. I haven't seen any firewood around here anyway, and I imagine all the furniture was stolen or burned long ago."
"Aye."
Oreb muttered,
"Poor man."
"So would you guide me to the back of the house and help look for wood? The trees overhang the wall there, as I remember, and there must be fallen branches." Pig's big hand found his arm, and although Pig did not reply, he followed Pig docilely. This is where they had the sheds for Blood's floaters, and where the horned cats were penned. A tailless cared for them, the ones Silk killed in the tunnels. I suppose the others, the ones we killed when we stormed the house, were the ayuntamientos. The rabbit hutches must have been back here too, though I don't remember seeing them.
"Seein'?"
Pig's hand tightened.
"Did you say seein', Bucky?"
Oreb fidgeted on his master's shoulder uneasily, wings half extended.
"Watch out."
"Yes, Pig, I did."
"Pals, ain't we?"
"Certainly I am your friend, Pig. I hope you're mine as well."
"Then tell me something, Bucky. Tell me what you see."
"Right now? Nothing at all. It's totally dark."
"You said you'd blow out your glim, and you did. Heard you. Heard you open and blow and shut up."
"That's right. I can light it again if you wish, and use it to look around for wood."
"Nae sunshine, Bucky?"
"No, none." The hand on his shoulder, tight already, tightened still more.
"What about the Skylands? Only light up there?"
"No. Wait." He lifted his head, scanning the sky. One little pinpoint of red. It's a city burning, I suppose, though just a spark to us. That's what someone told me they were.
"What about the hoose, Bucky? Did you gae on in?"
"No, not yet. I intended to, of course."
"Then you don't know if there's lights in it, do you?"
Pig's voice shook.
I'm inclined to doubt it. The entrance was dark, and I saw no lights in the windows. I didn't ask Hound, but if he had seen one he would have mentioned it, I'm sure.
What about your Horb? You was in there with me?
Bird go, Oreb confirmed cautiously.
Your ain's good in the dark. Better than any man's. Ain't that, Lily Horb? Look round now, will you? A favour to you, and what's your friend?
Bird look.
You needn't be afeard. What do you see?
Pig, Silk.
Aye, what side's us?
Big wall, big house.
What a woman, Horb? Do you see any woman about, watching and listening?
No girl.
Looking out the window, it might be.
No see.
There was a grunt of effort, followed by a thump as Pig's knee came down on the hard, dry grass.
Bucky, will you help me? You're my friend, you said, say. Will you?
Of course, Pig. From the new angle of Pig's arm, Pig was kneeling before him. He groped for him and found the other hand, a hairy hand as large as a good-sized ham, that grasped the pommel of the big sword. I'll help you in any way I can. Surely you know that.
Recollect how you felt in me face, Bucky?
Of course.
Wanted to prove to you Pig has nane, Bucky. Got me rag over him, and some thinks Pig's soldiering. Wanted you to find out for yourself.
I understand.
You didn't have nae glim then, but you does now. Will you light it for me, Bucky? For ain second, like.
Certainly. It will be a relief to me, actually. Wait a moment. He opened the lantern and got out the striker again. It flared, shooting yellow-white sparks that seemed as bright as thrown torches. The butter-yellow flame of the candle rose. The rag was no longer across Pig's broad, bearded face. Widely spaced holes, like the eyes in a skull, stared at nothing.
Can you see 'em, Bucky? See me in? Where they was?
He made himself speak. Yes, Pig, yes, I can.
Gain, hain't they? They cut 'em out.
He lowered his lantern and looked away. Yes, they are. They did.
Gets dirty sometimes. Cleans him with a rag on the end of me finger.
Man cry,
Oreb informed him, and he looked back. Rivulets of moisture coursed down either side of Pig's broad nose. I'll clean them for you, Pig, if that's what you wish, with a clean cloth and clean water.
Went in.
Pig's voice was almost inaudible.
You know who's to find what might be found, Bucky, and seen her.
Silence. He opened the little black lantern again and blew out its candle, and could not have explained why.
Dark again, Bucky.
There was a hideous mirth in Pig's voice that hurt more than any tears. Yes, Pig, he said. Dark again.
You dinna ask about her, Bucky.
No talk,
Oreb advised him. He ignored the warning. I didn't think it the moment for prying questions.
You dinna care, Bucky.
I care very much, but this isn't the time. Hound is unloading his donkeys, Pig, and expecting us to find firewood. Let us find firewood for him. We said we would. Later, when all three were sitting before a small fire in the large fireplace that had graced Blood's Solaria, Hound said, I'm going to have a look at my donkeys. I've never had one get loose on a dark day, and I prefer that it never happen. He rose. Can I get either of you anything? We've more than enough. As Hound left, Pig whispered,
No, Bucky. Want to hear about her, no.
He shook his head. Wait until Hound comes back.
Want him to hear it? Thought you didna.
Of course I do. He knows this area and the people in it. Have you ever been here before, Pig?
Has Pig? Pig has nae.
Well, I have, but that was years ago. I'll have forgotten a great deal, even if I don't think I have. I'll have distorted more, and even the little I remember will be largely obsolete. I wanted to get you alone so I could find out what was troubling you. Now that I have, and it troubles me too, I'm eager to hear what Hound will say about it. He waited for Pig to speak, and when Pig did not, he added, Of course, I don't imagine that Hound can tell us how a man without eyes can see, but he may be able to tell us something about what he has seen.
Man, come, Oreb announced. Come back.
I take it your donkeys haven't strayed, Hound? You wouldn't have returned so quickly if that had been the case. Hound smiled as he resumed his seat.
No, they're fine. I worry too much about them, I'm afraid, and I doubt that will be the last time I check on them tonight. It must seem silly to you.
You're concerned for the animals in your care? Certainly not. But, Hound, Pig has confided something extraordinary to me, and he'd like you to hear about it, too.
If it's something I can help with, I'll do what I can.
I'm sure you will. Pig went into this house alone when we first arrived. I needn't dwell upon how dark it was or mention that Pig carried no light. Guardedly, Hound nodded. I wish it were not necessary for me to mention that Pig is blind as well. He is, and though I never doubted it, he insisted I verify it. I did, and he's totally blind. If you doubt it, I do not doubt that he'll let you verify it as well.
I'll take your word for it, Hound declared. But I can't imagine what this is leading up to.
Man, see,
Oreb explained concisely. Exactly. He saw a woman here in this house. Is that correct, Pig?
Aye.
Now you know all that I do, Hound. Let's go on from there. It was dark, Pig, not the mere darkness of night, in which one can often discern large objects, including persons, but pitch dark. The depths of this ruined villa must have been utterly lightless. How was it you were able to see her?
Dinna know.
Pig shook his head. Was she carrying a light? A candle, for example?
If she'd have been, Pig said slowly, Pig would nae have been able to see it to tell you.
He stretched out his hands.
Fire here, ain't there? Old Pig feels it, feels the heat of it. Can Pig see it too? Pig canna.
Could you see anything other than the woman? The floor she was standing on, for example, or the wall behind her?
Nay, Bucky, nor can I recall such.
It wasn't anybody you know? Hound asked. Tansy, or some woman you've met in your travels? Pig turned his head about 10 degrees in error.
Would Pig know to see?
I guess you wouldn't. Hound fingered his chin.
Man, talk,
Oreb urged. All right, I will. I warned you this place is supposed to be haunted. Or anyway, I warned you, Horn. Pig had gone on ahead, I think. Haunted by a woman? Yes. Do you want the whole story? It's the sort of thing children tell younger children, I warn you. I do. What about you, Pig?
Oh, aye.
All right. Many years ago, a very rich man who had an ugly daughter lived here. This daughter was so ugly that no one would marry her. The rich man gave balls and parties and invited all the eligible young men in the city, but none of them would marry her. A witch came to his door all robed in black, and he fed her and gave her a card, and asked what he could do about his ugly daughter. The witch told him to lock her up where nobody except himself would ever see her. What's wrong, Horn? Nothing, except that I've just realized for the 1000th time what an idiot I am. Go on with your story, please. I'd like to hear it.
If you want me to.
Hound held up the wine bottle from which he had been drinking, saw that it was still almost full, and sipped. The witch told him to lock up his daughter where nobody could see her until everybody forgot how ugly she was. So that's what he did. He locked her in a dark, bare room and kept the shutters closed day and night so that nobody would see her, and brought her food himself, and pretty soon everybody forgot about her except the augur who had christened her. I don't know what her name was, though no doubt the augur did. It was Mucor. Hound stared. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go on, I want to hear the rest. This augur would come to the rich man's house and ask about her. Each time the rich man would make some excuse, saying that his daughter was ill or away. Soon the augur became suspicious. He had a hatchet, and he would come at night with his hatchet and chop open the shutter and let the ugly daughter out. Then she would go from house to house asking people to take her in. No one would because she was so ugly, and so she played tricks on them, throwing their supper plates at them and making them hit themselves with their own fists and so on. But a god told the augur to go away, and he did. General Mint killed the rich father, and there was nobody left to let the ugly daughter out or feed her, so she starved to death in her room. But her ghost still haunts the house, walking on top of the wall or on the roof, and sometimes she stops travelers. If she stops you and you're polite to her, she'll tell your fortune and bring good luck. But if you even hint at how ugly she is, she'll curse you and you'll die within a year."
"Tell good,"
Arab applauded with his wings. Hound smiled. "There it is. That's all I know, except that there's a family in Endroad who claim to have the hatchet, which they say the augur left behind. I've seen it, and it's just an old hatchet, with no magic powers as far as I know. You look very thoughtful, Horn." He nodded. "I am, because your story suggests that Silk has left Viron, that he's on blue or green if he's still alive. Patera Silk was the augur who pried open Mucor's shutter with his hatchet, and thus beyond question the augur in the story. I'd guess that the wise witch in black robes represents someone's confused recollection of Matera Rose, but Silk was the augur. There can be no doubt of that." He turned to Pig. "No one, very much including me, ever asked what became of the other people who were living here, but we should have. Silk killed Blood, and Echidna killed Musk. Hyacinth became Silk's wife, and Silk cared for Mucor until she came to Blue with her grandmother. Dr. Crane, I almost forgot him, and I shouldn't, was killed in error by the guard. I have no doubt that some others, many of Blood's bodyguards particularly, were killed in the battle that freed Silk and the other prisoners the Ayuntamiento was holding there. Still, there must have been 2 or 3 dozen cooks and maids and footmen and prostitutes." Pig's eyeless face addressed the fire. "They tell you how any blind man can see a woman, Bucky?" "No, Pig, not really. But they tell me something equally important that I may have been in danger of forgetting, that real stories, real events, never really end. When Nettle and I wrote our few pages about Blood, we thought that Blood's story and this big house's were over and done with. Blood was dead, and the house had been looted, and there was nothing left to do but write it down as we had heard it from Silk and Hyacinth and the old man who had built the kite. He had come with us to Blue, by the way, and didn't want us to use his name, although he told us a great deal about Musk and his birds. We never foresaw that Blood and his daughter and his house would live on in legend, but that is clearly what has happened." "'Tis a book or something you wrote, Bucky?" "Yes, that my wife and I wrote together. May I have some of your wine, Hound?" "Certainly. You said you didn't want any." "I know." He wiped the mouth of the bottle and put it to his own. "On me account, Bucky?" "Yes. You can't drink since you've lost your sight. That, at least, is what you've told me." "Aye. A man with drinks has got to see, or falls." "I understand. We were together, you and I, Pig, closer than either of us is to Hound, though he and Tansy have treated us so well. If you couldn't drink wine, I wouldn't. We're going to be separated for a while now, and to tell you the truth, I think a few swallows of Hound's good wine may be needed to keep off the ghosts. Here you are, Hound, and thank you." Hound accepted the bottle. "Do you mean the ugly daughter?" "Was nae ugly to me," Pig said rather too loudly. "Silk talk." "No, I'll be looking for Mucor, for the daughter in your story." He stood, aided by his staff. "I'm going to leave my lantern here with you. As you say, the candle is valuable and maybe irreplaceable. I shouldn't need it to see her any more than Pig needed eyes. It had never occurred to me to ask how Silk saw Mucor when she wasn't physically present." Pig rose too. "Coming with you, Bucky." This is something I would prefer to do alone." "Be blind as me, Bucky. Horror can tell you, but better you had somebody what's used to it. Bucky." "Yes, Pig." "Bonny she was, Bucky. Beautiful to me, ter old Pig. You're a smart one, Bucky." He shook his head, although he knew that Pig could not see the gesture. "No, Pig." "You are. Dinna stand any higher in me belt and bony. Bonny to me, though. Ken why, Bucky?" "Yes, I believe so, because you could see her, and she was the only thing you've seen in however long it's been, in years." "Smack on, Bucky. You ken her, dinna you?" "Yes, Pig. This will mean nothing to you, I realize, but I helped feed and care for her while she and I were living in the Chaldees Palace in Viron. He turned to Hound. Does it surprise you that I lived in the Chaldees Palace for a few days? Hound shook his head. I did, and Nettle and I came to know Mucor there, the woman you've been calling the ugly daughter. Much later, she gave me a tame huss. I'd like to show her that I'm here, trying to repay her by finding eyes for her grandmother, and ask where Silk is. Hound said, You credit this ghost, both of you. Yes, except that she isn't dead, or I don't believe she is. Certainly she did not starve to death in this house.
If you object to me coming, Bucky.
I do. Yes, I do.
What'll you do about it? Think you can say hush, nobody can hear you?
Pig, come, Oreb declared.
Be talking to her, Bucky. And me? Be standing behind you, looking over your head. You hear, Bucky? Said looking.
Yes, Pig, I understand. If I agree to your coming, will you assist me? There's a climb, and it may be difficult. Will you let me stand on your shoulders?
Will he? He will.
Then come with me. Together they went out into the blind dark. One of the donkeys brayed, happy to hear human footsteps, and both spoke to it, equally happy perhaps to hear another voice, even if it was no more than that of a friendly animal. When they halted and turned to face the villa again, the faint radiance of the fire, glowing weakly through the open doorway, seemed as remote as the burning city in the Skylands.
Where we gang, Bucky?
To the room Hound mentioned. He found that he was almost whispering and cleared his throat. The room to which Mucor was confined by blood. We're facing the villa now, and it should be to the right, though I can't be certain of that. Oreb, you can see the building before us, can't you?
See house.
Good. There was a conservatory at one end, a rather low addition with battlements like the rest, and large windows. Can you see that?
Bird find.
Oreb took wing.
Come, bird. To your right, Bucky.
I know. He had already begun to walk. This was a soft lawn once, Pig.
Aye.
A soft green lawn, before what was in effect a palace, an establishment more palatial than the Chaldees Palace in the city, or even the Prolocutor's Palace. It's hard to believe that all the changes that have taken place here have been, ultimately, for the best, yet they have. Pig's hand closed upon his shoulder.
Swing your stick wider, Bucky. You're about to hit the wall.
Thank you. I'm afraid I had practically forgotten to swing it at all.
Aye. You see like your bird, Bucky.
Hearing him, Oreb called, Come, bird! No. I can see no better in this darkness than you can yourself, Pig.
Then swing your stick and tap the ground before you get a fall to teach you.
I will. Have you found the conservatory yet, Oreb?
Bird find. Come, bird.
He's nearer now, isn't he, Pig? Pig, can you judge whether the building on our left is as high now as it was? The original structure is 3 stories and an attic, as I remember. There was a lengthy pause before Pig replied.
Tain't any mair, or didn't seem like it.
Then we're here. The tip of his staff found the wall. I'm no acrobat, Pig, and even if I were, I'd imagine I might have trouble balancing on your shoulders in the dark. Can you stoop here, near this wall, so I can get on, and remain near enough for me to prop myself on it as you stand up? You'll find me heavy, I'm afraid.
You're Bucky.
Pig squeezed his shoulder.
Had me fetch you to Don Simon, ance. Captain Lant was.
Pig squatted, bringing his voice to the level of his listener's ear.
A heavy man, they said. You're the only ane to carry him. Climb on, Bucky.
I'm trying.
'Twasn't easy to find him, but he didn't weigh nae mair'n a pup. Me arms wanted to toss him like a stick. Say when Hal was safe, 'twas back again, and here's your horse. Had it behind me neck like a yawl. He was that fast. Standing new, Bucky. Got your hand on the wall.
Yes, he said. I'm ready any time. It was not as easy as he had hoped, but he was just able to squeeze through one of the ornamental crenels.
Silk come,
Oreb announced proudly. Well, he got his feet, puffing with exertion.
At least its true silk was up here once.
He leaned across the battlement, trying in vain to see his friend in the darkness.
Pig, do you think you might hand my staff up? I laid it by the wall, and I'll need it to feel my way along.
Aye.
A pause.
Here 'tis. Put out your hand. No close. Come, bird.
Oreb's owner felt a sudden thrill of fear. Don't hit him with it by accident, as I did once.
Got your hand feeling for it, bookie? Silk feel.
Yes. Yes, Stop. It touched my fingers just then. There, I've got it.
Good. What about me, Bucky? How's Pig to get up?
He straightened up, lifting the knobbed staff over the battlement and tapping the uneven surface on which he stood. You're not. We have no way of doing that, and I'm not at all certain this roof would support your weight. I know Mucor, as I said, and she's been willing to do favors for me in the past. If I find her, I'll bring her to you. He weighed the morality of this statement for a moment and added, or send her. Before Pig could object, he turned away. Once the questing tip of his staff found an aching void where the glass roof of the conservatory had been. After that, he stepped cautiously and stayed so near the battlement that from time to time his left leg brushed its merlins.
Wall come,
Oreb warned. The tip of his staff discovered it. His hands, groping by instinct, found a window. He pushed aside what remained of a broken shutter. Right here, he told Oreb. Here it is, just as I imagined it. Is there anyone in there?
No man, no girl.
He put his staff through the window, turned it sidewise, and used it to pull himself up while the toes of his well-worn shoes scrabbled the wall. This is the place, I feel sure. This was Mucor's room, the first room Silk entered when he broke into this house. His staff discovered only the floor and empty space. He asked, Is there furniture in here, Oreb? A table, anything of that kind? Putting a hand on the wall, he took a cautious step, then another. In Silk's day, the boar was barred from outside, he told the darkness. But it seems unlikely that's still the case. There was no reply. After half a minute more of cautious exploration, he called, Oreb? Oreb? But no bird answered. Have you been bad? The voice seemed achingly remote. Aloud he said, as if the speaker were in fact on blue, as you are, I believe. Silence and darkness and the weight of years. I'd like to talk to you, Mucor. I've something to tell you and something to ask you, and a favor to ask as well. Won't you talk to me? The distant voice did not return. His fingers found the door and pulled it open. Have you been bad? He thought of Green and the war fought and lost there, of delectable nights with a one-armed lover whose lips had tasted of the salt-sweet sea. Yes, I have, many times. As though she had always been there, Mucor stood before him. You came looking for me. It was not a question. Yes, to tell you that I'm here, and that I'm looking for eyes for your grandmother. I promised her I would. You've been gone a long time. He nodded humbly. I know. I've done my best to find Silk, but I haven't found him. I'm still looking. You will find him. Her tone admitted of no doubt. I will. His heart leaped. That's wonderful. Are you sure, Mucor? Do you really know the future as gods do? She stood silent before him, no larger than a child, her face a skull, her lank black hair falling to her waist. You look, he groped for words, like the way you did the first time I saw you. Yes. As if you have starved almost to death. I thought that sailors brought your food there on your island, that you and your grandmother caught fish. You've been gone a long time, she repeated. This time she added, I haven't. I see, or at least believe I see. Certainly I see you, which reminds me of the favor I must ask in a moment. Before I do, where will I find Silk? In whatever place you go. In Viron? Thank you. I'm sure you must be correct. Will you, Mucor, as a great favor to me, go outside and talk, if only just for a moment, to my friend Pig?
In an instant she was gone, and he was left in darkness. Retracing his steps, he found her window again and looked out. He could see nothing, only darkness beyond that of any natural night. He heard Pig's voice, and although he could not make out what Pig had said, that voice overflowed with joy. There was a hiatus, a half-minute of silence. Pig's deep tones came again, trembling and so freighted with exultation that he knew Pig was near to weeping. Hound stroked the donkey's smooth, soft nose, saying, "There, there, nothing to worry about." The donkey, it was Tortoise, not the one Hound rode, seemed in less than full agreement, although determined to be polite.
"If there were wolves about, I'd know it, wouldn't I?"
Hound stepped back and twirled his burning stick, whose faint flame had nearly died away. It made a pretty pattern of sparks, and fanned the flame enough to show the fearful donkeys huddled together with their forelegs hobbled.
"Bird back!"
Oreb settled on one of Scylla's outstretched arms.
"Bird back! Silk back! Come fire!"
"I'm glad to hear it," Hound said. "I've been worrying about him. He and Pig have been gone a long time."
Hound went through the portico and re-entered what had been Blood's reception hall.
"There you are. Is everything all right, Horn?"
"No." He turned away from the fire. "May I have some more of your wine?"
"Go right ahead. Empty the bottle. There's not much left."
"Thank you."
"You look tired."
Hound sat down next to him.
"Maybe it's just the firelight. I hope so. But you don't look well."
"Good Silk,"
Oreb muttered, perching on his shoulder. He drank and put down the bottle. "That doesn't matter. I owe you an apology and offer it freely. Before I left, I drank your good wine for a bad reason, which is a species of crime. There's something sacred about wine. Have you noticed?"
Hound shrugged. "It belongs to some minor god or other, but then everything does that doesn't belong to one of the 9.
To Thyone's son. Isn't it odd that I should remember it? Supposedly there is no less significant fact in religion, yet that one has stuck with me. I recalled it when Nettle and I wrote our book about Patera Silk, and I recall it now. May I have some more?"
"Certainly."
Hound handed him the bottle again. "Wine is sacred to Thalxipea because it intoxicates, and intoxication is hers, like magic, paradoxes, illusions, and other things of that sort. But wine in and of itself is sacred to Thyone's son. Thyone is a very minor goddess."
"I don't mean to change the subject," Hound said, "but do you know what has become of Pig?"
"I do and I don't."
"Poor Pig,"
Oreb croaked. Both men were silent, looking into the fire. Then Hound said, "You can't tell me what happened to him?" "Nor what happened to me, though I suppose I'll talk about it when I've ordered my thoughts a bit more."
"Why Silk?"
He smiled. "That's the sort of the thing Hammerstone was always saying about Patera Incus. Is Incus prolocutor now?" Hound nodded. "I think that's the name." "That's very well. He may be willing to help me. There's only a swallow left. Wouldn't you like it? Here."
"I've had more than my share already. I've been trying to remember the bad purpose you mentioned, and I can't. Wine does that to you, makes you forget. All that I can think of is that you said it might keep away ghosts, but not the ghost of the ugly daughter. You wanted to see her."
He nodded. "That was the bad purpose, keeping off the ghosts. We always go wrong when we use it for something other than itself, Hound. It's meant to be a beverage, a pleasant, refreshing drink, next to good cold water, the best we have. When we use it for something else, to make us forget, which is what I meant when I said it might keep off the ghosts, or to warm us when we are chilled, we pervert it. Have you noticed, by the way, that it's no longer as hot as it was?" Hound smiled.
"You're right. Praise Pass."
"No, not at all. Pas is the sun god, and it is blowing out the long sun that has cooled the Whorl for us. I mentioned the son of Thyone. He's called that because no one knows his name, or much of anything else about him save that he's dark, and that wine is sacred to him. Am I boring you? We don't have to talk about this." Hound raised the bottle, then lowered it again without drinking.
Not at all. What do you say we save this for Pig? I doubt that he'll drink it, but it's a kind thought. You were saying nobody knows the wine god's name. Isn't that unusual? I thought we knew the names of all the gods, or that the augurs did, even if I don't. It is unusual, yes, but not unique. I had an instructor once who made a joke about it. We studied the gods a good deal, and spent half a day perhaps on Thyone and her dark son. My instructor said that Thyone's son had drunk so much that we had forgotten his name. Hound chuckled. He also said that Thyone's son was the only god whose name we don't know. It was years before I realized that he'd been wrong. We speak of the outsider, but it's obvious that the outsider can't be his name, that it's an epithet, a nickname. Good God, Oreb remarked. Hound said, He's your favorite, isn't he? The god you love the most. The only god I love at all, if I've ever succeeded in loving him. In a larger sense, he's the only god worth loving. I've been outside, you see, Hound. I've been to blue and to green, other worlds quite different from this one. Hound nodded. One goes outside full of high ideals, but one soon discovers that one has left the gods behind, even past. I told you how badly things were going in New Viron. Yes, you did. That's one of the chief reasons, I feel sure. So many of us were good only because we dreaded the gods. The outsider, this is very like him, very typical of him, has shown us to ourselves. He tells us to look at ourselves and see how much real honesty there is, how much genuine kindness. You're hoping to become the father of a child? Hound nodded. A son, I hope. Not that we wouldn't love a daughter. There are children who sweep hoping to be rewarded, and there are children who sweep because the floors need sweeping and mother's tired. And there is an abyss between them far deeper than the abyss that separates us from blue. The gods keep telling us to go. That's what everybody says. That is their function. I don't go to Manteon myself, Horn. It seems to me that the gods ought to go with us, that they owe it to us. It must seem to them, I suppose, that we should take them with us gladly, that we owe them that and more. Hound did not speak, staring into the fire. For 300 years they let us live in this world, which they control. Their influence was malign occasionally, but benign for the most part. Scylla is a poor example, but because you know her better than the rest, I'll use her anyway. She helped found Viron and graciously condescended to be its patron. She wrote our charter, which served us so well for 3 centuries. Don't you think that the people who leave Viron owe it to her to take her along, if they can? Why did you call her a bad example? Because she's probably dead. She was Echidna's eldest child, and seems the most likely to have assisted in her father's murder. She may come back, of course, as he did. We don't call them the immortal gods for nothing. Hound rose, broke a stick across his knee, and tossed both halves into the fire. You're ready to sleep, I suppose, and I'm keeping you up. I'm sorry. Not at all. My donkeys are afraid of something tonight, and I'm waiting for them to calm down. If I go to sleep now, they'll be all over the forest when I wake up. Have you any idea what may have frightened them? It's wolves, usually. That's one reason I wanted to stop here. I'm sure a whole menagerie of small animals have moved in since the owners moved out, but the wolves haven't taken to denning in here yet, and I don't think they like coming inside the wall. Maybe the ghosts keep them away. Perhaps they do. They will keep me away after tonight, I'm sure. Is it really night, by the way? Where would the shade be if the sun were rekindled by now? I have no way of telling. Nor do I. Oreb, have you seen any wolves since we've been here? No, see. Something's frightening Hound's donkeys. Do you know what it is? Might you guess? No. Then, as a favor to me, would you go out and have a look around? If you see a wolf, or anything else that the donkeys might find frightening, stay well clear of it and come back and tell us. Oreb took wing. You spoke of ghosts, Hound. I ought to tell you that I saw the woman who is called the Ugly Daughter in your story. She told me that Silk was in Viron, and that I'd find him there. Please don't ask me to exhibit her to you. I wasn't about to, Hound declared emphatically.
I cannot control her movements, her appearances and disappearances, though I confess there have been times when I very much wished I could. She's not a bad person, but I find her a frightening one, and I've never been more afraid of her than I was tonight, not even when I sat with her in the hut she and poor Patera Marble built of driftwood. She was really present on that occasion, really there just as you and I are here. This time she was not, and I spoke with a sort of memory she has of herself. Hound broke another stick. You said she isn't a real ghost, that she isn't really dead as far as you know. I suppose I did. But Scylla is. Are you saying that if Scylla were to appear in the sacred window of the little Mantion where Tansy and I were married, she would be a ghost, the ghost of a goddess? People used to talk about Great Pass's ghost when I was a sprat, and some of them still swear by it. I think it likely, but I can't say with any certainty. I know less about the gods than you may be inclined to believe, and in all humility I don't think anyone knows a great deal. We suppose that they are like us, and we read our own passions and failings into them, which was the point of my instructor's joke, of course. If we find our neighbor irritating, we're confident that the gods are irritated by him to an equal degree, and so on. I've even heard people say that a certain god was sleeping and required a sacrifice to wake him up. Hound started to speak, stopped, and at last blurted, Horn, do you think it's possible your friend Pig's gone to sleep in another room? It's possible, I suppose, though I doubt very much that it's actually occurred. If it has, it's probably the best thing we could hope for. I pray that it has. You're worried about him, too. Yes, I am. You're not sleeping now because you're worried about your donkeys. I'm not sleeping because I'm concerned for Pig, and for myself and my errand, to acknowledge the truth. This woman who's not a ghost, couldn't she have harmed him? You say she's not a ghost. All right, I accept that. She sounds a lot like a goddess to me, Horn, and a goddess... You're shaking your head. He sat up straighter and turned away from the fire to face Hound. She isn't. May I tell you what she is? You may know some or all of it already, in which case I apologize. Hound said, I wish you would, and I wish you'd sent Oreb for Pig instead of worrying about wolves. You don't agree? No, I don't. It might conceivably have helped. I don't know, but my best guess was and is that it would have been very dangerous for Oreb, far more so than scouting for wolves, which are unlikely to pose a threat to a bird. He would have been in a confined space with a very large man who has a sword, acute hearing, and an amazing ability to locate even silent objects by sound. If Pig had been enraged by the intrusion, which I judge by no means unlikely, Oreb might have been killed. You're saying Pig needs privacy right now. I am. Hound sat down again, crossing plump legs. Because of something the ghost said to him? Possibly. I don't know. Tell me about her. As you wish. You mentioned that the gods have been telling everyone to leave. The devices used to cross the abyss to blue or green are called landers. Are you familiar with them? I've heard of them, Hound said. I've never seen one. Are you aware that they were provisioned by Pas before the Whorl set out from the short sun Whorl, and that most of them have been looted? All of them is what everybody says. I won't argue the point. There were human embryos among their supplies, ancient embryos preserved by cold far beyond that of the coldest winter nights. Sometimes the looters simply left those embryos. Sometimes they wantonly destroyed them, and sometimes they took and sold them, packing them in ice in an attempt to preserve them until they could be implanted. You said human embryos, Horn. I've heard of it being done with animals. Yes. His face was solemn in the flickering firelight, his blue eyes lost beneath their graying brows. There were human embryos as well. There were also seeds, kept frozen like the embryos, so that they would sprout even after hundreds of years. But it is with the human embryos that you and I have to do, because Mucor was such an embryo. So was Patera Silk. Called a silk? You can't be serious. He shook his head. I set out to explain Mucor, but there would be no Mucor, or so I believe, without Patera Silk. Nor would either of them exist without Pas, who was called Typhon on the Short Sun Whorl. Hound said,
I've heard that the gods have different names in different places sometimes. That seems to have been the case with Pass, Echidna, and the rest. They had other names on the short sun Whorl, and those persons, Typhon, his family, and his men's, continued to exist there after they had entered the Whorl. Go on, please. If you wish. I should say that I heard that Pass had been called Typhon from a man named Auk, someone I knew long ago, who said he had been told by Scylla. He was a bad man, a bully and a thug, yet he was deeply religious in his way. I very much doubt that he would have made such a thing up. It was not his sort of lie, if you know what I mean. When Pass, let us call him Pass, since we're accustomed to that name, decided to send mortals to the worlds beyond the short sun Whorl, he used no less than 3 separate means. Some he sent as sleepers, unconscious in tubes of thin glass until they were awakened by the breaking of the glass. Some, your ancestors, Hound, and mine, he simply set down here inside the Whorl, and some he sent as frozen embryos, the products of carefully controlled matings in his workshops. "Why so many ways?" Hound asked. "I can only guess, and you could guess every bit as well. Do so now." Hound looked thoughtful. "Well, he wanted us to colonize the new worlds, didn't he? So he put people in here to do it." "Waking or sleeping?" "Both, I guess. He must have been afraid we'd fight in here and kill everyone off, or get some disease that would wipe us out. No, that can't be right, because then there would have been no one to wake up the sleepers." "Mainframe could have done that, I believe." "I've never met a sleeper, Horn. I've never even seen one. I take it that you have. Are they very different from us?" "In appearance? No, not at all. They were made to forget certain things and given falsified memories in their place, but one only occasionally catches a hint of it." "You're saying that everybody could have been asleep? All of us? No houses and no people, just trees and animals?" "No. I'm saying Pass must have considered that and rejected it as unworkable, or at least undesirable." Hound nodded. "He'd have had nobody to worship him." "That's true, though I'm not sure it was a consideration. If it didn't seem so impious, I'd say now that the chapter and the Mantions seem almost to have been a joke, that Pass made himself our chief god largely because it amused him. Do you know the story about the farmer who complained all his life about getting too much rain or too little, about the soil and the winds and so on? It's no more impious than my instructor's joke about thy own son, and like that one it has wisdom." Hound shook his head. The farmer died and went to Mainframe, and was soon called to the magnificent chamber in which Pass holds court. Pass said to him, "I understand you feel that I botched certain aspects of the job when I built the Whorl," and the farmer admitted it was so, saying, "Well, sir, pretty often I thought I could have made it better." To which Pass replied, "Yes, that's what I wanted you to do." "That hits very close to home." Hound smiled. "It does. It also explains many things, once you understand that Pass himself was brought into being by the outsider. Pass wished to mold and guide us, and for him to do it we had to be awake. As our chief god he was ideally situated, though the false memories given the sleepers may have been intended to serve the same purpose. Like the farmer, we complain of storms, but Pass must have foreseen that there would be storms, and things far worse, on the new Whorls. How could we cope with them if we never saw snow or a windstorm?" "I still don't understand about the embryos. You said that Patera Silk was one of the people grown from them, and this Mucor was too." "To colonize the new Whorls. Speaking of storms and such, there's a wind rising outside. Have you noticed?" "I've been listening to it. I won't bring my donkeys in unless there's an actual storm. They can't graze in here." To colonize Blue and Green, Pass had to make certain that some human beings reached them alive. He pretty well assured that by dividing us into the 2 groups, ourselves and the sleepers. If the sleep process, whatever it was, couldn't keep them alive for 300 years, we would supply colonists. If we were wiped out by some disease, as you suggested, the sleepers could be roused by Mainframe or by the chems that Pass put in this Whorl as well. But though our surviving until we reached Blue and Green was necessary, it was not sufficient. We had to survive on those Whorls afterward. Blue is a hospitable one. We are our own worst enemies there. Green is much harsher. It's where the Inhumi breed,
and there are diseases and dangerous animals. Pass felt we ordinary people might not be able to deal with those, so he took steps to see that we'd have some extraordinary ones as well, people like Mucor, who can send out her spirit without dying, and people like Silk, who was the sort of leader we weave legends about but seldom get, or deserve, I might add. Hound stared at the fire before he spoke. You said most of those embryos had been stolen or destroyed. I'm afraid so. Does that mean we'll fail? Perhaps, on green at least. I'd like to go. Am I crazy? I've never felt this way before. The crossing is very dangerous, I don't deny that. But you and Tansy might make a better life for yourselves and your children on Blue than you will ever have here, and you would be doing the will of Pass. Not Blue, Hound said. I want to go to Green. I want to go where I'm needed, Horn. Before he replied, he stretched out on the floor, his hands behind his head. You're a brave man. I'm not. I know I'm not. But you are. But I'm steady, and I've got a good head on my shoulders, and I don't drink or get so angry I ruin everything. I'm no troublemaker. I can work with my hands, and I drive a hard bargain. They could use me. I know they could. I'm sure you're right. I'm going to have to think about it. I'm going to have to think for a long time, probably until after the baby's born. Silence descended on the ruined villa, a silence broken only by the moaning of the wind outside, the crackling of the fire, and the soft breathing of the man stretched on the floor. When some time had passed, Hound rose, took a burning stick from the fire, and went outside again. When he returned, he got a blanket and spread it over the man on the floor, who opened his eyes and murmured, Thank you. You're awake, Hound said. I fear I am. You said some things tonight that sounded pretty, I don't know, not religious. You admitted it yourself. The joke about the dead farmer. Yes, and other things too. I've got a question, Horn. It's going to sound bad, or anyhow I'm afraid it will, and it may be pretty silly. You're afraid I may not take you seriously. Hound sat down. I guess so. If you ask it seriously, I'll answer seriously, or try to. What is it? You said that there are two gods we don't know. I mean, we know that there are gods like that, but we don't know their names. You said, too, that the outsider had made Pass? Yes. Both gods and men, the human race, were created by the outsider. It's explicitly stated in the cosmologic writings, and I'm confident that it's true. The other nameless god, is that Thion's son? Does anybody know who his father was? Pass, supposedly. It's said that Thion is one of his inferior concubines, less favored than Kypris. Then what I was going to ask about is pretty silly. I was going to ask if it isn't possible they're really the same. The man lying on the floor said nothing. Since we don't know the names, that the outsider is Thion's son, the wine god, too. That isn't silly at all. It's extremely perceptive. You've amazed me twice within a few minutes. Yes, it's possible, and it may well be true. I don't know. But if the outsider made Pass, and Pass is the wine god's father... Have you ever seen Thion, Hound, in a sacred window or any place else? Hound shook his head. Neither have I. What about Pass? I have not. No. Then what do either of us know about the parentage of the wine god and what such parentage may entail? What limitations the outsider may be subject to or free from? I told you about Auk, how he was told by Scylla that Pass's name had been Typhon on the Short Sun Whorl. Hound nodded. Scylla was in possession of a woman named Chenille when that conversation took place. Chenille told my wife a good deal about it not long afterward. Do you think that because Scylla was possessing Chenille she was absent from Mainframe, or that Scylla can't have been in another woman, or a man for that matter, at the same time? I guess she could have if she wanted to. Certainly she could. The man who had been lying on the floor sat up. I was going to tell you what happened to me and to Pig after I left you. Then I decided that it might better be left unsaid, that I'd let Pig tell both of us, if he would, and let it pass in silence if he wouldn't. Now I've changed my mind again. You need to hear this. You and your wife welcomed us, and I would be neglecting a duty if I withheld it."
"Does this have something to do with the gods?" Hound asked.
"I think it may. We went outside, as you know, and I spoke with Mucor and asked her to talk to Pig when I was finished." Hound nodded. "After that, I couldn't decide whether to come back here or visit the room that had been Hyacinth's."
"Silk's wife's?"
"Yes. She had lived in this house for a time. She was a very beautiful woman, the most beautiful I'd ever seen. I've seen one other since who might rival her, despite being maimed."
"Go on, Horn."
"Recalling her and how beautiful I'd thought her then, I felt a sort of itch to stand in the suite she'd occupied and touch the walls. She'd split her stone windowsill with an azoth. I wanted to feel that windowsill, if it was still there, and stand for a time at the very window Silk had jumped from. I told myself over and over how foolish it was, and that I should return here. Have I told you Areb had left?" Hound shook his head. "He had. Mucor frightens him, as I should have remembered. It was utterly dark, of course, and I had to feel my way with my stick. It must have taken me 5 minutes to cross Mucor's room and find the door. I decided I'd try to return here to you, and if I blundered on a set of rooms that fit Silk's description of Hyacinths, so much the better."
"That sounds sensible."
"Thank you. It may have been sensible, but it did me little good. Soon after I had left Mucor's room, I was completely lost, and bitterly regretted having left my lantern behind with you. I stumbled around helplessly for a long while. I was looking for stairs and tried to stay out of the rooms, after I had explored a few, because I felt certain one would enter the staircases from a corridor."
"I understand."
"I blundered into a suite just the same, and for a minute or two I didn't know I had done it. When I realized what must have happened, I found a door and went through, thinking I'd be in the corridor again, but it was another room, bigger than the first, and, as well as I could judge, almost triangular. I don't know whether the geometers have a name for that shape, a wide triangle with 2 corners cut off. I felt certain then, absolutely certain, Hound, that I was standing in what had been Hyacinth's dressing chamber. I had never been there before in my life, though I was in this house long ago, as I told you, but I have thought of it 1,000 times, and I knew with absolute certainty that I was standing there. You're free to doubt me if you wish. I don't blame you."
"Go on,"
Hound said again.
"What did you do?"
"Well, I thought that since I was there I might as well find the bedroom, which is where the window Silk had jumped through had been, and touch that windowsill and stand at the window and so on. I was tapping around with my stick, looking for the door, when I heard the sound of a tremendous blow, a blow and the sound of wood splintering. I can't begin to convey to you how frightening I found that, alone in the dark." Hound raised his eyebrows.
"Do you know, I think I may have heard it too. There was a loud bang way off in the house someplace, a long time before you came back. I thought Pig might have fallen down."
"Perhaps that was what it was, though I doubt it. My guess, and it is merely a guess, nothing more, is that Pig struck a wall, either with the sword that he uses in this darkness as I use my stick, or with his fist."
"That he struck the wall?"
"Yes. I doubt that there's furniture left in this house, or that there has been for many years. Blood would have had fine furniture, from what I've heard of him, and I feel sure it must have been carted away long ago. We pile up treasures, Hound, and believe in our folly that we are piling them up for ourselves, when in fact we are accumulating them for those who will come after us. May I confide something personal and rather disreputable concerning my own family?"
"Absolutely, if you want to."
My oldest son was often difficult. He felt he was far wiser than Nettle and I, that we should do as he said and be grateful that he condescended to rule and advise us. Hound smiled.
"I gave my own father some headaches, too."
Once when he was angry at Nettle, he punched a cabinet I made so violently that he broke the door, as well as hurting his hand pretty badly. Have I clarified the sound you heard?" Hound scratched his head.
"What made Pig so angry?"
"The tapping of my stick, I assume."
"He was in Calde Silk's wife's bedroom?"
and thought that he was about to be interrupted. It's all guesswork, but yes, I believe that's what must have happened. I understand now why you didn't want to send Oreb to look in on him. Hound scraped together the twigs and bark that were all that remained of their firewood and added them to the fire. What I don't understand is what Pig was doing there. In an empty room in this dark, empty house? It seems to me that there's very little he could have been doing, other than what I planned to do myself, listen to the silence, touch the walls and the windowsill, and try to guess where the bed and the rest of Hyacinth's furnishings had been. I thought Pig hadn't ever been in this part of the Whorl before. He said so, I think. So did you, Horn. I probably did. He stood, dusting his knees and the seat of his trousers. We need more wood. With your permission, I'm going to try to find some. Hound said, You don't want to talk about this anymore. You can put it like that if you choose to. I've nothing sensible left to say about it, and I don't like sounding foolish, though I often do. Would you like examples of my foolishness? Hound reached for his lantern. Yes, I would. It wasn't Pig I heard, but someone else. That suite wasn't Hyacinth's, but someone else's. Pig's connection wasn't with her, but with someone who had occupied her suite before she did. Do you believe any of that? Not a word of it. If Pig returns, I may ask very diplomatically what Mucor said to him and why he went to the suite that Hyacinth once occupied. I may, but I may not. I advise you not to question him at all, though I can't forbid it. Are you coming with me to look for wood? Yes. Hound had opened his lantern and was kneeling by the fire to light its candle. I'll take this too. If we go outside the wall, we ought to be able to find any amount of dead wood, blown out of the trees by that wind. It was blowing hard when they left the flickering firelight and the smell of wood smoke, and stepped through the opening that had been Blood's door, a gale with a hint of autumn in it that swung Hound's lantern like a feather on a string. Hound went at once to his huddled donkeys. I'm going to bring them inside. It'll pour in a minute or two. His companion was about to tell him to go ahead and to remark that the coming storm was probably what the donkeys had been afraid of earlier, when Oreb swooped to a hard landing upon his shoulder, croaking, Man come, big man. Pig? Where is he? Big, big, watch out. Believe me, I'll be as careful as possible. Where is he? No, no. Oreb fluttered to keep his balance in the wind. You don't have to come with me, but where did you see him? In back, bird show. Oreb darted forward, flapping hard into the wind's eye, no higher than his owner's knees. The faint light of the lantern faded and was gone as Hound led his donkeys into the ruined villa. Come, bird, Oreb called through the darkness. Yes, I am. Good Silk. The hoarse croak was almost lost in the roaring of the wind. Watch out. His probing staff found nothing until a huge hand closed around him, its grip enveloping him from shoulder to waist. Would you have light? The Godling's voice mingled with distant thunder. It was as if the coming storm had spoken. The man the Godling had addressed gasped. I will burn this house for you, Holy One, if you wish. He found it impossible to think, almost impossible to speak. If you tighten your grip, I'll be killed. I will not tighten my grip. Will you sit upon my palm, Holy One? You must not fall. Yes, he said. Yes. Something pressed his feet, his knees, which he could not have kept straight, bent. The hand that had grasped him relaxed, sliding upward and away. He groped the hard, uneven surface on which he had been seated, discovering that it fell away half a cubit to his left and right, found the great fingers, each as wide as his head, curled behind him. Oreb. It had emerged as a whisper. He had intended a shout. He filled his lungs and tried again. Oreb! Bird, here! Here was clearly a considerable distance. Oreb, come to me, please. He was conscious of the wind, cool and violent, threatening with gusts to blow him from his precarious seat. Hurt, bird? No. He cleared his throat. "You know I won't hurt you."
"Big man, hurt bird?"
The deep voice rumbled out of the darkness again.
"If you fall."
Lightning gleamed on the horizon. For a fraction of a second it revealed a face as large as Echidna's had been in the sacred window so long ago. Tiny eyes, nostrils like the lairs of two beasts, and a cavernous mouth.
"I cannot catch you."
"Please," he gasped for breath, fighting the feeling that the wind blew every word to nothing. "You said I could have light, if I wanted it. I have a lantern. May I light it?"
"As you say, Holy One."
It was a hoarse whisper, like a distant avalanche. He had shoved his own lantern into a pocket when he had seen Hound lighting his. Now he fumbled with it and with the striker, nearly dropping both.
"It is very small, Holy One."
There was a faint note of amusement in the terrifying rumble this time. "That's all right," he said with a growing sense of relief. "So am I." White sparks cascaded onto the trembling wick. It was as if there were shooting stars in his hands, like the stars at the bottom of the grave to which Silk and Hyacinth had driven Orpine's body in a dream he recalled with uncanny clarity. Here we dig holes in the ground for our dead, he thought, to bring them nearer the outsider, and on Blue we do the same because we did it here, though it takes them away from him. The yellow flame of the candle rose. He shut his lantern, mesmerized by the end of the Godling's thumb, the smoothly rounded face of a faceless man wearing a peaked hat that was in fact a claw.
"You see me?"
The gigantic speaker sounded faintly pleased. "Yes, you could see me before." Slowly the great face descended. Slowly it rose, as a large boat might have in a long swell. "Like Oreb. Oreb can see even when it seems to me that there's no light at all." There was no reply, and he wondered whether the Godling had heard him. "Oreb's eyes are larger than mine," he continued gamely, "though Oreb is so much smaller. Your eyes seem very small to me, but that's only because they are small in proportion to your face. Each must be the size of Oreb's head." Rain fell like a lash.
"You speak too fast, Holy One," the Godling rumbled.
"And it must seem to you that we move very fast as well," he reflected, "that we dart about like squirrels or rabbits."
"Are you in danger, Holy One? I will protect you."
"No." He held up the light, his sodden tunic clinging to his arm. This was better, far better, than the sewer on Green.
"Are you in need, Holy One? I will supply you."
"That is good of you." He struggled to make himself heard.
"Bird here."
Oreb landed heavily on his head, and every limb jerked with terror.
"Wet, wet."
A fine spray of water joined the rain as Oreb shook himself and fluttered his wings. "Getting in under the fingers, aren't you?"
"Good bird, good Silk."
Suddenly contrite, he spoke slowly to the Godling. "You've made a shelter for me, and even let Oreb share it. Are we keeping you out in this?" Again the rumble seemed slightly amused, although he could not be sure he was not imagining it.
"I do not suffer, Holy One."
There was pause in which the huge face, lit faintly from below, regarded him.
"Are you in need?"
"No." It was still difficult for him to speak.
"The rest are to stay,"
the Godling rumbled. Its breath, hot, moist, and fetid, pierced the wind, and lightning flashed as it spoke, starkly revealing colorless skin splashed with inky shadows.
"Enough have gone. Tell the rest to stay. That is what I have come to tell you. Silk says it."
7. Drinking companions. We have made the experiment, and the experiment has failed. That is the truth, so that is how I must look at it. All my planning, I shall be honest, all my scheming has gone for nothing. I must devise a new approach. When I was in Blanco, Fava and I found that when my mind was joined with hers, we and anyone else who was in our company could travel in spirit. We went to Green, and later Jali, the Duco, Hyde, and I, with some others, went to the great city of the Red Sun Whorl. We were able to, I believe, because the Duco had been there previously. Let me think. I am going to write down everything, even the smallest details. Perhaps something will suggest itself, either when I am writing or when I read this over tomorrow. I persuaded Dorp to take me across the street to Sigfur's. It was a serious violation of the law, he said. He and Andvagan might lose their boats and even their house if the law found out. We waited until long after shade-low, when the street was almost empty. I was muffled in a thick twill boat cloak with a hood. It is dark gray, and reminds me of Olivine's giving me my augur's robe. What a strange whirl it is, in which we become someone else by putting on new clothes. The prisoner Horn disappeared as soon as Dorp draped him in this exceedingly voluminous cloak, replaced by the nameless captain of a nameless boat. In all the time I sailed with Babby and Sea-Wrack, I had no such cloak. Now I have no boat, but am equipped for one. No doubt it will soon appear. In the same way, rubies and red and purple silk made me Rajan of Gaon. We are but the paper, our clothes are the ink. Across the street we went, with Oreb flying well in advance so that his company would not betray my identity, and to make certain Sigfur would put out the lamps and open her door the moment we arrived. She had and did. We hurried inside.
"My servants away I have sent, my sire Horn. This you say, and this I have done."
"Come, bird."
Oreb was fluttering up the stairwell already. We ran after him, or at any rate Sigfur and I ran, and Dorp labored behind us, puffing and groaning, up a flight, then another, and into the locked and bolted little bedroom whose window I had studied with Vadsig, and which has been constantly in my thoughts. It seemed as dark almost as Blood's villa. I nearly stumbled over the chair to which Sigfur directed me.
"A candle now you wish, my sire Horn? The shutters closed are, no one can see."
It occurred to me that no one could see me well enough to recognize me even if they had been open, and I recalled Silk's saying that Mucor thought her spirit could not leave her room unless the window was open. I resolved to open the shutters of Jali's room, and did afterward, although nothing came of it. Dorp arrived at the same time Sigfur brought the candle. He would have bent over Jali if I had permitted it. I ordered him away with a gesture that I hope brooked no argument, and he dropped gasping into the chair. It was only then, after Dorp had sat down, that I understood how it was that Sigfur served as Jali's jailer for so long, without realizing that she was an inhuma. The sheet had been drawn up nearly to the top of her wig. "Good thing?" Oreb inquired when I lifted it. I replaced the sheet, telling him to be quiet. "You've covered her face," I remarked to Sigfur. "May I ask why?"
"So silent she is, my sire, so cold, like dead your poor daughter is. Seeing her so, I do not like."
"Not dead," Dorp gasped. "She is?" "No, she's in a coma, from which I intend to rouse her." I felt confident of my ability to do it, and made the declaration as certain as I could. What if Jali, who was buried alive in Gaon, were buried alive a second time here in Dorp? Who would rescue her then?
"My house the ghosts will leave, my sire, if up she wakes."
I told Sigfur I was sure of it, and ordered them out. She left obediently, and he reluctantly. And what more is there to tell? Nothing, really. I sat with her all night, thinking of Green, its ruined city, its swamps and jungles, the rice fields of the villagers, the abandoned tower in the cliff, and the derelict lander in which I died rose before my mind not once or twice, but 20 or 30 times, and as far as I am capable of it, I explored their every corner, leaf, and crevice. 2 floors below me, where Dorp was talking to Sigfur and drinking the white brandy they relish here, plates fell from a shelf, and Sigfur shrieked in dismay. That was a little after midnight, and was far more activity than I myself saw. I opened the shutters and closed them after half an hour, during which the room became unbearably cold. I moved the candle from place to place. I poked the fire and fed it fresh wood. I pulled down the sheet and kissed Jali's cheek, and took her hand, very clearly the hand of an inhuma, from under the bedclothes, and clasped it between my own. It was as cold as ice. No dead woman's could have been colder. In time I warmed it, but Jali never stirred. I prayed again and again, imploring the help of the outsider and every other god, told my beads, and recalled 10,000 things, from my mother's kindnesses when I was a boy to the way Pig looked and spoke when he rejoined Hound and me at the fire in Blood's villa. I listened to Oreb and talked to him, mostly to caution him to say nothing about what we were doing, and at last, when I could no longer bear his chatter, I opened the shutters again and sent him out to look for Babby, something I very much regret now, because he has not returned. Dawn came, and with it Baruch, rather drunk, to tell me that he could risk my absence from his house no longer. So here I sit, having accomplished nothing. But what more could I have done? I wish now that I had thought to cut my arm and smeared Jali's lips. Here is news, perhaps even good news. I hope so. There was an awful brawl downstairs this morning. I listened at my keyhole and soon identified Cook's voice. It was not difficult to guess who she was bawling at, so I pounded on my door and shouted for Vadsig. She was breathless when she arrived and every bit as red of face as Anvagen, with a livid bruise on her cheek. I only require that you talk to me a while, I told her, and give Cook's temper time to cool. I felt sure you'd appreciate being rescued from that situation, whatever it was.
Going out I am, my sire. Asking her I am not.
This was said in the tone of one who defies the armed might of cities.
Saying all morning she is, lying she is. No more than 1 hour it is, my sire, less.
I believe you.
Paying me she is not, my sire. A servant like me she is.
No doubt she became accustomed to bullying you when you were younger, Vadsig. She must learn from your speech and your deportment that you are growing up. She nodded vigorously.
All her life a servant she is, so with me it will not be. This she sees. Our own house we will have, children I will have, and servants like her to wait on us, it may be.
Aim high, Vadsig. There is nothing to be gained by not doing so.
Thank you, my sire. Very kind you are.
Smoothing her apron, she turned to go.
Your son well is, my sire. Happy he is not, but well he is, and love to you by me he sends.
She had gone out and turned the key before my mouth closed. Hide? And Vadsig? What a wonderful Whorl we live in. I have been walking up and down this little room, 3 steps and turn, worrying about Oreb. If you ever read this, dear Nettle, you will say that I ought to have been worrying about our son, but what is there to worry about? He and Vadsig will or will not marry. I cannot decide that for them, and neither could you. They must decide it for themselves. If they do not, each will regret it sometimes, and nothing you and I could say or do can change that. If they do, each will regret that sometimes too, and we cannot change that either. So what is there to think about? I wish them both well. So would you, I believe, if you were here with me. As for Oreb, I am concerned about him, but what can I do? When we reached this Whorl, he left me for nearly a year. At this moment he has been gone less than a day. I have prayed that he is safe, and that is all I can do. I hope the outsider, whose sacrifice Silk once intended Oreb to be, smiles on him. The reason for my failure with poor Jali last night is obvious, surely. Her spirit is absent. I had supposed that it might be hovering about her body, and that I might somehow assist it to re-enter. It is not there, and in all probability is still on Green. I returned from Green, leaving her there and supposing that she could return as I did whenever she chose. Either she has not chosen to return, or she is unable to do so. If it is the first, well and good. I have no claim on her. She may remain as she is if she chooses. But if she is unable to return, and I confess I believe that most likely, I must bring her back, and I cannot go without the company of another such as Jali is and my poor friend Fava was. Available to me in this house are Vadsig, Anvagen, Baruch, and perhaps Sigfer. I have tried to persuade myself that one of them might do. I cannot. Vadsig is lean enough, but the idea of an Inhuma living by choice as Vadsig does, sleeping in a garret, sweeping and mopping floors and washing dishes, is perfectly ridiculous. She has worked here, she says, for 2 years. She would have been detected 100 times over. If somehow she had not been, she would have been detected at once by Oreb, who has seen her many times. Berup and Anvagen can be dismissed at once. Both are far too portly. As for Sigfur, I do not believe it. Oreb saw her and said nothing. She would not have covered Jali's face or fetched a bio to help her. All four can be dismissed. Leaving no one. What am I to do? Sleep. No dreams. Not of Faba and Mora, nor of anyone else, but I ought to have known better. Mora herself must be awake. Dusk outside my window. Another short winter day has ended. Soon the house will be asleep, and I will go out and search the streets for someone like Faba and Jali who may, I say, be willing to go to Green with me and bring my poor daughter home. What else can I do? I give thanks to the outsider particularly that Berup failed to notice I was keeping his gray boat cloak. So much has happened that I despair of recording all of it. I required Berup's cloak, I was right about that, but not to search the streets of Dorp for a helpful inhumu. I had no more than written cloak and put away my pen case and my dwindling supply of paper than I heard the rattle of sling swivels and the clatter of boots on the stair. In came two men with slug guns, and off to Judge Hamer we went, not to a courtroom, but to his house, where he held court in his solaria.
No formal session it is, my sire Horn.
He is fat and red of face, and seemed to me to be forcing his voice deeper than nature intended.
A preliminary hearing it is. This is capital cases we do.
I protested that I had killed no one.
That you made your prisoner. Him you restrained, my sire. By our law, a capital offense it is.
He smiled, cocked his head, and pointed his forefinger down at his neck. Is Nat a particularly privileged individual here in Dorp, Judge Hamer? He looked severe.
My sire rector to me, you must say, my sire, each time you speak.
Excuse it, please, my sire rector. I am a stranger and ignorant of your usages. Is Nat a privileged citizen, my sire rector, or does this law you describe apply to everyone?
The protection of all it is, my sire.
What about strangers such as my daughter, my son, and myself, my sire rector? Are we protected too, or does your law protect only your own citizens?
All it protects. This I say, my sire, and this so is.
Then I protest on behalf of my daughter, my sire rector. She is being held by your order, and she had nothing to do with restraining Nat, whom we soon released, by the way.
By the law held she is, my sire. The law cannot break.
He addressed the troopers.
My sire Horn's daughter, Maren Jali. Why not to my court fetching her you are?
One came to attention and saluted.
Sleeping she is, my sire rector.
Her you wake.
There was a whispered consultation. I took advantage of the time it gave me to look around. The five with slug guns I took to be ledgermen, although their uniforms were sketchy at best. Except for them and Judge Hamer, there was no one in the solaria save Berup, Anvagen, and me. The solaria itself spoke of wealth and luxury, although no wealthy man in the Viron I knew as a boy would have been impressed by it. Its floors of waxed wood was smooth, and the rough wool carpet before the judge's desk not quite contemptible. Somber pictures hung on the crudely paneled walls. Heavy chairs and glass-fronted cabinets containing rusted knives and swords, and split and polished stones completed the furnishings.
My sire Horn,
Hamer rapped his desk with a walking stick.
About your daughter presently we see. Likewise my sire Hyde, who stands accused with you.
Unjustly. He is my son and merely did what I told him.
This he and you later must say. How you plead I must know, and not how my sire Hyde will, or this Maren Jali whose sleep brave men dare not disturb. Our laws you do not know, my sire.
I shook my head.
By speaking you must answer.
No, my sire rector, I do not.
Such criminals as you, my sire Horn, three choices have. Innocent you may plead. If this you say, your innocence by your own speech and your witnesses you must to me prove.
I would be free to speak then, my sire rector?
This I have said, my sire. If guilty you plead, almost the same it is. By your speech and witnesses for a light sentence you argue.
I believe I understand, my sire rector.
Not pleading also you may choose. If so you choose, a friend for you I shall appoint. Then your guilt we must show, and he our witnesses may question. For children and those who cannot speak, this is done.
You said that you would have to prove my guilt, my sire rector. I thought you were to be my judge.
Your judge I am. If guilty you are, show it so I must. How pleading you are.
I looked to Baruch for a hint, but he would not meet my eye. I said, I won't plead until my trial, my sire rector.
Now plead you must, so we for your trial can prepare.
I shook my head again.
To me aloud you must speak.
I was badly frightened, but I thought of Silk in the inn in Limna, and how he had longed for a public trial, though he had known that at the conclusion of any such trial he would be convicted and sentenced to die. Gathering what courage I have, I said, You are my prosecutor, my sire. Take me before a just judge, and I will speak to him.
Your judge I am.
He pounded the table with his stick. You claim the right to prosecute me in accordance with your laws, the laws of Dorp, about which I know nothing. I claim the right to defend myself by the only law I know, the law of reason. Reason demands an impartial judge, and that I be given the advice of someone who knows your law. I wanted to swallow and tried to, as I recall vividly. Someone friendly to my cause. Silence descended on the Solaria, save for the shuffling of the ledgermen's boots.
Is that all you have to say, my sire Horn?
I nodded my head.
To me aloud speak.
I shook it and waited for the blow from behind I expected.
My sire Baruch.
He stepped forward and said,
Yes, my sire rector,
with a slight tremor.
In your house my sire Horn is staying how many days?
There was a pause, and I saw Baruch's fingers twitch as he endeavored to count on them without making it obvious that he was doing so. I said, For 8 days, Judge Hamer.
Me, my sire rector, calling you are?
No, Hamer.
Him you silence,
Hamer told one of the ledgermen, who positioned himself behind me with his hand over my mouth.
Baruch said, 6 days, my sire rector. Not 8 it is.
Baruch cleared his throat.
Only 6 counting I am, my sire rector.
There was an interruption as Hyde was hustled in, followed by Vadsig and a middle-aged couple.
This my sire Hyde it is?
Judge Hamer asked. I jerked the ledgerman's hand down and said as loudly as I could, No!
What this is you saying are my sire?
The ledgerman had his hand over my mouth and an arm around my neck. I could not speak.
My sire, Hamer pointed to Hyde, your name we must have.
My name is Hoof, Hyde told him.
To me, my sire rector, you say, my sire. Again you answer.
Yes, my sire rector. Hamer's eyes rolled upward. I felt sure that, like me, he was silently imploring the mercy of the immortal gods.
To this court your name you must give. It what is?
The middle-aged man said,
Hyde it is, my sire rector. In my house quartered he is. If removing,
Hamer cut him off.
Him asking I am, my sire.
Hyde said, My name is Hoof.
Hyde not it is?
I saw Hyde's eyes steal toward me, although I doubt that Judge Hamer did. No, Hyde said. The woman interrupted, saying rather shrilly,
Hyde always we calling him are my sire rector.
Her husband snapped,
Silent you be, Versregal. To your house confined he is, my sire Strick?
Hyde said, I am, but my brother isn't.
My sire Hyde your brother is?
Hyde nodded, and one of the troopers stepped up behind him and cuffed the side of his head.
To Judge Hamer loudly you must speak,
Strick explained in a whisper. Vadsig stepped forward, eyes blazing.
Not knowing he is, no crime he does, why him you abuse, what justice this is?
And much more of the same, too much for me to record here even if I recalled it. When Hamer found out she was only a servant in Onvagan's house, he had her gagged and tied to a chair.
My sire Hyde, this my sire Horn's son you are?
My name isn't Hyde, Hyde explained. My name's Hoof. Hyde's my brother. We're twins, and we changed places. We used to do it all the time when we were smaller to fool our father. He couldn't tell us apart.
My sire,
Hoof. We look exactly alike. Andvaigen put in, My sire Horn 3 sons and a daughter having is. Hamer silenced her with a glance. Hyde said, I'd heard my brother was in trouble here, so I came to see if I couldn't help him, and we changed places. He's on his way back home by now, I guess. Hamer told the trooper to release me and asked whether Hyde was my son. I said he was.
3 having you are, my sire? Saying this the woman is.
I nodded and was knocked to my knees.
3 sons you are having?
I must have nodded again. At another time I will write about Green. When I regained consciousness, I was lying on the floor beside Hamer's desk, and he was questioning Azagen.
With my sire Horn talking while snowbound you are. Of twin sons he spoke?
Azagen stood at attention.
Yes, my sire Rector. More than a yes from you, I ask.
Azagen gulped. The sound was soft, but the Solaria was so still, and I lay so near him that I was able to hear it.
Of his family to me speaking often he is, my sire Rector. Of his sons who twins are, of his wife and older son, of his daughter, who asleep fell and could not we wake, not permitting it he is?
Another gulp.
No, my sire Rector. Permitting he is, but not waking she is.
Hamer grunted.
Of twins he speaks, sons that twins are? Yes, my sire Rector.
I suppose he must have beckoned to Hyde, because Hyde came forward.
The son with him then is, Sergeant.
Yes, my sire Rector.
Not the other it is.
I held my breath and shut my eyes.
The other, my sire Rector? The other it is?
I did not have to see Hamer to know that his face was crimson with rage.
This you saying are?
No, my sire Rector.
This son it is?
Yes, my sire Rector. Hyde burst out. Who is this, and why is he lying about me? There was a lengthy silence. At last Hamer said smoothly,
My sire Strick, charged with the prisoner Hyde you were.
Here he is, Strick protested.
Before you he stands, my sire Rector. No, my sire, escaped he has. His brother his place has taken while you slept. But, to me plain this is, my sire, your name Hoof it is?
Hyde nodded. Yes, my sire Rector.
My sire Hyde your brother is?
Yes, my sire Rector.
When your father, my sire Nat, confined, you in your own town were?
Hyde coughed nervously. Can I say something, my sire Rector? It's about something that's been bothering me a long time.
Speak. Of you what I ask it is.
That man there isn't really my father at all. He says he is, and he must have talked to my real father a lot, because he knows a lot about me and my brothers and our whole family, but that's not him.
Not your father he is? Lying he is?
I don't know if he's lying, my sire Rector. Sometimes it's like he believes it himself. Judge Hamer rapped his desk.
Nearly finished we are. Sergeant, my sire Hyde, who with you in the inn was, this man his father calling he was?
Yes, my sire Rector.
Good.
Judge Hamer sighed with relief. I heard his walking stick rattle as he laid it down.
Good. From my sire Nat a disposition I have. By my sire Horn and my sire Hyde he was bound and beaten. My sire Horn we have.
Hyde started to protest, but fell silent.
You may not me interrupt, my sire. My sire Horn your father he is.
That's his name, my sire Rector, but
then this man another my sire Horn to me he is, because Horn himself he calls. This my sire Horn we have. My sire Hyde we do not have. Merenjali not I have seen, but little guilt she has, and ill she lies.
This was said portentously, and there was a slight stir of anticipation.
For this preliminary hearing I will decide. In the matter of Marin Jali, no reason to charge, I find. Dismissed though absent she is.
Although she spoke softly, Vadsig surprised me enough to make me open my eyes by saying, "Thanks, my sire rector. We really appreciate it." At an angry gesture from Azajan, a ledgerman hurried to replace her gag, which lay in her lap.
In the matter of my sire Hyde, escape his guilt confirms. With unlawful restraint he charged is. Not here he is to plead, so for him not pleading down I set. This the law requires. With his escape my sire Strick I charge.
I was watching Strick through narrowed lids, and he looked stricken. Hyde asked, "What about me, my sire rector?"
With you my court no business has, my sire Hoof. Free to go you are.
"Thank you," Vadsig said again. Azajan went over to fasten her gag himself, but Judge Hamer told him to free her instead. Strick was trying to say something, but was silenced.
Your preliminary hearing not this is, my sire. A date for that I will set. Notified you shall be.
Hamer cleared his throat.
My sire Barup.
Hesitantly, poor Barup stepped forward.
My sire Horn you for us have kept. My sire Strick also you must keep.
Onvagan answered for him.
That we will do, my sire rector. Safe with us he will be.
In the matter of my sire Horn, for himself he cannot plead, for him also not pleading down I set.
Just then Sigfer burst in to announce that Jali had escaped. But I must go. I have been out raising money. It was not easy, as the loot we took was mostly jewelry, but after searching and pounding on doors, I was able to trace one jeweler to his home, wake him, and persuade him to buy 6 pieces. I stopped at a dram shop when I left him, a very foolish thing to do when I was carrying so much money, but I told myself, correctly as it turned out, that I would be able to sit down with a glass before me and rest for an hour or so before I had to find my way back to Onvagan's, and I might hear something of value. It was a clean, decent place, and had very few customers so late at night.
"Sit down, Patera."
Ox sat across from me, more dour and more threatening than I ever imagined him when we wrote about his meeting with Silk. I blinked and he was gone, but he soon returned. Eventually I called the owner of the shop over, saying quite truthfully that my head ached, that I was very tired and much in need of company, and that I would be happy to stand him a glass of his own brandy if only he would tell me the gossip of the town.
"A foreigner you are?"
He bent over my table, a bald and beefy man of more than 40. "A foreigner much in need of companionship, my sire," I said.
"A girl you want?"
I shook my head. "Just someone real to talk to. Are you about to close?"
"No, my sire. At shade up we close, but soon my son comes, so sleep I get."
"Most people here don't say shade up anymore," I told him, "or shade low either."
"For this my son at me laughs, my sire."
He sat on Ox's stool, to my great relief.
"The old place I do not forget. Back I cannot go, but remember I do. Old as me you are, my sire. Why come you did?"
For a moment I could not decide whether to tell him that I was told to, as I was by Silk, or that I was made to, as I was by Harimau and his friends. In the end, I decided to change the subject and said, "For the same reasons as many others, I suppose. Would you like that drink? If you'll get it, I'll pay for it, as I said."
"No, my sire. In my house sometimes, but here never I drink. For my trade ruin it is. From where to our Dorp do you come?"
"New Viron."
"A long voyage it is. But last night another from New Viron to my tavern comes. For you it is he searches?"
"I doubt it. What was his name?" The shopkeeper scratched his bald head.
"This forgotten I have, my sire. What yours is, him I tell if again he comes."
I smiled and told him, "Horn it is, my sire. To him this you say, 'My sire Horn for your company asks. Your townsman he is. With Barup he is to be found. Help you he will." The shopkeeper laughed.
"Better talking you are, my sire."
"But not perfectly? How would you say it?"
"For not you say."
As I sipped from my chipped glass, I struggled to recall just what I had said. "My sire Whorl your company asks?"
"Yes, my sire, that the right way it is. Also, must you say, with Baruch to be found he is."
"I see, and I appreciate your instruction. I'll wait a bit before I try again."
"A good man where we are Baruch is." The shopkeeper winked and pretended to drink, then turned gloomy. "Soon ruined he is, destroyed he is. His boats they want, my sire."
A younger man joined us.
"Strick already ruined is." The shopkeeper introduced him. "My son, my sire. Wappen he is."
Wappen said, "Strick tried will be everything they take."
"For what tried?"
Wappen shrugged.
"If not wanted it is, too heavy it is."
His father told me, "They us destroy, my sire, one man and another."
"My father's tavern soon they take."
The younger man was not tall, but he looked tough, and as he leaned toward me I saw a scar that must have been made by a knife or a broken bottle across one pitted cheek.
"Soon, not now it is," the shopkeeper said.
"Better the tavern we sell and a boat buy. Back not coming we are."
I said, "Better destroying those who would destroy you, you are." The shopkeeper looked around fearfully, but his son spat on the floor, saying,
"What more to us they will do."
Soon after that, the shopkeeper left for home, and Wappen excused himself to wait on another patron.
"There you are."
I looked around at the swaying woman behind me and said, "Chenille?"
"The lady on green. No, it's me."
Jali dropped onto Ock's stool and leaned across the table, her chin on her hands.
"Guess my face not so good, huh?"
"Don't smile," I told her.
"I won't. I'm just so hungry. I found this woman in an alley."
"Not so loud, please."
"I drank, and I fell down and knew I better stop."
"Did you kill her, Jali?"
"Don't think so. She's big woman."
She paused, her eyes unfocused and her nose softening and seeming to sink into her face.
"Never was so drunk. Do you like it, Rashan?"
I shook my head, wondering how long it would be before she was sober again. It could be a matter of minutes, I decided. It was also possible that what we were interpreting as drunkenness was permanent brain damage.
"I'm just so hungry," she repeated.
"A part of the blood you drink becomes your own blood. Surely you must know that."
"Wasn't thinking, Rashan. It's just like the cow."
She waited, expecting, as I saw, to be scolded.
"So then I should go back to the big house, only I locked up there."
I nodded.
"And I can't find it, but I saw you."
"Basically, you're right," I told her. "We must get you out of sight, and it would probably be unwise to return to Sidgefors."
"My hair's crooked?"
Her hands went up to it. "No, but I wouldn't touch it if I were you." Seeing a face I recognized, I called, "Hoof, come over and sit with us." He came to the table and offered me his hand.
"I'm afraid I don't remember you, sir. Are you from New Viron?"
I was worried about Oreb and my trial and a dozen other things, but I could not help laughing, just as I was to laugh a few minutes later when Hyde came in with his bruised face and swollen eye, still angry and eager to fight. "Yes, I am," I told Hoof. "I'm your father, and this is your sister Jali." 8. Sad experience teacher me.
"Horn!"
As he stumbled, dripping, into the cavernous room that had been Blood's reception hall, Hound goggled.
"Bucky!"
Pig's blind face looked not quite at him.
"That's your Bucky."
Donkeys more than half asleep raised their heads and turned long ears to hear the moist scuffle of his shoes on the scarred and stained parquet floor. "Yes, it's me." He sat down between Pig and Hound, wiping water from his hair and eyes. "Tired and exceedingly wet."
"Bird, too."
"Yes, dry your feathers, but not on my shoulder, please. It can scarcely support its own weight."
A Godling had you. Hound sounded as if he did not believe it himself. I told Pig. Did you? And what did Pig say? Prayed for you, Bucky. He glanced at Pig, then laid a shivering hand on one of Pig's enormous knees. You're wet, too. Aye, Bucky. Been raining out there. It has. He turned to study Hound. So are you. Hound did not reply. It's raining outside, Pig, exactly as you said, but not in here. There's a tile roof, and tile lasts if it isn't broken. In through the windows, Bucky. Bird, too, Oreb remarked. His owner stroked him. Do you mean that you fly into the house through its broken windows as the rain does, Oreb, or that you are as wet as Hound and Pig? Bird wet. Oreb spread his wings, warming them at the dying fire. Indeed you are, and for very the same reason. That is to say, because you were out there with me. I wasn't. Hound spoke to the fire. I've got to tell you that, and there it is. I heard the Godling when it spoke to you, and I hid in here, in one of the little rooms off this one, until Pig came. I don't blame you. I tried to get him to hide too, but he wouldn't. He went out into the rain to help you. Good man, Oreb exclaimed. Then you went out to bring him back? Hound nodded, still looking at the fire. Hung on me harm, Pig explained. I made him listen, and you and the Godling were talking, were conversing, really, like a man and his servant. I couldn't make out what you were saying. Could you, Pig? Nature speaker. We could only catch a word here and there, but we knew from your voices that it wasn't going to hurt you, so Pig put away his sword again and came back here. Good Silk. He most certainly is, Oreb, which is why we must find him. But you and Hound and Pig are good too, each in your own way, friends far better than I deserve. You came to me while I sat in the Godling's hand, and that took a great deal of courage. Hound's hiding in here was merely good sense, since he couldn't have achieved anything if he had tried to save me from what was actually a non-existent threat. When there was a life to be saved, he acted as courageously as any man could. As for Pig, what he was ready to do leaves me speechless. I've sat cross-legged in the palm of that Godling's hand, Pig, and the mere notion of attacking it in any way, of firing on it with a slug gun from a window of this house, for example, much less rushing at it with a sword. He shook his head. Pig chuckled. Candy for me, Bucky. Couldn't I see it? But you saw Mucor? I mean the second time when I sent her out to you? Oh, aye. Pig's tone was no longer bantering. Hound said, Without offense, Horn, I hesitate to ask, but I was terrified, I admit it. So was I, he said. I still am. Hound looked him in the face for the first time. I'd like to know what the two of you were talking about. It isn't going to kill us or anything. He shook his head. It's trying to help us, actually. Oh, Pig'd like to hear her, Bucky. I'll be happy to tell you, and in fact it's my duty to, but there are other questions. Perhaps Hound has asked them already. If so, I didn't get to hear your answers. Hound said, I haven't. Then I will. Can you tell us what Mucor said to you, Pig? It may be important. There was a silence so long that Oreb croaked, Pig talk! Easy to get it right, Pig muttered apologetically. Hashed about me. Knew I would, didn't you? Yes, I assumed so. Said she didn't know. A wee chat then, and she said to stay with you, and I might get him. Say when Hound said he'd had you, 'twas Hoot's sword, and had him. I understand, or at least I understand more than I did. Did she tell you why she thought you might regain your sight in my company? Did she, Bucky? She did nae. After I left Mucor's room, Pig, I wanted to go into the suite that Silk's wife Hyacinth once occupied. It took me some while to find it, and when I did, you were already there. You were angry, I believe, because I threatened to intrude. Aye, Bucky. For a moment or two he stared at the broad, fleshy face, made pitiable by the damp gray rag across its eyes. May I ask what you were doing there, Pig? A place to think's all.
You didn't know that the room you chose to think in had been Hyacinth's bedroom?
Did he? He dinna.
You were outdoors, standing on the lawn when you spoke with Mucor.
Aye.
It wasn't raining then. It can't have been, because it hadn't begun to rain yet when Hound and I went out to look for firewood some time later. Why did you go back into the house, Pig? Was it to get out of the wind?
Why, Bucky? Why nae? Dinna think about it.
Did you come back here where Hound was waiting for us? Hound touched his knee and mouthed the word no.
Dinna think sae,
Pig murmured.
Crawled in a winder.
And went up to the second floor, which is where Hyacinth's suite was, to think?
Aye, Bucky.
He felt his face and found that it had been dried by the fire, then ran his hand through his untidy hair, which was damp still. You're fencing with me, Pig.
Is he?
It was not followed by the expected, he is nae. Yes, he is. You are, and I'm too tired to fence. I've never taken fencing lessons, Pig, but Silk did, and I got to know his fencing teacher, an old man named Ziphius. It seemed a glamorous business then, fencing.
Did it nu?
Yes, it did. He recalled the ruined sword stick, leaning forgotten in a corner of the Chaldee's palace. He, or had it been Silk, had drawn its hidden blade to feel the place where Blood's Azoth had notched it. He recalled the moment, and with it the texture of a bamboo practice sword and the swift pattering steps when there was no time to boast, time only for the mock deadly business of winning or losing, thrust and parry, advance and retreat. Later, he said, when I was building my mill, I wondered why anyone bothered, other than by arrangement on the occasions when two combatants with swords fight it out must be very rare. On Green, have I told you I went to Green, Pig?
Aye.
He lay down, hands behind his head. I got a sword there, and after I had used it to clear a sewer clogged with corpses, I used it to kill red leapers and animals of that kind. There's an art to that, if you will allow, but it isn't fencing. Pig's deep, rough voice seemed to come from very far away.
Want to tell you, Bucky, truly do.
You've sworn not to?
Dinna know myself. Something inside cawing me. Kept going and going till it felt hammy. Believe in ghosts.
Hound said, No. Yes, certainly.
Ain't in there, Bucky. Fell to her.
A half-strangled sob elicited, Poor Pig, from Oreb.
Winded perfume. Kissed me too. Believe it?
Yes, she kissed a great many men in there, Pig.
If you'd come in.
The long brass-tipped scabbard stirred, scraping the hearthstone. There was a long silence, broken by Hound. You said you'd tell us what the Godling told you. So I did. It's bad news for you, I'm afraid, and bad news for me as well. I should tell you first, however, that I haven't the least intention of doing what I was instructed to do.
You're going to disobey it?
I am indeed. What right has it to expect obedience from me? Again he felt the pelting rain, the freezing wind that had driven it like sleet, and the faint warmth of the huge hand. He opened his eyes. It is not a rhetorical question, Hound. Pig, I ask it of you too. What gives that Godling, or any other, a moral right to our obedience? You've been here for the past 20 years, as I have not. Answer me if you can. They speak for the gods. Hound sounded more diffident than ever. They say they do, perhaps, but the one who spoke to me didn't even bother to say it. I might add that augurs often make the same assertion on dubious grounds.
Holding her, wasn't it, Bucky? Could have killed you.
That's correct. I was seated on the palm of its hand, and if I had jumped, I might have been badly hurt.
Be dead, Bucky.
I doubt it. The distance from his palm to the ground must have been 2 or 3 times my height, approximately the fall Silk suffered when he drove through Hyacinth's window. Do you know about that, either of you? Hound said, No. I won't bore you with the details, but Silk jumped out of her window and landed on flagstones, breaking his ankle. If I'd jumped from the Godling's hand, I would have landed on wet ground. That might have been almost as bad. I doubt very much, however, that it could have been worse.
Suppose it had shut its hand on you.
Oreb squawked in dismay. I would have been crushed, no doubt. Still, I doubt that it could have. They move slowly. Even in the short time I talked with it, I couldn't help noticing that. Each of its fingers must weigh as much as you do. If that's correct, closing its hand entails moving the weight of 4 very large men.
Bucky.
He chuckled. Oreb told me a big man was behind the house. I thought he meant you, and Hound and I had been worried about you, so I went with him. Afterward, while I was sitting in the hand, I was inclined to be angry with him for saying big man instead of godling, giant, or something of that kind that would have told me what I was to encounter. Then I realized that to him we're as gigantic as a godling is to us, that Oreb sees little difference between a large man like you and a larger one like the godling, because there really isn't much from his standpoint. What could a godling do to him that you couldn't?
Wouldn't he hurt you, Horeb?
Pig rumbled. No, but neither would the godling. You and Hound thought I was very brave for talking to it as I did.
I still think it, Hound announced.
But Oreb's being just as brave every time he perches on my wrist and talks with me. A wild bird wouldn't do that, and I can't blame it in the least. The birds suggested trees, immense trees like mountains and graceful fern-foliaged trees that swayed in every breeze and burned like incense, the trees, islands, and continents, and smiling lakes, deep blue seas, and storm-tossed oceans.
What you thinking about, Bucky?
The 3 whorls, 2 large and low, by which I mean near the short sun. This one's near the stars. I don't know whether green's bigger than blue or blue's bigger than green, but both are much bigger than this whorl we're in, the long sun whorl. When we came to blue, we scarcely noticed that. I didn't notice it at all, in fact, and doubt that many of us did. Both this whorl and that one were very large places to us, and that was all that mattered. Yet I would guess that blue is 10 or 20 times larger, that there's more difference in size between blue and this whorl than between the godling and ourselves. In this whorl, Paz took care to separate us with rivers and mountain ranges. On blue there isn't much need for that. Distance itself makes us keep our distance. He closed his eyes again, seeing league upon league of open water and feeling the gentle rocking of his sloop.
Horn, you said you had bad news for us. What is it?
Not for Pig. At least I don't believe so. For you and me, Hound. You wanted to take your family to Green after your child was born, so it sounded. Have you changed your mind?
No.
No. Then it's bad news, as I said. For me, too, because I must find Silk and take him home with me, and that means we must find a lander in working order and places on it. The Godling told me it has been decided, I don't know by whom, that enough people have left the Whorl now, and everyone who's still on board is to remain aboard. Oreb whistled sharply. It came as a shock to me, as you may imagine, and I'm by no means certain it conforms to the will of Paz. When Patera Silk and the sleeper he had awakened went down to the surface of the Whorl where the landers are, he saw the inscriptions Paz had caused to be cut into the steps. It read, "He who descends serves Paz best." My understanding has always been that everyone, the entire population of the Whorl, is to leave it.
No matter, Bucky?
Correct. At least according to the Godling. Everyone in the Whorl is to remain. They hope to repair it. Closing his eyes again, he added softly, that was what Echidna and Hyrax wanted. It would seem they have won after all, although the Godling claimed to be speaking for Patera Silk.
Don't you think that it might be the divine Silk issuing these orders, Horn?
He sat up a second time, eyes wide. What did you say?
The minor god that augurs silent silk, or silver silk?
Hound cleared his throat.
I don't know much about your religious beliefs, Pig.
Nay me, Pig told him. Afraid to get me wind up? Hull pals, right, Horb? Good silk.
Hound said, He really is, then added hastily, Not that they all aren't. There are no bad gods, I know that. You're telling me that there's a god called Silk? Why, yes. Hound drew his jacket more tightly about him and edged a finger's breadth nearer the dying fire. I thought you must know about him. You're looking for Calde Silk, and I suppose Calde Silk must have been named for him, since it's a name people can use, too. Men, I mean, or boys. It's sort of a stretch, not like Hound or Horn or Pig, but Whorl's a common name. Hound fell silent, clearly afraid he was offending one or both his companions. Good name. Good Silk. Be quiet, Oreb. Hound, I'd like to know a great deal more about this god named Silk. I haven't been here, remember? I shouldn't have brought him up. Hound was clearly sorry he had. Like to know, too, Pig rumbled. You said it ought to be Silk's telling? Why say? Well, because the Godling spoke to Horn, that's all. And Horn's looking for Calde Silk, and it seems like there's some connection, doesn't it? Because the names are the same. He asked, why do the augurs call him Silent Silk and Silver Silk, Hound? Do you know? I think so. But there's a disagreement about him. I should tell you that in case you talk to other people about him. Did I call him a minor god? Yes, you did. Oreb snapped his bill in protest. Well, some people don't agree with that. They say he's not a minor god at all, that he's an aspect of Pas. I don't understand aspects. Pig stirred impatiently. Suppose he was to go around calling himself something, so folk wouldn't know. Hound nodded. I see. I don't like to disagree, Pig, he said, and hesitate too in a matter of no importance, but what you're describing is a mere lie, not an aspect. The gods are known by foreign names in many foreign cities, Hound. Are you aware of it? I haven't traveled. I mean like you have, or Pig, but I've heard something about it. It is so. Those two are their names, and they have as much right to them as we have to ours. There is also the matter of personality, both the kinds of persons we are at base and the way we seem to others. You have your personality. You are always Hound, whether you are kind or cruel, whether you act well or badly. Pig is always Pig. Oreb, good bird, is always Oreb. A good bird just as he says, and I'm always myself. But the immortal gods, whose powers are so much greater than ours, can incorporate many different personalities, and do. This is not some special insight of mine, by the way, merely what I was taught in the Schola. I see, Hound said again. You're going to say that when a god uses a new name and a new personality, that's an aspect. Isn't that right, Horn? He nodded. And a new appearance. The god is still Pas, Mulpi, or whoever, but this is a view of Pas or Mulpi that we haven't been privileged to see before, a new aspect of Pas or Mulpi. Now, why has the god called Silk been awarded the epithet Silent? Because he told the prolocutor that he looked out of the sacred windows without showing himself there like Tartaros. But Tartaros generally turns them black and speaks. Silk said he didn't speak or make the window change at all pretty often. He just looked on. Thank you. He yawned and stretched. Thank you very much, Hound. Believe me, I appreciate your information more than I can say. Is everyone ready to sleep? I confess I am. More than ready. No sleep. Night good. It may or may not be night, Oreb. We have no way of knowing, and certainly no one should feel compelled to sleep who doesn't want to. Hound said hastily, You don't have to lie on the bare floor, Horn. I've got a blanket you can lie on. Folded in threes, it'll be a lot more comfortable. Thank you, he said. That's very kind of you, but what we really need is firewood, I'm afraid. It's certainly getting cooler. I'll go outside and look for some if both of you will promise to remain in here. Pig prepared to rise. Be too wet to burn, Bookie. He's right, Hound told him. You could catch pneumonia if you went out there again, and it would be for nothing. Dry we need, Bookie. Laboriously, Pig stood up. Here's the lad to fetch it, too. Dinna you gae wi. Pig? The long sword was only half drawn from its brass-tipped scabbard, but the swift hiss of the steel was like the hiss of a coiler big enough to crush and devour 5 men at once. Oreb squawked with dismay.
I wasn't going to try to stop you, Pig, nor was I going to insist on going with you. Get on your bucky. Pig grinned as the sword shot back into its scabbard. Get your rest while old Pig tears hop boards to warm you. They sat in silence, watching Pig's broad back vanish into the surrounding gloom. Then Hound said, I'll get that blanket, and proceeded to do so. That is your bedding, Hound, and I decline to deprive you of it. I slept in a field night before last. I've got another one for myself. Hound smiled. You ought to know me better than that by now. You'd give another man your only blanket and think nothing of it, I know, but I wouldn't. Neither would Pig. Good Pig? Oreb was puzzled. Yes, Oreb. Pig is a good man, an extraordinarily good man, I'm sure, one who might give someone else his only blanket, unless I miss my guess. Hound looked up from the pack from which he was extracting a second blanket. Well, most men wouldn't. Of course not. That's why I said that Pig, who was an extraordinarily good man, among other reasons. It wasn't a tactful thing to say, I suppose, particularly while I was preparing to lie down on a blanket you loaned me, but it wasn't intended as criticism of you, far from it. May I say something personal, Hound, without giving offense? Refolding his blanket, Hound nodded. I wish you would. Very well. If you'd had only one blanket, you might have discovered something extraordinary about yourself. It would have surprised you, I believe, but it wouldn't have surprised me. Hound did not reply until he had arranged his own blanket before the fire. You said something personal to me, Horn, and it was very flattering. Can I say something like that to you? You won't think it's flattering, or I don't think you will. I'd rather that you didn't get too angry. Watch out! Oreb exclaimed. Oreb's master reached out to stroke him, smoothing the glossy black feathers with gentle fingers. Which of us are you warning, Oreb? You, I'm sure. He thinks I'm going to involve you in some sort of plot against Pig. I'm not. Good. I simply wanted to say that I like you. I like you a lot. So does Tansy. Pig. Yes? Never mind. Hound lay down upon his side, looking at the fire. I talk too much. It isn't my only fault, but it's the worst one and the hardest to stop. Good night, Horn. Please. What you were going to say may be very important. I mean that. You asked my permission to say it and received it. I want to hear it. I ask it as a favor. You said you were going to tell us what the Godling told you to do, but you never did. Just that you weren't going to do it. What about that? Did I? It wasn't intentional. If I tell you now, will you tell me what it was you were going to say about Pig? I'm perfectly sincere about its importance to me. All right. What was it the Godling wanted you to do? Go all over the city announcing that no one else is to leave, that they are to rebuild the tunnels beneath it, and to repair the remaining landers if they can. But not use them? Correct. Hound waited for him to say more, but he did not, and at length Hound asked, Did the Godling tell you why? In order that the Whorl can be relaunched. I confess I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but then I don't understand how it was launched originally either. There was a second lengthy silence, which lasted until Hound ventured, It's the will of the gods, I suppose. Perhaps it is. The Godling didn't say so, but it may be. It's quite probable. Oreb croaked. It was difficult to tell whether it was a croak of sympathy or a croak of skepticism. Aren't you going to do it, Horn? That's what you said. I know. Stretched on his back upon the borrowed blanket, he fingered his beard. I said it because it's true. I'm not. I won't repeat what I said before, except to add that size and strength confer no moral authority. A strong man, Pig, for instance, may compel us to obey him, but we're entitled to resist if we can. No fight, Oreb advised. Tell it to the strong man. You're a wise bird and a good talker, but you're talking to the wrong person. But the gods, Hound's voice faded away. The gods possess moral authority, granted.
Great Pass particularly possesses it, and in fact the rest have it only because he accords it to them. If a god were to... But if is a children's word. No god has spoken to me. What were you about to say about pig?
Horn.
He could not see Hound's face from where he lay, or much of anything other than Blood's domed and painted ceiling, writhing figures less than half illuminated by the flickering firelight, but Hound sounded alarmed.
Horn, you ought to at least consider obeying, even so. I mean, a godling. They don't talk to us much, but most people accept that they're relaying the god's orders whenever they do. Everybody I know does. Didn't you promise?
Good silk, Oreb announced loyally. No, I didn't. The Godling issued its orders, and I asked some questions and nodded. That's as far as it went. But your nodding implied that I had heard its answers and understood them. That's all. My task is to find Silk. The Godling said he was here, and take him to New Viron. I want to get home to Sirac and the 2 sons who remain to us, Hound. I think I've been away for about a year. How would you feel if you'd been separated from Tansy for a year?
Is your wife's name Sirac? I thought you called her something else.
Did I say Sirac? I'm sorry. My wife's name is Nettle. We're getting off the point, however. The point is that I gave my solemn word. To keep my oath, I've risked everything and lost. Are you looking at my face, Hound? I feel your eyes.
Yes.
This is not my face. I've had little chance to study my reflection, but I don't need to. My fingers tell me so. Nor are these my fingers. I am neither so tall nor so slender. I have lost myself, you see, in service to my town. I won't turn aside after all I've been through. No, not if all the gods in Mainframe were to command it. Now, what were you about to say about Pig?
You lost yourself?
I'm not prepared to discuss it. First, because you would credit nothing I said, and second, because we have a bargain. I've carried out my part. I've told you what the Godling wanted me to do. Furthermore, I've explained why I won't do it. What were you on the point of saying about Pig?
This isn't it, but he's been gone an awfully long time.
I know. I don't know whether he'll return to us tonight, and he may not return at all. Fulfill your part of our bargain.
I will.
But first let me say that some of it isn't true, all right? I'll tell you what I was going to say, but I've had some time to think about it, so afterward I'm going to take some of it back. Hound paused.
This is what I was going to say. I was going to say that you and I get along fine. Hound and Horn, right? It's the name of an inn up in the mountains. But I was going to say I don't like Pig. That's the part I want to take back. I was going to say that I didn't like Pig, and I thought he was dangerous.
Good Pig.
And I was going to give you the name of the inn I'm going to put up at. It's Ermin's, and I was going to say that after we say goodbye and go our separate ways, you could come there and stay with me as long as you didn't bring Pig.
That was generous of you. I certainly appreciate it. Still regarding the ceiling, the speaker smiled.
Like I said, that about not liking Pig isn't really true. I'm afraid of him. He's huge and very strong, and I think his blindness makes him savage. It might make me savage, too, being blind.
Hound giggled nervously.
So I can't blame Pig for it. Just the same, he scares me. I'm still young, and Tansy may be carrying our first child, and I don't want to get killed.
Nor do we older people, I assure you. You say you don't dislike Pig. Do you like him?
Hound hesitated. Yes, I do. I'm still afraid of him, but I like him a lot.
So do I. Thank you very much, Hound. For your offer of a place to sleep, I appreciate it, and may take you up on it, but most of all for confiding in me.
Hound swallowed. You can bring Pig if you want to.
I thank you again, this time on his behalf. You are extremely generous.
You said what I almost said might be important. It wasn't, and I realize it, but that's what it was. That's everything I was about to say.
You're mistaken. It was fully as important as I thought it might be. Will you do me one more favor, Hound? You've done so many already that I hate to ask it, but I will.
I do. Yes, absolutely. What is it?
Go to sleep.
I was thinking, Pig's not coming back. I think we both know that. So I was thinking maybe I ought to go and see if I couldn't do what he said he was going to, find some old furniture to burn or tear off a couple of boards somewhere.
Feed fire,
Oreb elucidated. No, go to sleep, please. It's getting colder. We must bear it. Please go to sleep.
Lying on his back with his hands behind his head, he talked to himself, telling himself how the outsider had touched Patera Silk on the ball court between one moment and the next, and how he himself had played on, all unconscious of the momentous thing that had occurred, conscious only of the game, conscious that the ball had been snatched away as he was about to shoot, conscious that Patera Silk was a much better player than he would ever be, conscious of the sun-bright sky through which a flyer floated, a black cross against the sun, a sign of addition that signed that something had been added to a Whorl that would never be quite the same again, that the god's god who had been outside for so long had come in, a whispering breeze stronger than passes howling, whirling storm. Conscious, too, that he himself was a painted wooden figure in a blue coat moved by strings, a blue-coated figure atop a music box, whose blue coat was a coat of paint, unconscious of all that passed when the box was silent, when the clever shiny spring inside no longer uncoiled to move him and his partner through the mad gyrations prescribed for the tune played by the steel comb that sang to itself of a virgin braiding her hair by candlelight, a virgin glimpsed by a vagrant stealing his supper from her father's garden, apples more precious because he had glimpsed her then, seated on her bed in her chemise, and she was the most beautiful woman in the Whorl, was Kypris and Hyacinth because she had yet to learn how beautiful she was and the power of her smile. Trampin' outwards from the city, no more looking than was she, 'twas there I spied a garden pretty, a fountain and an apple tree. These fair young girls live to deceive you, sad experience teaches me. Dark hair braided like a crown and a smile that tore the heart. The mandola had not been played particularly well, and the sweet, soft voice had been of limited range, and yet, stretched and felt before I dared to, shinnied easy up the tree, saw her sitting by the window, busy as a honey-bee. These fair young girls live to deceive you, sad experience teaches me.
No sing, muttered Oreb,
no singer himself.
No cry.
I'm old now, and soon must leave you, but fairer maid I ne'er did see. Curse me not that I bereave you, I cannot stay, no more would she. These fair young girls live to deceive you, sad experiences teaches me.
Poor Silk.
He sat up, then rose quietly and tossed the smoldering stubs of burned sticks into the fire. From the sound of his breathing, Hound was not yet asleep. He lay down again. Patera, are you awake? He is Whorl calling beneath Silk's bedroom window. He is Silk replying from the window.
Yes, but Patera Pike's still asleep, I believe. Keep your voice down.
Dying, Mother says. She sent me to get you. He knelt in prayer beside the bedside while Silk swung his beads in the sign of addition, knelt beside the praying boy while bringing the piece of pass to the gray-faced old woman in the bed. I convey to you, my daughter, the forgiveness of the gods. Recall now the words of Pas, who said, Do my will, live in peace, multiply, and do not disturb my seal. Thus you shall escape my wrath. Go willingly. Go willingly. Go willingly. The dying woman's head rolls upon her pillow. Nettle? Where's Nettle? Nettle? She rises and takes the dying woman's hand. I'm here. I'm right here, Grandma.
I loved you, Nettle.
I know, Grandma. I love you, too. He watched them through two pairs of eyes.
I want you to know, Nettle, that you've been loved. I want you to remember it. Someone loved you once. Someone may love you again, Nettle.
It echoed and re-echoed. Someone may love you, Nettle. He blinked and woke, not certain that he was not still dreaming, and at last sat up, shivering. Their fire was nearly out. Hound had rolled himself in his blanket and was breathing deeply and heavily. Oreb was nowhere to be seen. Blood had said, "Did you walk out here, Patera? My floater'll take you back, if you tell about our little agreement." Arm in arm, they had staggered and stumbled through this very room, Patera Silk eager to keep Blood beside him so that Blood would not take note of Hyacinth's Azoth tucked into the back of his waistband and covered by his tunic, Musk escorting them to a floater driven by Willett, a Trivagonti spy. From up there, he could barely see the place. He had looked down into this room, where middle-aged men in evening clothes had stood drinking and talking, while blood from the gash the white-headed one had made in his arm dripped unseen onto the carpeting. Had stood with his back against a white statue of Thyone. He strained to see it in the darkness, and had made it out at last and started toward it when it moved. Leaning over the balustrade, Thyone became Mucor, then faded like mist. Nodding to himself, he took out the lantern Hound had given him and lit its candle with a stick from the fire. He heard Pig's muttered exclamation as he turned into the suite that had been Hyacinth's and called softly, "Silk! Silk! Where are you, Silk?" reminding himself forcibly of Oreb.
"Looking to get killed?"
There was no friendship in Pig's voice. "Silk, I know you're in him, and I must talk with you." The long blade slithered from the brass-tipped scabbard. Looking through the doorway into the bedroom, he saw Pig's blind and terrible face, and the sword blade tasting the air like the steel tongue of a great iron snake. "I have a light. I know you can't see it, but I do. Without it—" Pig was coming toward him, guided by his voice and groping for him with that terrible blade. "I wouldn't have had the courage. If you kill me, my ghost will remain here with Hyacinths. Have you thought of that?" Pig hesitated. "Whenever you come looking for her, you'll find me too."
"Bucky."
"I like you, Pig, but I don't want to talk to you at the moment. I came here at the risk of my life to speak with your rider. Talk to me, Patera, or kill me here and now. I have no weapon, and those are the only choices open to you."
"Then I'll talk with you," Pig said, and sheathed his sword. "You knew because I couldn't help coming here, didn't you? You say you have a lantern?"
"Yes." He felt that a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "No, and yes. That's what I ought to say. If it had only been that Pig wanted very much to be alone in this room, I don't believe I'd have guessed. I would have thought of Silk the god, of Silver Silk, as the augurs call you, with Kypris, and dismissed the thought. You're not with her now, I realize. As long as Pig is blind, you can't go back to her."
"Correct. Though I would try to have his sight restored in any case, just as you yourself are making a praiseworthy effort to restore Patera's."
"You even sound like yourself, Patera." He held up his lantern, letting its glow fill the whole sad, empty room. "It's uncanny, hearing your voice from Pig's lips and larynx. The voice is surely much more a function of the spirit than I ever realized. Chanel must have sounded very different indeed when she was possessed by Kypris."
"She did. You said it wasn't merely my coming here, Horn. What was it?"
He sighed. "I wish I'd known when Nettle and I wrote our book. I would have emphasized the changes in voice more. If I didn't have a light, I'd be ready to swear Patera Silk was standing before me in person."
"Standing before you and quizzing you, Horn. How did you know? I won't make you reply, though I probably could. I'll be grateful for an answer just the same."
"I wish I had a good one. Last night I dreamed that Pig took off his bandage, and when he did, his face was yours, so I must have sensed something. We call him Pig and talk about him as if that were really his name, but it's just a name of the Vironese type that he chose for himself yesterday."
"I remember."
"You would, of course. Tonight Hound said our names were linked, Hound and Horn, like a hunting inn. That started me thinking about Pig's name, because I feel closer to Pig than to Hound, though Hound has been so kind to us, and I recalled the old saying that you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. A silk purse generally means a purse made of silk, but it could also be purse to contain silk. Pig chuckled. Pig, or you in Pig, might have thought it amusing to give the proverb the lie, so it seemed to me. Then, too, men rarely like the men they fear, but Hound likes Pig and fears him, too. You were the only man I'd known who had that kind of unconscious charm, but Pig has it. And as you say, Pig had sought out this room, which used to be Hyacinth's, and was enraged at the prospect of being disturbed here.
It was Pig who was angry, Pig said.
I know. In one sense you're Silk, but ultimately you're really Pig, exactly as you appear to be, a pig to whom certain new instructions have been given.
What's that you said, Bucky?
I said that I had no wish to disturb your privacy, that I was extremely grateful to you for permitting me to spend even a few minutes in this room, and that I will return to Hound now and leave you to your thoughts.
Never had none, Bucky.
Pig chuckled again.
Gave it you, if you didn't object to me company.
I'd be delighted to have it, and perhaps we can find some firewood. Do you think that might be possible? He gasped.
What you catch your breath like that for, Bucky?
This room has several windows. No doubt you discovered them for yourself.
Did he?
He did.
Sad.
Well, the clouds parted just then, just as I finished speaking, and I saw a flash of skylight. It means that the sun is burning again. When we leave, it will be by daylight. I realize it makes no difference to you, Pig, but it will make an enormous difference to Hound and me, and even to the donkeys, I imagine.
Huh. Want it to make a difference to me, Bucky? Going to help me find Ian, ain't you?
He said, I will do everything in my power, Pig. You have my solemn promise. The doorway was much too small for them to leave arm in arm, though both would have liked to. As it was, he hung back, letting Pig kneel to crawl through before him. For an instant then, it almost seemed to him that the bare floor and mildewing walls had been swept aside, and he saw again the luxury and splendor that had been, the rich-figured carpet, the pictured women of pink and gold, and the huge bed of scented wood with its black and crimson sheets. Wine and chocolate perfumed the air, and glowing lights clearer than the one he held swarmed over the ceiling, their refulgence held in check by the discretion of the murmuring couple in the bed. Then Pig's boots were through the doorway, leaving behind them only silence, ruin, and himself. Sighing, he too went out, pursued by the mockery of Hyacinth's soundless laughter. 9. Before my trial. It would be impossible for me to write down everything that has occurred since I last wrote. When I was back on the Whorl, and Silk spoke to me through my friend Pig, I was eager to hear all that had befallen him since we had gone to Mainframe. He never complied, although I was permitted a few glimpses, and now I understand why he did not. There are things that would be so long in the telling that the Whorl might go before any account was well begun. This is like that, but I will do what I can. Before I start, I should say that we are very comfortably situated now in the house that was Judge Hamer's. At present it belongs to me, having been given to me by the town. Before we leave, I hope to sell it. Nettle and I will need money. Hyde and Vadsig want to build a house as well as a boat, and it is likely Hoof will marry before long. I have noticed that when one twin does something, the other is not far behind. Speaking of Vadsig, I should say that before my trial I questioned her at length, having observed at the hearing that she was possessed. I hoped, I should say, that Jolly was her possessor. In that I was disappointed. Who are you? I know you're not really Vadsig. If you want to make us think you are, you must learn to talk as she does. She gave me the defiant glance I had seen earlier when she had described her quarrel with Cook. We came to help. You should thank us. I certainly need help. Thank you very much. That's better. She smiled. You speak of yourselves as we. How many of you are there? She giggled. What does it matter? Hyde said, So I can tell when you're all gone. I want Vadsig back. She's still here. Her voice changed tone. We'll have to go soon. Honorifica will come in and wake me up. I returned to the previous tone. I will not continue to mark these changes. They were too frequent. That's the good thing about this. I can eat. To entertain them, I said, You're not Mucor in that case. I thought you might be, but Mucor would be alone, I believe. Vadsig giggled again. Hyde said, We don't think it's funny, do we, Father? Who's honorifica? Was that the girl who thought you could make your stick talk?
He can.
More giggling from Vadsig. She was a servant at General Inclito's, I told Hyde. So Vadsig's possessors are Inclito's daughter Mora, you remember her, I'm sure, and her friend Fava. You said Fava was dead. You said we sat on her grave that one time, and Vadsig interrupted. Well, I like that. I told her, I hope you'll remember, Fava, that without me your body would have gone unburied, and would, I believe, have been devoured by wild animals that very night. I buried you alone, digging stony ground in the bitter cold. Would you have done as much for me? Vadsig was silent. Hyde said, I still don't understand about Fava. Isn't she really dead? Death isn't a hard and fast line like the edge of a table. It is a process, and it can be a long time before the dead person is entirely gone. Indeed, it may not end in total dissolution at all. Fava and Mora were close, so it's not surprising that Fava figures in Mora's dreams. The surprising thing is that both figure in yours. He gawked, and I laid a hand upon his shoulder. The 3 Whorls are stranger places than you can imagine, my son. As you mature, you will come upon less and less of that strangeness if you stay close to home, honor no god much, and busy yourself with prosaic affairs. Then you can scoff at such things. Vadsig said, Cruel to him you are, my sire. No, Vadsig, I'm causing him pain. Only children believe that there is no difference between cruelty and education. Hyde asked, Are they gone now? And she giggled. No, my son, they are not. Vadsig loves you so much that when she sensed that what I'd said had left you confused and unhappy, she broke through to protest. Suppose you were on a mare, and the mare heard her foal cry out. You might be able to get her back under control, but you'd have to do it. For a moment you would have lost control, as Mora and Fava did then. I want them gone, Father. Hyde's fists clenched. I said, I would ask who it is you think that you're about to strike, but it would be useless, I'm sure. You may strike me if you like, but I'll restrain you, if I can, should you attempt to strike Vadsig. It will not drive out her possessors, and she's done nothing to deserve it. I won't hit you. Thank you. As for making Mora and Fava leave, I suppose we might be able to if we tried, but there's little point in trying. They'll go when Honorifica wakes Mora for breakfast, as Mora told us. Meanwhile, we must confer with them, and with Vadsig as well. Will you please let Vadsig speak? It is late already, we have a lot to talk over, and if Fava wants to eat and Vadsig allows it, I'll have to arrange for food. Fish heads? I looked up in surprise and found Oreb in his accustomed place on the chimney corner. Bird back. Vadsig said, Speaking to you I am, my sire. What wanting you are? First, your consent to the possession, Vadsig. Is it all right for Mora and Fava to remain with you till sunrise? It will help you and Hyde in the long run, I'm sure. She did not reply. Bird find, Oreb announced. Find Huss. That's right, I sent you after Babby. Thank you. I haven't time to ask where he is, but I will later. Meanwhile, please don't forget. Huss, good. If helps it does. All right it is. Friends we are. Fine. Thank you, Vadsig. You're not only helping Hyde and yourself, you're helping me too. Now I must ask one more thing of you. Fava, I believe it's Fava, would like you to eat. I may be mistaken, but I think she'll make you eat voraciously. Is that all right? Have you objection to a big meal? No, my sire. You'll have to talk more than that, I'm afraid. I can't be certain after hearing only 2 words. Sorry I am, my sire. Stupid, I feel. Hyde said, That was her. They couldn't fool me. Speaking I am, Candide. Late it is, and hungry we are. If eating too much I am, stop me you can. But I won't make her hurt herself or drink blood like I used to in Canto. I won't let Fava make her sick. Good. Thank you, all 3. I'm hungry myself. Oreb croaked, Bird eat? From the chimney corner. Yes, Oreb, certainly. I turned back to Vadsig, wondering whose facial expression I was studying. No doubt Hyde's hungry too, and we might as well eat while we talk. Hyde, would you go down and arrange for food with Onvagan if she hasn't gone to bed?
Right away, Father.
Hyde blew Vadsig a kiss.
What do you want to talk about in Canto?
Overthrowing the judges who ruled Dorp. Oreb whistled sharply. It seems to be the only course open to me. Nat is well-connected and vindictive, and if I'm tried, I'll certainly be found guilty and punished severely. I may be executed, and I'll certainly be flogged. Hyde, Jolly, and I will be deprived of our property. When they discover much of it missing, I've taken it out and sold it. Barup and Onvagan will be ruined, as Strick has been.
A good man he is, my sire, Vadsig assured me. This master often says, this Parel also says, a hard trader Strick is, but as he says his goods are. Do you think we can really do it in Canto? We overthrew the Duco, and I like to think Eco and I had something to do with that, but we had the Horde of Blanco, and they had a lot more to do with it than we did.
I told them, let me say first that if we succeed, we should be able to restore Captain Strick's property. He helped me when I was just setting out, and I certainly intend to try. In fact, I'll try to restore all the property that's been unjustly confiscated. The judges have been using their positions to enrich themselves. We will deprive them of both riches and position, if we can. Second, these judges recall the Ayuntamiento, the council we overthrew in Viron. By we, I mean not only Maytera Mint and Patera Silk and Sea-Rack and I, but several hundred others who formed the nucleus of our rebellion. There were 5 councillors, too, Lemur, Loris, Pato, Galago, and Tarsier, and they controlled the army and the guard, immense advantages that the judges here lack. The Horde of Dorp is largely made up of reservists. Vadsig looked doubtful.
These names not knowing I am, my sire. This knowing I am. Ledgermen there are, and slug guns they have.
We have weapons too, Vadsig. The difficulty is to find men and women who'll use them with determined courage.
She'll fight if she's fighting for Hyde and a house of her own in Canto. Mora and I will too, but then it won't be so dangerous for us.
Boy, come, Oreb announced, and in a few seconds we heard Hyde's feet on the stairs.
The lady here, Onvagan, is that her name?
We nodded.
She and her husband and that fellow Strick have gone to Strick's to get some things so he can make himself comfortable, but I told the cook what we wanted, and she said she'd do it if I'd carry it up. She'll yell when it's ready. Down to help her I will go,
Vadsig offered. I shook my head. We have a great deal to discuss. I mentioned the rebellion in Viron, in which I took part. I was one of General Mint's runners, was shot in the chest, and so on and so forth, none of which I need go into. The point is that it succeeded, though it faced opposition far more serious than the rebellion we will foment here in Dorp. It was sparked by a theophany, Echidna's appearing in the sacred window of my Mantion. I doubt that any of you have seen a sacred widow. Hyde and Vadsig shook their heads. Oreb piped tentatively, Birdsea? That's right. You were with me in the Grand Mantion, so you did indeed. You'll have to excuse me, though, Oreb, while I explain to the young people. Vadsig said, I've heard about them. It was probably Mora who spoke. Can you climb through them like a real window? That was certainly Fava. An interesting point. In a sense, the gods can. They can leave the sacred window in the form of unnoticed flashes of light to possess us, very much as you and Mora are possessing Vadsig. You don't do it like that, do you? I don't know, in Canto. I don't think so. Into me they have walked, my sire, as one into this house might walk. Me they did not ask, but friends become we have. What I was going to say is that to anyone who hadn't been brought up to reverence the gods, and even in Viron many people had not, a god in a sacred window was nothing more than a large picture that spoke. Even so, that single theophany set off a rebellion that many had longed for but no one had prepared for. I believe something of the same sort might have the same effect here, with a little preparation. Hyde asked, Do you, Father? Are you sure? The simple words failed to convey his expression and voice. It was one of the few times I have felt absolutely certain that he loves me. No, I told him, but I'm going to bet my life on it. I have no choice. All of this took place before Hyde went to Strick's house in hope of reclaiming his old bed and was beaten by Strick and his wife, and before Hoof joined us and Jolly rejoined us in the dram shop. Now I would like to pray for a few minutes, and after that I must get to court. This high judge business is becoming very reminiscent of Gaon, save that I have no wives here and want none. Rereading, I see that I promised to describe my search for Jolly. This would be a good time to do it, but first I should say that I was puzzled for some time after I arrived. I could not imagine how I had gotten to Green from Judge Hamer's Solaria when trips of the kind had previously required the presence of an Inhuma. My initial feeling was that what I had experienced was impossible, and thus that I was not really on Green at all, but was experiencing a dream or hallucination. This lasted for what seemed an hour or two, although it cannot really have been long. Subsequently, I realized that there were at least 3 explanations. The first, and certainly the most attractive, is that Fava was possessing Vadsig. The difficulty is that the Fava possessing Vadsig may be nothing more than Mora's dream of Fava. If that is so, the web of difficulties becomes worse than ever. The second, which I am loath to adopt, though I think it the most plausible of the 3, is that an Inhumu was present but unknown to me. I write an Inhumu, despite the fact that my previous partners in bilocation have been female. It is possible that a male might serve as well. If this explanation is the true one, it would be interesting, and useful perhaps, to know who it was. Hyde, Vadsig, Onvagan, Barop, and Azajan can be dismissed. I have been too close to all of them far too often to be thus deceived. In my judgment, Sidgfer can be dismissed as well. That leaves Judge Hamer himself, surely the most interesting possibility, various troopers, and others, any of whom could be an Inhuma or an Inhumu. The third is that I was assisted by the neighbors, from whom the Inhumi must originally have gained this power. I have been seeing and speaking to them, although this is not the proper time to write about it. It seems possible that Sirac's ring not only identifies me as a friend, but actually attracts them, although we are all attracted to friends, with a ring or without one. I may be making too much of this. Whether or not the ring has such a power, the neighbors may have found me before they made themselves known to me, which was not until after Hyde and I questioned Vadsig. Indeed, after Hoof and I met Wappen in the dram shop. They were willing to help us, and indeed their testimony was of great value to us during my trial, as I shall describe in a moment or two. I am loath to mention it, but there remains a fourth. Areb has returned. I heard him tapping at the window just now. In he flew and gave me his usual jaunty greeting, although he was cold and hungry. Blackbirds fatten best in cold weather, according to the saying, but it doesn't seem to apply to Areb. In any event, I doubt that he is strong enough to get much food from a frozen corpse. I had sent him with a message for Nettle, something I ought to have done long before. She must be worried about Hoof and Hyde, as well as me, and very worried indeed about Sinew. In a small hand, on half a sheet of this paper, I explained that he is living happily on Green, where we have 2 grandsons, and is Chaldee of a thriving village. I also assured her that the twins are safe with me, and told her that we have an adopted daughter, and that Crate, whom I also adopted, is dead. This last was unwise, perhaps. Besides, if Jolly was Crate's mother, he was properly a grandson, but one may adopt a grandson, surely. I see I have confused the rings. The one I am wearing is not the one Sirac gave me, although it resembles it closely. This is Areb's ring. It seems the stone changes color when it is worn. It was originally much darker, surely. I should go back and line out my mistake, I suppose, but I hate lining things out. It gives the page such an ugly appearance. Besides, to line out is to accept responsibility for the correctness of all that is let stand. To correct that or any other error would be to invite you to ask me, when you read this, as I hope you soon will, why I failed to correct some other, and I cannot correct all or even most of them without tearing the whole account to shreds and starting again. My new account, moreover, would be bound to be worse than this, since I could not prevent myself from attributing to myself knowledge and opinions I did not have at the time the events I recorded occurred. No, there really are such things as honest mistakes. This account is full of them, and I intend to leave it that way. Having been clubbed during a session of Judge Hamer's court, I found myself again in the abandoned tower in the cliff face in which I had left Jali. I was overjoyed at first, thinking it would be easy to find her and return her to her sleeping body. I searched the tower, discovering many strange devices and a locked door that appeared to lead into the cliff itself, no doubt opening upon some cleft in the rock. Jali was nowhere to be found, however, and at last I was forced to admit that during the time she had been alone she had left the tower, abandoning hope of rescue and flying out the circular port. I described it a good deal earlier, and down to the fog-shrouded swamps in which she was born. I have been talking with Oreb, who has recovered himself somewhat after his exhausting trip. Yesterday he seemed very tired and weak, and tucked his head under his wing as soon as he had been fed. I questioned him closely about my letter. "Bird take." "I'm well aware that you took it, Oreb, but did you take it to Nettle? Did you deliver it as I asked?" "Yes, yes. Take girl. Girl cry." "I see." I rose and paced the room for some while, pausing at one window or another, there are 7 in all, to peer between the leading and the bull's-eye at the center of each diamond-shaped pane of bluish glass. This house is admirably situated atop a small hill, and commands a fine view of Dorp, but I could not have told you what I had seen 5 seconds after I saw it. If the Sudden Street quarter as it was before the fire had been recreated there, I doubt that I would have noticed. Oreb was hopping back and forth, snapping his bill and whistling softly in the way that betokens nervousness, and at last I turned back to him. "What did she tell you to tell me, Oreb? There must have been something." "No tell." "Nothing? Surely she said something. She must have. Are you saying she sent you back without even a word?" "No tell," he insisted. "This is Nettle we're talking about? The woman in the log house at the southern end of Lizard, near the tail?" "Yes, yes," he bobbed affirmation. I described her, and he repeated, "Yes, yes." "Was it day or night when you found her, Oreb? Do you remember?" "Sunshine." "Day, then. What was she doing? I mean, before you gave her my letter." "Look, see." "Look, see? At what was she looking?" "Look wet, big wet, look, see." "Ah, I see. I understand. Was she looking out the window, or was she standing on the beach?" Foolish as it may seem, these details were important to me. I wanted very much to picture her as she had been when Oreb arrived. "No stand. Girl sit." "She was sitting on the beach? Is that what you're saying? On the shingle? When we were much younger, we used to spread a blanket there and sit on it to look at the stars, but we had not done that for a long time." "Chair sit." He was growing impatient. "So she'd carried a chair out of the house and was sitting in it and staring out to sea. I suppose it's natural enough. Both Sinew and I left by boat. Naturally, she would expect us to return the same way. Was anyone with her, Oreb?" "No, no." "She was alone? There was nobody with her?" He picked up my word, as he often does. "Nobody." "I don't suppose you landed on her shoulder, so how did you deliver it? Did you talk to her first? Tell her who you were and who I am?" Oreb looked thoughtful, cocking his head to one side and then to the other, bright black eyes half closed. "It's not important, I suppose. Do you recall what she said to you?" "Bird drop." "You flew over her and dropped my letter? Not into the sea, I hope." "Yes, yes, no wet." "In any event, she got my letter and read it. She must have, because you said she cried." "Yes, yes." "But then, Oreb," I shook my finger at him, "she must surely have given you some reply. You didn't leave as soon as you had delivered my letter, did you? You must have been tired. And though I suppose you could have gotten a drink from the stream that turns our mill, I'd expect you to ask her for food." "Fish heads." Yes, exactly like that.
Bird say, fish heads?
I nodded. She was always very generous, and she must surely have recalled the earlier Arab, Silk's pet. He flew to the window and tapped one of the panes, a sign that he wanted to leave.
Bye-bye.
If you wish it. I unfastened the latch and pushed back the casement for him. But it's cold out, so be careful.
Go right. Give bird.
Then he was gone. Now I should complete my account of my search for Jali. When I had satisfied myself that she was no longer in the tower where I had left her, I went to the circular opening in the tower wall, telling myself that I was here only in spirit, and that spirits could not be harmed by a fall. Yet I could not forget what had happened to the Duco on the Red Sun Whorl, and the mindless thing we awakened when we returned to Blue. Another mistake. I should have written spiritless or some such. The Duco's mind remained, at least in some sense. It was the thing that hopes and dreams that had gone forever. I will not line it out, although I am tempted. When men and women die, their spirits may go to mainframe, so we once believed. Perhaps the outsider or some other god sends his servants to enlist them, as they taught in Blanco. But when a man's spirit dies, that is the death beyond death. A dozen times I told myself to jump, that no harm could come to me, and a dozen times I held back. I have written that I was afraid because of what had befallen Duco Rigoglio, but the truth is that I was afraid first, and only later discovered the reason for my fear, or if not the true reason, a rationale to justify it. Jali had flown, I told myself, but I could not. As soon as my mind had formed the words, I realized they were mistaken. Here, Jali had not been an Inhuma's imitation of a human being, but an actual human being, and as such she could no more have flown than I. It was possible, of course, that she had jumped. I felt certain that her fear of heights would be much less than mine. That recalled the white-headed one, whose clipped wings had prevented him from flying away. He had tried to fly when he and Silk had fought on Blood's roof and had fallen to his death. Standing in the circular opening, I actually pushed back my sleeve to look for the scars his beak had left on Silk's arm. Needless to say, they were not there. It was Silk, not I, who fought the white-headed one, just as it was Silk who killed Blood when Blood severed his mother's arm, no matter how vividly I imagined either scene. Frightening as it had been to stand in the opening looking down at the jungle so far below, the climb on the cliff face was worse because it took so much longer. I had thought at first to climb out the aperture itself, but I saw at once that the gray stone wall of the tower was too smooth for me to climb down. I might have done it as a boy, or Silk, who told me once that he could climb like a monkey when he was younger, but I might have fallen to my death as well. I went down toward the base of the tower, and when I judged that I was at the bottom of the outer wall, I tried to tear aside the stones, using a long pointed tool I discovered in one of the workshops. I failed, but after some time shut my eyes and leaned against the wall, telling myself that I must somehow do this, and felt it soften behind me. The cliff face was rough enough that it seemed possible I might descend in that way. I was making good progress, or so I thought, when I risked a look below me. It was an extremely foolish thing to do. The rolling green plain that was in fact the tops of trees taller than the tower seemed every bit as remote as it had from the aperture in the tower wall, and the dizzying void that separated me from it was terrifying. I shut my eyes and clung desperately to the stone outcrop I held, telling myself again and again that when I opened them I must not look down. In a minute or two I tried it, but they were drawn inexorably to that plain of green. I cannot say I froze again, because I had never moved, but motion seemed more impossible than ever. A dot appeared there and grew. At first I thought it smoke, that someone far below the plain of leaves had made a fire of wet wood, as we had done so often there. I watched it without seeing it, as a man about to be executed watches the firing squad but sees only the muzzles of the slug guns. Around and up they swirled, drifting, as it seemed, toward me. For a moment or two I thought vaguely that the whole wet and rotting Whorl had been set ablaze and was going up in smoke. Then I realized what it was I saw and began to climb, hoping to regain the safety of the tower. I had not gotten far before they caught up with me. Some time ago I described the way in which the Inhumi who had fought for me in the war with Han laid siege to us when Evensong and I tried to escape down the Nadi. That was bad, and was made worse by the darkness. This was much worse, and was made worse still by the clear daylight that bathed me and the thousands of Inhumi. Most were mere animals, like reptilian bats with long fangs and hideous snarling faces, but there were some among them whose parents had fed on human blood, naked and starved-looking, with glittering eyes in faces like our own, trailing legs no bigger than a child's, and hands and arms flattened and broadened into wings. These spoke to me and to one another, cruel words, and words of a pretended kindness that was worse than cruelty, words that will haunt my dreams for as long as death spares me. Their wings buffeted my face as I climbed, and the teeth through which they draw blood were plunged into my neck and arms, my back and legs, until my hands and feet were slippery with blood, although I defended myself when I had an arm or leg free with which to do it. How long the climb lasted I cannot say. No doubt it seemed much longer than it was, and although there were times when I was forced to hoist myself from one handhold to the next, there were others when I could scramble up steep slopes of scree, in considerable danger that the whole mass might slide, but making rapid progress just the same. Eventually I came to realize that in my haste to escape, I had missed the tower, and was no longer below it, but above it. I continued to climb just the same, feeling certain that a search for the tower, I did not know whether it was to my right or left, would surely doom me. At the top of the cliff, I hoped to find some level ground where I might beat my tormentors off, recalling that, although numerous, they had refrained from a direct attack on Evensong and me, as long as we remained awake. That reminded me of the Azoth at last, and the Azoth of the sword that I had recreated for myself on the Red Sun Whorl, the sword I had flung to the wretched Omophagist in the lion pit, the sword that had melted in his hands. I shaped a needler for myself then, and when it felt solid in my grasp, fired again and again at the Inhumi. The effects were extraordinary. Some tumbled out of the air and fell to their deaths. Some merely seemed frightened, conscious that they had been injured in some way, wounded but bewildered as to the nature of the wound. Some seemed wholly proof against its needles and prosecuted their attacks until I actually clubbed them with it. If these had rushed me en masse, I would have fallen and been killed without doubt, but it was my blood they wanted, not my life, and my mangled corpse at the bottom of the cliff could have supplied very little of it. That saved me. Here I am tempted to write that the cliff top appeared suddenly above me, for that was how it seemed to me. The truth, of course, was considerably more prosaic. I had been inching toward it without knowing what the distance was, had climbed altogether about 3 times the height of the tower, and so had reached it. I do not believe I could have done it in the body that lay sprawled on the floor of Judge Hamer's solaria. Fortunately, I did not have to. The weight I lifted, clawing sometimes with bleeding fingers at the red rock face, although it felt real, was substantially less than my true weight. To have attained the top was enough at first. I lay on my back, gasping and shuddering, firing the needler at any Inhumi who came too near. A woman spoke. I supposed that it was one of the Inhumi who had taunted me with lies during my climb, and paid little attention. Then Jali was bending over me, her sorrel hair brushing my cheek, and her sweet and beautiful face peering into mine. "You came back. I'd given up." "I was imprisoned," I told her. "We were already under arrest when you left, remember?" Aware that the Inhumi were no longer attacking, I sat up with her insistence. A new voice asked, "Is this your male half, misted one? His blood does not fill our bellies." The speaker was an Inhumu, in form a dwarfish, hairless, emaciated man. Jali nodded. "This is my father." He began to speak again, but I cannot recall the words. There were only 2 or 3 at most. I shot him, my needle piercing the center of his chest, and watched him die. "Why did you do that?" Jali was aghast. "I have had a sharp reminder of what we are and what they are." They worship me, Rajan. They won't use the word, but that's what it is. They bring me food I can't eat. Children, and all the while I know my body's starving up there." I was about to ask what became of the children whose blood she was unable to drink, although I was afraid I knew, when my attention was drawn to a new figure, tall and tightly wrapped in a colorless cloak, approaching us with stiff bird-like strides. Seeing him, I realized that what I had taken to be a large black boulder was in fact a squat domed building without windows. Jali was telling me, no doubt correctly, that I should not have killed her friend. I said, "Will you forgive me? I've forgiven you a great deal, and made you my daughter, though you were once my slave." It has been days since I wrote. I have been very remiss, but it has been a busy time. We are about to leave. I will pass over the neighbor. What we said will quickly become apparent. Tomorrow we sail for home. If I wish to record my trial at all, I had better do it today. It was held in what is called the Palace of Justice, a big, solidly constructed building with courtrooms for all 5 judges. I had been taken from Onvagan's house several hours before and locked in a cell in the back of the building. Oreb visited me there, slipping between the bars on my window without difficulty, and on his second visit brought Babby. It was very good to see him again. "You've grown," I said. "Why, just look at you. You were no bigger than a big dog when I freed you." "Are you really my old master?" This was said with Babby's eyes. It is the only way he has of talking, but generally works well enough. I put my arm through the bars, and he stood on his 4 hind legs, with all 4 forelegs braced against the wall, and snuffled my fingers. His coat, cannot call it fur, was as stiff as the bristles of a hairbrush. Yes, you are." "I am indeed, and very glad to see you, Babby. I need your help badly. Will you help me? It may be dangerous."
"Bird help?"
I nodded. "You've been of great help already, and I must ask more of you. You must help Babby find the courtroom when they take me away. It will be in this building, in front."
"Bird find."
He did, too. Having written about Oreb, I could not resist the impulse to open the window in the hope that he might have returned. He was not there. I thrust my head out and saw several birds, but he was not among them. I was brought into the courtroom with manacles on my wrists, which they seemed to think would shame me. I felt no shame, but a sort of urgent joy. Either we would succeed and my troubles here would be ended, as they have been, only to be succeeded by others, or we would fail, and I at least would be killed. Very likely my daughter and both sons would be killed as well, but then death waits for all of us. Not that I wished to see them die. It was very good indeed to find all 3 waiting in the courtroom with my advocate. Now that I have mentioned him, I realize I should have written about him before beginning this description of my trial, but it is too late. His name is Vent, and he is middle-aged, bald, and paunchy. I have appointed him a judge. He rose to greet me, and Hoof and Hide stood too. Then Hamer entered, robed in black like an augur, and we all had to stand. It was only then, I believe, that I realized how full the courtroom was, and from the noise that penetrated its massive doors that there was a crowd outside clamoring to get in as well. Certainly it was then that Sidgefur caught my eye, pointing to the red-faced man with her and mouthing words I did not understand. She looked very happy and almost beside herself with excitement, so that I assumed there was good news of some kind. I smiled at her and tried to look as confident as I could, while puzzling over the identity of the red-faced man, whom I felt sure I should recognize. 10. Through Quadrifons' door. Pig stopped whistling to say, "Me say far new, Bucky. Looking forward to it?" To revisiting the city in which I was born? By an effort he had avoided the word seeing. To tell the truth, I dread it. It will have changed, and not for the better, I'm afraid. It can scarcely be for the better. Hound, you said that Silk is no longer Calde.
"Good Silk."
Oreb, who had been riding atop the second pack-donkey, flew to his shoulder, a sudden blossoming of black and scarlet in the bright sunshine. "So who is?" "Who's Calde now?" From his seat on the lead donkey, Hound looked over his shoulder. "General Mint's husband. His name's Bison, Calde Bison." "That's good. I know him slightly." "You're going to talk to him?" Oreb muttered, "Talk Silk." "I'm going to try. He was silent after that, his mind occupied with the empty houses they had passed, and the houses, many empty too, presumably, they were approaching. Up this road Silk had ridden with Ock, and down it he had ridden in a flyer driven by Willett, but he had not said much about it. He tried to recall whether he himself had ever traveled it, concluded he had not, and then, at the sight of a narrow old house whose pink paint had faded to near invisibility, and whose shiprock was crumbling, was inundated by a rush of memories. Nettle, and a slug gun on his shoulder, Patera Marble, and the ragged crowd of volunteers singing to keep their spirits up. Trampin' outwards from the city, no more looking than was she, 'twas there I spied a garden pretty, a fountain and an apple tree. These fair young girls live to deceive you, sad experience teaches me. There had been other songs, many of them, but that was the only one he could remember. Nettle would know them all. He turned to look back at the house, but it had vanished behind trees. How long had it stood empty? 20 years, or 15, or 10. Its roof had leaked, with no one to repair it, letting water into cracks in the shiprock. That water had frozen in winter, splitting the walls farther each year. "Talk," Oreb suggested. "Talk good." He smiled. "If you wish. You asked whether I was happy to be returning to my native city, Pig. I said I was saddened by the thought of what must have happened to it in my absence. We just passed a house that I recalled." "Can there people?" "No, but I marched past it once when I was a boy, and we were singing a song about a house with an apple tree in the garden. I saw that one, and it did indeed have a small garden with an apple tree. I seem to remember that there were a few apples on the upper branches, though I can't be sure. It seemed a marvelous coincidence at the time, a magical coincidence and a good omen. We were hungry for good omens just then. We weren't even amateur troopers, though we thought we were." "Oh, aye." Masons and carpenters with slug guns they scarcely knew how to fire, and mortar and sawdust on their knees. I had one, and a needler, and was immensely proud of both. You were a trooper, Pig. I hope you had more training than I did." "Nae muckle." "Now talk." Oreb had caught something in Pig's tone. "I've been wondering, I hope you won't think I'm prying, though perhaps I am, whether you weren't given some sort of ceremony of initiation, a sacrifice to Svigs at some Mantion to dedicate you and your comrades to the art of war." Pig did not reply. "In some ways you remind me of a man called Ock, and Ock was quite religious, in spite of all his violence and swagger." "Would your gods ha' let him take me in, Bucky? Prayed to proper and all?" He shrugged. "I suppose they could have stepped in to prevent such cruelty, but it seems they rarely do. When was the last time you were in a Mantion, Pig?" To fill the silence that followed the question, Hound said, "Tansy and I almost never go any more. We'll have to start if she's pregnant, otherwise there'll be all sorts of trouble about having the baby washed, won't there?" "Gae something. That'll fix it." "I'm not a wealthy man." Hound sounded apologetic. "I wish I were." "And I wish there were a great mountain here," he thought. "A great mountain along whose winding paths we had been traveling all morning, so that there could be a sudden turn around a stone outcrop. We would find ourselves looking down at Viron then, Viron spread like a carpet below us, streets running northeast and southwest and northwest, with the broad slash of Sun Street cutting across them east to west, right through the oldest part of the city. That part was built by paths, like the old Pink House, houses and shops built before there were people here to live in them, anyone here to buy or sell. We should have declared them sacred and kept them in repair. We found 100 things to complain of instead, and let them go one by one, and built new ones we said were better even when they were not. The apple tree was gone too, cut for firewood now that candles cost so much, now that lamp oil is hard to find. Had Pass planted it? He could not have. Apple trees live no longer than a man. But now that it was gone, now that it had been cut down and sawn into 1-cubit logs and burned, would anyone ever plant another? Aloud he said, "It was the first time I ever heard that song, I believe. It was a new song to me then, and I'm sure I never supposed it would be important to me." Hound said,
Will you be going to the Juzgado, Whorl? You said you wanted to talk to the Calde.
I know I did. A rush of new thoughts. Hound cleared his throat.
I'm going to go to that inn I told you about. Since I'm going to get a room, I might as well eat there, and they have good food. If you and Pig would like to come, I'd be happy to treat you to a meal. Then you'd know where it was, in case you can't find another place tonight.
Having come to a decision, he shook his head. That's very kind of you, but I know where it is. I want to go to the Sun Street quarter first, where I used to live, not to the Juzgado. Unless Viron's changed even more than I anticipate, I'll probably have to wait most of a day before I can get in to see the Calde. And if I were to come in the afternoon, I'd probably wait the rest of the day and not get in at all. So I won't go to the Juzgado until morning. What about you, Pig?
Will you, Bucky? You dinna mind me hasking about, Dean?
Of course not. To the Sun Street quarter?
Where you gang?
Bird go,
Oreb announced.
Go Silk.
There were more houses now, not all empty, until they lined the road. Hound pointed out those that had belonged to friends and acquaintances, recounting some anecdote or describing some eccentricity.
There's the Manteon for this quarter. That's where we went when we were living here.
Thought you didn't, eh?
Pig protested mildly.
Oh, sometimes. Sometimes we go now with Tansy's mother, and she'd like us to go more often, I know. But in those days we always went when her mother and father came to visit. Her father was still alive then. I think I told you that it was when he died and left us the shop that we moved back to End Road.
He hesitated.
I suppose it's abandoned now. There can't be many people left. If it's been given up, it will be locked, I'm afraid. Would you like to look inside for a minute if it isn't?
Aye.
Pig sounded pleased.
Can he look? He canna. Like to see it, though. What about you, Bucky?
If it won't delay us.
Oh, it's not big at all. Just the usual sort of place, I'm sure, but I thought you might be interested.
No cut,
Oreb muttered. Pig cocked his head.
What's Horeb on about?
What is he saying? He's saying no cut, something the original Oreb, Patera Silk's pet, always used to say. Possibly this is the same bird.
No cut,
Oreb repeated more distinctly.
Do you know why he says it? Hound inquired.
He knows animals are sacrificed there and is afraid he may be sacrificed as well. If we understood what more animals are trying to tell us, no doubt we'd find they say the same. Just then a flock of crows passed overhead, wheeling and cawing. Hearing them, Pig asked,
What are they saying, Bucky? You always ken what Horeb says. Say what about those?
He looked toward the skylands and seemed for a moment to have forgotten his companions and himself. Tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. I think they mean I'll find Silk tomorrow, though I've found him already, but they may also mean you'll find new eyes tomorrow. I hope so. Hound looked back curiously. You found Silk already? I'm surprised you didn't tell us. I found the god last night, after you had told me about him. And I should not have said even that much, Hound. Please forget I mentioned it. Hound was silent as they passed more vacant houses. Then he said, You can read the future in the flight of birds? I've heard of that, but I forget what it's called. If you want a word to impress your friends, auspicatory. If you're seeking knowledge for yourself, it is simply augury, the original form of augury, now much neglected.
Silk, no,
Oreb assured them. He very well may, he said, but I do not. Soon they reached the Manteon. Its wide front entrance was firmly locked, but Pig's questing fingers easily pulled the hasp from the side door.
Christ, how far we come, he explained. Screws pushed back in, but nae wood to hold 'em.
The interior seemed dark and cavernous after the sunshine of the street. Pig made his way to the back, the scabbard-wrapping pews, found the altar, and laid his sword aside to grope its edges and corners for a moment.
No cut,
Oreb declared more adamantly than ever. You needn't worry, his master told him. There's no sacred window here. It's what they were after, I'm afraid. Was that what you're searching for back there, Pig?
Aye, Bucky.
Hound said, There are several Manteons that are still open. Horn could take you to one since you're going with him, or I will, if he's busy with other matters.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Would you like me to? We can stop someplace on our way to the inn. Pig turned toward them, the brass tip of the leather-covered scabbard tapping the side of the altar again.
Going to your Sun Street quarter, you said, Bucky?
Yes, I'll stop at the Manteon there, though I have no way of knowing whether it's still standing, or whether it's still open if it is. I must warn you that much of the quarter burned 20 years ago.
Gay with you,
Pig decided. He was standing at the ambion, his thick black nails seeming to stab its carven sides. Do you want to tell me what's bothering you? You needn't, of course. I'll do whatever I can whether you confide in me or not, though I may be able to assist you more intelligently if you do.
Wouldn't they swaller it?
Poor Pig! Oreb flew to his shoulder, and there was a silence in which it seemed that the ghosts of sacrifices past had returned. Almost one could smell the incense, mingled with the odors of burning hair and cedar. Almost one could hear the augur's chant and the bleat of a lamb whose time had come. Hound coughed.
Can't you help him, Whorl?
You went to a Manteon shortly before you lost your sight. He spoke gently, just loudly enough to be heard. You knelt there in prayer, prayers perhaps of which you're now ashamed, though you shouldn't be. Your gaze was fixed upon the sacred window. No god came at the moment of sacrifice, or at least no visible theophany took place, no holy hues, none of that. But you felt peace and a deep joy that you cannot explain. You would like to recapture those if you could.
We're looting, Pig said. Me and the brethren.
I understand.
You dinna. Ever loot yourself?
No, Pig.
Been in a tune being looted?
No, never.
Some goes for the women, some for drink, some for cards, or what fetches 'em. Done ane and t'other. Said you ken, Bucky. Ken that? Or do you need mair? What drunk and what their woman was?
His right hand made the sign of addition in the air. It's not necessary.
Thank you. Fetch knew the winders do. You're right. Old Pig didn't know it then, but they do. Thinking of gold cups was all. Too big for doors, Bucky. You've seen it. Had to gae on me knees to get into your house, hound. Have to get hinder most. Dinna like her, but there 'tis. Dinna fash, but see ain't to stand hin, and 'tis hin every time.
We could enlarge ours, Hound told him. I could do the work myself.
Good of you. Sant ain't you, Bucky?
No, he said gently. No, I'm not, Pig. I've told you I'm not.
He were to.
Did you kill him, Pig?
Oh, aye. Stood by his window, he did.
Pigs drew his sword as he spoke, and Oreb squawked with fear and flew back to his master.
Had a yeller cup to gie me. Threw it down and broke. 'Twas china.
Poor Pig.
Did for him. Cut down with me win.
Pig held up his long blade, which gleamed faintly in the dusty sunlight. And then?
Ain't you going to say anything about it, Bucky? Figured you would.
He shook his head, although Pig could not have seen the gesture. Later, perhaps.
Suit yourself. That's the bad of it.
It is the good of it I wish to hear, Pig.
None to tell.
After you had killed him, the sacred window behind him caught your attention. Am I correct?
Nay. Told yer about the doors, reck it? Big enough to gae in without kneeling? Say, did he? He did.
Yes.
Wasn't nae where he lay, but on me knees just the same. Foul ter. Most foul. Could nae hardly without falling.
Did you speak then, Pig? Did you pray, or try to pray?
Nay. Tried to. Couldn't. Could he? He could nae. Blub liked a big girl. Blub knew.
Weeping, you mean? So you are, but Hound and I are not laughing.
Good of yer.
Pig sighed deeply and wiped his nose on a sleeve already phenomenally dirty.
'Tis hull, Bucky. There are a lot of it.
No, it isn't. Not quite, and it will always be unfinished, incomplete, unless you tell the rest. Unless you do it now. It cannot be postponed any longer.
Whorl.
Hound gripped his arm. I'll address your concerns in a few minutes, he said. They can wait, believe me. Go on, Pig.
Something touched me.
Pig sounded as though he had forgotten anyone was listening.
Had me in.
Yes, of course.
Touched me shoulders and me head, like it were standing behind. Looked around. Wasn't anything there.
And then?
Felt it, Bucky. What you said. Wanted to feel it always, but nae felt it hit me mair.
And you were changed somewhat after that. You found yourself doing things that surprised you.
Aye.
From his shoulder, Oreb muttered,
Good silk.
This has been a shriving, Pig. I didn't announce it, but it has been. I'm a layman, as I said, but a layman may shrive when there is need. I'd like you to kneel now. I know you don't like to, but you shouldn't withhold from the outsider. It was he who touched you from behind. I'm sure. The obeisance you pay so many doors. Will you kneel?
Think you might give me back in?
I have no idea. Will you kneel? Pig did. Good. That was the worst hurdle, the one I feared we could not get over. A swift gesture sent Hound to the front of the Mantion. Now say what I say. Cleanse me, friend. Dutifully, Pig repeated it. You don't like to say I, do you, Pig? I mean the pronoun, not the I that signifies assent. Is it a superstition?
Dinna sound weel in the light lands,
Pig muttered. Impolite? Then you may say, for the outsider and other gods have been offended by me. After that you must recount to me everything you have done that was seriously wrong, other than the looting and murder you have already described. Oreb, you must stay with Hound until I call you both. At the rear of the Mantion, Hound had watched the kneeling Pig, so huge that even on his knees he was nearly as tall as the erect man in the worn brown tunic, until embarrassment rendered it impossible. Man talk, Oreb explained, lighting on the back of the pew in front of Hound's. Talk silk. He whistled to emphasize the importance of that talk, and added, Bird go. Go, Hound. Hound nodded absently. Statues of the 9 still stood in niches along the walls. Who was that with the owl, he wondered. Some were only minor gods, he felt certain. Since there were more than 9 statues, they had to be. He had always dismissed the minor gods as unimportant. For the first time it occurred to him that he was unimportant as well, and the important gods like Echidna, over there, holding up a viper in each hand, might concern themselves with important men and things. Echidna, and Mulpy with the thrush. But who's that man with the doves? Man talk, Oreb repeated in a different context.
To myself, Hound said. I was trying to name these gods, that's all.
One of the murmuring voices at the front of the Mantion rose to intelligibility. Then I bring to you, Pig, the pardon of the gods. In the name of the outsider, you are forgiven. In the names of Great Pass and Silver Silk, you are forgiven. And in the name of all lesser gods, you are forgiven, by the power entrusted to me. A quick gesture described the sign of addition over Pig's bowed head. Hound went to rejoin them, watching the huge Pig rise and straighten his shoulders. When Pig's blind face turned toward the noise of his shoes on the cracked stone floor, he said,
I didn't hear any of that. I think I ought to tell you so, Pig. I tried not to hear, and I didn't. I was way at the back, and you both spoke softly.
All right if you did, Pig said.
Struth, Bucky?
Why, no. He shook his head. Neither of you are correct. Hound, you heard a part of what Pig said about looting the town in the mountains that look at mountains. You also heard me say that what Pig had told me was part of a shriving, although it had not been so announced at the time. Hound nodded. You may be concerned about your duty as a citizen and a member of the chapter. Nevertheless, you must understand where your duty lies. Whenever anyone, whether an augur, a sibyl, or a layperson, overhears part of a shriving by accident, that person is honor-bound to reveal nothing that he or she has heard. He is not to hint at it or allude to it in any way. Am I making myself clear?
Yes.
Hound nodded again. You certainly are. Then let me say this. I've said it already to Pig, but I want to say it to you. You know, just as Pig and I do, what was said earlier, and we're none of us children. For an augur to die before his sacred window, and particularly for him to die by a steel blade as sacrifices die, is a great honor. It is the death every augur yearns for. I don't intend to imply that it isn't wrong to kill an augur under those circumstances, but when an augur dies in such a manner, other augurs and many pious laymen must wonder whether that death was not arranged by Hyrax as a reward. Pig said, "Hyrax is dead." Hound stared at him. I see. I didn't know that, though I surmised that it might be the case. No doubt it's for the best. Horn? He nodded. Yes, what is it? Before we leave, Hound began, are you worried about getting into the city late? You said you wouldn't go to the Juzgado till tomorrow. I would like to revisit the quarter in which I used to live this afternoon, but no, I'm not. Not unless whatever you're about to propose will take hours. 15 minutes, or half an hour, I hope. While, thick with muscle and armed with thick black nails, Pig's hand engulfed Hound's shoulder. Out with it, man. All pals. Hound nodded gratefully. While I was back there in the back, I was trying to name the gods. These images. He indicated them by a gesture. You know a lot about them. I've seen that already. Tansy saw it too. Anyway, I couldn't, or only a few. I was hoping you'd take me around and talk a little about each of them. It would give me something to tell Tansy, and Mother. I'd like it myself, too, if it would be all right with Pig. Silk talk? Oreb fixed him with a bright black eye. Hoy, do it, Bookie. Like to hear you myself. Very well. He glanced around at the images set into the walls. Where do you want me to begin? Well, that one. Hound pointed to the nearest. It's Fia, isn't it? Yes, you're quite correct. Fia's one of the 7, Pass's 4th daughter. Now that think of it, we couldn't have begun at a more appropriate place, since we hope to find new eyes for a man called Pig, and I'm carrying seed corn to Blue. Feasting Fia is the goddess of healing and of foodstuffs generally. She presides over banquets and infirmaries alike. You can generally recognize her images by the boar at her side. Yes, Hound said eagerly. That's how I got it. Then I ought to add that when the boar is absent, Fia is customarily shown holding a young pig, that when the piglet is omitted as well, you may know her by her thick waist, and that she is the generous patroness of cooks and physicians. Is that sufficient? Hound nodded. I couldn't get this next one at all. Who is she? Let me to feel her. Pig's thick fingers brushed the top and sides of the image and explored the area about its feet. Wearing a helmet, ain't she, Bucky? Yes, she is. A helmet with a low crest. He bent closer, examining the statue. I was about to say that the customary lion was absent, which was why you were unable to identify her, Hound, but that isn't actually the case. She wears a medallion with a lion's head, though it is too small to be distinguished at any distance. Pig, who has been a trooper, knew her by her helmet, of course, but I believe he feared, needlessly, that I might take offense if he named her before I did. She is Sphinx, the youngest of the 9. Hound stepped nearer to look at the medallion. I'm glad she's still here. A lot of her statues were smashed when we were fighting Trivagant. This may be a replacement. It looks a little newer than the others. If so, that's very likely the reason her lion was reduced to a bit of jewelry. The augur here may have hoped that vandals would take her for a minor goddess. Good god? Oreb inquired. His master shrugged. I wouldn't say so, but she's no worse than the 7 as a whole. She's reputed to be brave at least, and in the course of my life I've found that people who possess one virtue usually have several. One can imagine an individual who's admirably brave, yet grasping, unscrupulous, drunken, envious, cruel, lewd, violent, and all the rest of that sad catalogue, but one never actually meets with such a monster, or at least I haven't. Pig said, Thank you kindly, Bookie. He was taken aback. You can't mean that seriously. I haven't known you long, but no one who's been in your company for an hour could suppose you were a mass of vices. You're generous, kind, and good-natured, Pig, and I could easily rattle off a dozen more virtues, patience and tenacity, for example.
Giddier.
Hound cleared his throat and seemed almost to choke.
I want to say that Whorl speaks for me, too. I couldn't have said it as well as he did, but I feel the same way.
There was an embarrassed silence. Shall we go on to the next? I'm anxious to get to it, I admit.
The woman holding the snakes? I wanted to ask something else about Sfigs, but I've forgotten what it was.
She's actually a rather interesting figure. When I was a boy, I considered her the least attractive of the 9, and there's some truth in that, but she's by no means the least complex. One can think of her as the mirror image of her sister Fia. If that is the case, then Fia is Sfigs's mirror image as well, which makes her the goddess of peace. The title suits her even though she doesn't get it, at least in Viron. Pig touched Sfigs's image again, finding the medallion.
They fight, Bucky? Sounds like they ought to.
No. Leaning on his staff, he studied the image. Despite the swords she holds, Sfigs is not merely the goddess of war, as I should have made clear. She also governs obedience, courage, watchfulness, and hardihood, all of the virtues that a trooper must have, even cleanliness and order. I mentioned that Fia was the physician's goddess, the goddess of healing. I used to know a Dr. Crane from Trivigant. This was before they went to war with us. He was a tough, brave little man, and he would tell us in no uncertain terms how much a good diet and clean hands have to do with health and healing. We have need of both Fia and her sister, you see. One way to put that is that they need each other. Straightening up, he turned back to Hound, smiling. Have you remembered what you wanted to ask? Hound shook his head. Then I have a question for you. When you said that many of Stabbing Sfigs's images had been smashed, I assumed you meant by angry Varanese who saw them as symbols of Trivigant. A moment ago, it occurred to me that the Vandals might have been Trivigantes themselves. Statues like this are prohibited in the city of Trivigant and its territories, supposedly by her order, as are pictures of her, and I suppose that a deeply religious Trivigante might be tempted to destroy them wherever she found them. Was that what happened?
Mostly in the city, I think, in the Grand Manteon.
Pig chuckled.
Both sides breaking 'em.
Hound nodded with a rueful smile.
I'd heard that about the Trivigantes, I suppose because they did it there, and I hoped Whorl could tell us why they wanted to. That was what I was meaning to ask, what I forgot for a minute. Can you, Whorl?
He stared off into the dimness of the shuttered Manteon, where a single bar of sunlight had stabbed the dusty air.
Silk talk.
Arab means me, I'm afraid. He turned back to them. Who am I to resist a bird's demands? They wanted to because they thought it was what their goddess wanted, of course. But you understand that, surely. The real reasons are whether she did, and if so, why she did. He fell silent again, his clear blue eyes lost in thought. If she did not, then her supposed demand is presumably a lie put forth by the chapter of Trivigant, whatever it's called, or the Rani's government. If that is the case, they probably say what they do to separate their people more firmly from those of other cities. Have I mentioned that there is a Trivigante town south of New Viron? There is. Hound said, I didn't know that. There's been a certain degree of mixing, which some on both sides have sought to prevent, Trivigante women marrying Vironese, and Vironese women marrying Trivigante men.
Feel sorry for the four, Pig said.
So do I, in a way, yet I doubt that they're much more, or much less, discontented than other couples. At any rate, their custom of refusing to picture the gods clearly isolates the people of Trivigant. This Manteon would appear blasphemous to them. More importantly, so would the home of any pious person in Viron. My friend Auk, who was what is called a common criminal, though he was an uncommon man, had a picture of Scylla tacked to his wall. But I am drifting away from the subject. If Sfigs herself issued the prohibition, I think it most likely she acted from pride or shame. She may have felt that no representation we could make could do her justice. I have seen Kypris. Pig's hand closed upon his elbow, its thick pointed nails almost painful. Long ago, and I would defy any artist to picture a woman equally lovely, Silk's wife Hyacinth was dazzlingly beautiful as a young woman, but even she was not as beautiful as that. Pig's grip relaxed. Or Sphinx may be ashamed of her followers, or of accepting worship at all. None of the other gods seems to feel like that, yet it would be much to their credit if they did. Hound stared at him. But they are the gods, is that what you would like to say? That's true. They are our gods, here at least, and if they demand our worship, we must give it to them or perish. Do you see that niche over there? Yes, Hound said. It's empty. Oreb croaked harshly, and his master went to it. There is a sense in which you're wrong. In that sense, it is the outsiders. Pig, do you want to put your hand in it? It will do you no harm. Nay. Good. Hound, do you understand why this empty niche is the outsiders? Why it is his now, although it may originally have been intended for one of the 9, possibly even for Pass? Because no one knows what he looks like? I think you said something about that once. That's one reason, at least, though there are others. I don't mean that he is as the women of Trivigaunt believe Sphinx to be. There is no harm in our trying to make pictures of him, in showing him as a wise and noble man, for example, or as the night sky we see on blue, a great darkness spangled with points of light. There's no harm, that is to say, unless we come to believe that he actually looks like the thing we've pictured. Then this representation is best. Hound drew a deep breath. But this is the way they show Sphinx. Later, when they had left Hound at Gold Street and were making their way to the Sun Street quarter, Pig asked, "Nae folk in these hooses, Bookie?" Oreb answered for him, "No man, no girl." His master sighed. After we had gone through the house in which Hound and Tansy used to live, I asked Hound when we would reach the inhabited parts of the city. I spoke softly, I suppose, and perhaps you were too preoccupied to hear us, but he said that we were already there, that the street down which we walked was one of those that had not yet been abandoned. I began counting houses then, and it seemed to me that there were 5 empty ones for each in which someone appeared to be living. Pig did not reply. Of course, someone may have been living in some of those that looked empty to me. That's entirely possible, and I hope it is true. You said the empty place was the outsiders. A cheering thought. Thank you. To answer your question, a few of these houses are clearly occupied, though not many. Pig cocked his head. Cartwheels, Bucky. I can't hear them. Your ears are more acute than mine, as I have observed before. I'm glad you do, however, and I don't doubt in the least that you do. May I tell a story, Pig? You reminded me of it, and even if you have no particular pleasure in hearing it, it will give me pleasure to recount it. Does he mind? He doesn't, eh? Thank you again. I should say at the outset that I'm not sure the Mantions are the same, though I suspect they are. Hound said he couldn't recall the name of the augur who'd been in charge when he and Tansy attended sacrifice occasionally. This would have been his predecessor, I expect, if it really was the same Mantion. His name was Patera Ray. Good man? Ah, that's the point of my story, Oreb. A boy, I've forgotten his name, but it doesn't matter, and his mother were returning to the city after living for a year or so in the country. You'll recall, Pig, that Hound and Tansy moved from Endroad to the city after they were married, because there was no work for Hound in Endroad. Later they returned. In much the same way, this boy and his mother had moved to the country, living in a remote farmhouse where the boy, who was still quite small, was happy in the possession of a wood and a stream too wide to jump, but lonely all the same. Now they had decided to return to the city. It was a long journey as the boy measured journeys then, though he had ridden most of the way in a sort of cart pushed by his mother that carried their belongings. She was very tired, and they stopped on the outskirts to spend the night with a friend before going into the city to the neat little house that another kind friend, a male friend who I suppose must have slept there from time to time, since he kept a razor there, had arranged for them to occupy some years earlier. After dinner, the poor woman went to bed and to sleep almost at once, but the boy did not. Good boy? Not particularly, Oreb, though he thought he was, because his mother loved him. He was not old enough to understand that she would always love him, whether he behaved well or badly. They were passing empty cellar holes, rectangular pits edged with charred wood and filled with black water. "This quarter burned 20 years ago," he told Pig. "I'm sorry that more of it has not been rebuilt. I've been in the city of the Inhume on Green, and it's not much more desolate than this. Here's String Street, I believe. I'm sorry to see that the fire got this far." "Well, you're Bucky." "I want to finish my little tale. I'll interrupt it if I see anything worth commenting on." He paused, collecting his thoughts. The boy decided to take a short walk. He was hoping to find another child, but he was very conscious of the danger of becoming lost, so he walked only along the road upon which the house in which he and his mother were staying stood, reasoning that he could always retrace his steps and return to her. You will have guessed what happened already. Distracted by something or other, he became confused about the direction in which he had been walking. Thinking that he was returning to his mother and the house in which they were staying, he walked a long way until he saw an old man in black weeping upon the steps of a mansion. Until that time, the boy had been afraid to ask for help, but the old man looked so good and kind that the boy approached him, and after a minute or two of silent squirming, and taking deep breaths and letting them out, and deciding on one beginning after another and abandoning each before it was begun, he said, "Why are you crying?" The old man looked up, and seeing him, pointed to the carts, wagons, and litters that passed them every few seconds. "If the wrongs I have done the gods were visible," he said, "there would be more than those, and 4 men would not be enough to weep for them all." They walked on in silence after that. Occasionally they passed hovels built of salvaged timbers, so that they appeared, until they were examined closely, to have been painted black. A game among children was in progress in the next street over. The shrill cries of the participants reached them like the twittering of sparrows in a distant tree. At last Pig asked, "That the hen, Bucky?" He swallowed and forced himself to speak. "It is." "Something fashion you." "Boy home?" Arab demanded. "Find home?" Yes, he did. He wiped his eyes. But he was not the same boy. Under his breath he added, "And that is not the same home." Soft though the words had been, Pig had overheard them. "See your house, dinna you?" Unable to speak, he nodded. Arab translated. "Say yes." "This is Silver Street. We were walking along Silver Street, and I didn't know it. I couldn't be sure." "Pig?" "Aye?" "Pig, I spoke of offenses against the gods. I don't really care whether Sphinx and Scylla and the rest like what I do." "Said you would nae break the statues." "Because they didn't belong to me, and because they are art, and to wantonly destroy art is always evil. But, Pig—" He halted. "Old Pig's your pal, Bucky." "I know. That is what makes this so very hard. You were blind when you left your home in the mountains that look at mountains, so you told me." "When he left me brethren, aye." "You came all this way on foot, though you are blind." "Aye, Bucky. Oh, he had some tumbles." "Then, Pig, I am going to ask a favor, one I have no right to ask. It is something I will always reproach myself, no talk, for, but I'm going to ask it just the same. I brought you here. I know that. You wouldn't be in this ruined quarter if it were not for me. You might not be in Viron at all." "Out with it, Bucky." "I thought I was going to show you where I used to live, the manse and the house where I grew up, my father's shop, where those things once stood. I would tell you something about them, what those places meant to me." He wanted to shut his eyes, but made himself watch Pig's face. "Instead, I'm asking this. Hound is getting a room in an inn, and would welcome either of us, both of us, I ought to say, together or separately. The inn is Ermin's, and it's on a hill, the Palatine, in the center of the city. Would you be willing to make your way there alone? Please?" Pig smiled. "That all, Bucky?" "I'll join you there, I swear, before Shadelow, but I must be alone here. I simply have to." Pig's long arms groped for him, one big hand still grasping the sheathed sword.
"'Tis all right, Bucky. Needed me on the roads. Knew you need me to be gone. Dinna fuss yourself. Too much hurtin' in the world already. And say goodbye."
Pig turned away. "I'll rejoin you, I promise," he repeated. "Tell Hound I'm coming, please, but tell him that he is not to wait supper for me. Go with Pig, Arab. Help him." Arab croaked unhappily, but flew. His master stood in the street, leaning on the knobbed staff, and watched them go, unable to take a single step until they were out of sight, the big man moving so slowly while towering over the few badly dressed men and women he passed, the black bird seeming unwontedly small and vulnerable upon the big man's shoulder, its dabs of scarlet the only spots of color in the ruined landscape of blacks and grays. Slowly, ever so slowly, the tap-tap-tapping of the brass-tipped scabbard faded. The big man stopped a passerby and spoke, too distant already to be overheard. The passerby answered, pointing up Silver Street toward the market, pointing, it seemed likely, to inform the blind man who had stopped him, possibly for the bird. Their slow progress resumed until at last they were gone, faded into the black, the gray. He himself turned then and strode rapidly away, the bare wooden tip of his staff striking at the rutted surface of the street with every step, rapping stones and splattering mud over his shoes and the cuffs of his ragged brown trousers. Here the children had played, taking Matera's clotheslines for jump ropes. They had jumped to blue some time ago, the sad, half-starved little girls with the black bangs, with the long black pigtails braided with scraps of bright yarn, to blue and some to green, and those would be largely dead. The fire-blackened shiprock wall, these empty, staring windows, had been the cenobi's once. While the Whorl slept, Matera had knelt, not to pray, but to scrub this stone step so black with ash indistinguishable from mud. Matera Mint had dressed and undressed in there, in a darkened room behind a locked door and drawn blinds, had mended worn underclothes and covered her virginal bed with an old oilcloth tablecloth, knowing that the merest shower would lend new waters to the sagging belly of her ceiling. That ceiling would sag no more. The leaking roof on which Matera had climbed to watch the Trivagonti airship was all leak now, and the broad dark door of sturdy oak that Matera Rose had barred each night before the last thread of sun vanished had been burned long ago, whether for firewood or in the fire that had swept the quarter when the war with Trivagont began scarcely mattered. Anyone might go into the cenobi now, and no one wanted to. The stone wall that had separated the garden from the street was largely intact, though the gate and rusted padlock were gone. Inside, weeds and blackberry brambles, and, yes, a straggling grapevine climbing the blackened stump of the fig tree. Enough of their arbor remained to sit on. He sat, leaned back, and shut his eyes, and in time a youthful sibyl sat down across from him, extracted a recorder from one of the voluminous pockets of her black bombazine habit, and began to play. Sun Street had taken him to the market, and Mantion Street to the Palatine. Here was the Calde's palace, its fallen wall repaired with new mortar and stones that almost matched. "Patera? Patera?" The voice was soft yet thick, oddly wrong. He looked around, not so much to find the woman who spoke as to locate the augur she addressed. "Patera? Patera Silk?" He stepped back and scanned the windows. The shadow of a head and shoulders showed at one on the topmost floor. "Mucor?" He tried to keep his voice low while making it loud enough to be heard 50 or 60 cubits overhead. "She's not here. She's not here, Patera." It's the bird, he thought. The bird makes her think I'm Silk. He realized even as he formed the thought that Arab was gone, that he had sent Arab away with Pig. "Please." He had not heard the rest, yet he knew what he had been asked to do. The massive doors were locked. He banged them with the heavy brass knocker, each blow as loud as the report of a slug gun. There was no answering sound from within the palace, and at last he turned away, tramping wearily down the balustraded steps to the street. The high window was empty now, and the thick, soft voice, female but not feminine, silent. He squinted up at the motionless sun. The shade was almost down. The market would be closing. He had promised Pig that he would rejoin him in Ermin's before evening, but Ermin's was only 2 or 3 streets away. He had just crossed the first when fingers, thin but hard and strong, closed on his elbow. He turned to see a slight, stooped figure no larger than a child, muffled in what appeared to be sacking.
"Please, please, Patera, please, won't you talk to me?"
"I'm not an augur. You're thinking of somebody else."
You've forgotten me."
The muffled sound that followed might or might not have been a sob.
"Have you forgotten unhappy Olivine? Have you forgotten unhappy Olivine, Patera?"
There was something amiss in the angle of her head and the high hunched shoulders. Pity almost choked him. "No," he said. "I haven't forgotten you, Olivine." It was not a lie, he told himself fiercely. One could not forget what one had not known.
You'll bless me?"
There was joy in the voice from the sackcloth.
Sacrifice the way you used to. Father's gone away. He's been gone a long, long time. Patera."
She was drawing him after her, back toward the Chaldee's palace.
There's a woman in the north, Patera."
Someone who might help her, obviously. Someone who might be able to cure whatever disease afflicted the pathetic figure before him. "A wise woman," he hazarded.
Oh, yes. I hope so."
They dodged down a side street. The wall of the Chaldee's palace, elegantly varied with high, narrow windows in elaborate stone frames, gave way to the almost equally imposing windowless wall of the Chaldee's garden, a wall of heroic stones, rough and misshapen, yet fitted like the pieces of a puzzle. The diminutive, limping figure drew him on far faster than he would willingly have walked. Leprosy? It had been only a word in the writings to him. They were running sores, or pus oozing from the skin, something disgusting. Good people in the writings, theodidacts such as Patera Silk particularly, were exceedingly kind to those who suffered this dread disease, which he had heard was rare, had heard from an augur, probably, from someone such as Patera Remora, who had attended the Scola. Abruptly they stopped. A door of iron so low that he would almost have to crawl through like Pig was deeply set between mammoth stones, in a dark little recess that also held an empty bottle and brown wind-blown leaves. From some recess equally dark within her sackcloth, Olivine produced a brass key bruised with verdigris. There was a dim flash as of polished steel. Thrust into the iron door, the key rattled and squealed. A bolt thumped solidly, and Olivine whispered, "Quadrifons." The iron door swung back. Ducking through the doorway, he had to bend lower still to pass beneath the massive limbs of an ancient oak. Beyond was a bed of bright chrysanthemums, glorious in the last flickering sunshine. Somewhere a fountain played. "I didn't know there were doors like that," he said, sounding inane even to himself. "I mean doors that had to have a word and a key as well. And then, that is a sacred name. So sacred that it's hardly ever used. I'm surprised you know it." She stopped and looked back him. He thought he caught the gleam of thick spectacles between the rough cloth that covered her head and the fold of rough cloth that masked her face. It's just a word. The one for the door. My mother." Something deeply pathetic had entered her voice. I don't remember her. She was a sibyl. That's what my father says. She was a sibyl." "Would you like me to tell you about Quadrifons?" Olivine nodded, the motion almost imperceptible beneath the shadowing oak limbs and the folds of cloth. Would you, Patera?" "I'm not Patera Silk," he said. "You're wrong about that. But I'll tell you what I know, which isn't much." His back felt as though it might break. Kneeling was a great relief. Quadrifons is the most holy of the minor gods. I mean, he's called that in the chrasmologic writings. If it were left to me, as plainly it is not, I'd say that the outsider is the most holy god, and indeed that he's the only god, major or minor, who's really holy at all. He laughed, a trifle nervously. So you see why I'm not an augur, Olivine. But the writings say it's Quadrifons, and the chapter says that his name is so holy that it should hardly ever be used, so it won't be profaned.
Go on.
I don't know you, so I really don't know whether you would be inclined to profane the name of a god. She shook her head. But I'm inclined to doubt it. You don't strike me as a fortunate person, and it's commonly the fortunate among us who do that. On the chance that I'm wrong, however, I must tell you that we don't harm the gods when we mingle their names with our curses and obscenities. We harm ourselves. I said that I didn't regard most gods as holy, but they don't have to be for our malice and mockery to recoil upon ourselves. He looked up at her shrouded face, hoping to see he had made his point, but learned nothing. There is much more I might say, Olivine, things I may say to you another time when we know each other better. But you wanted to know about Quadrifons. She nodded. I really know very little about him, however, and I doubt that anyone knows much more than I. Just as Pass is said to be a two-headed god. Do you know about that?
Oh, yes.
She sounded despondent. Quadrifons is a four-faced one. That is to say, he has only one head, but there is a face on every side of it, so that he looks east and west and north and south all at the same time. He's the god of bridges, passageways, and intersections, although he's clearly more important than those few and simple things would appear to imply. I told you he had four faces. There was no sound but the tinkling of the fountain. Then she said, I've got a little statue with the two heads. I'd like to see it. You do realize, don't you, that it's only a conventional representation? We need to picture Pass to ourselves during our private devotions sometimes, and statuettes and colored prints help us do it. I should tell you that just as Pass is depicted occasionally as a whirlwind, Quadrifons is sometimes shown as a sort of monster, combining Pass's eagle with Sphinx's lion. May I talk about Sphinx for a moment? It will seem to you that I've left the subject, but I assure you that what I want to say bears upon it.
Go ahead.
By a sort of controlled collapse, she sat down opposite him, hugging her knees to her chest. Even through several thicknesses of sackcloth, it was apparent that she had sharp knees. This morning, 2 friends and I were discussing Sphinx. She's the patroness of Trivigaunt, but she won't let the Trivigauntes make pictures or statues representing her, and we talked about that.
Uh-huh.
That's what I used to say to Patera Silk. He smiled at the memory. He'd tell me to think of the honor of our Sun Street Palestra, and say yes instead.
I remember when you were Calde.
When Patera Silk was, you mean? My own name is Horn. She nodded again. In that case, Calde Bison must have let you stay on when he attained to the office. That was good of him.
I don't think he knows I'm here. Were you going to say Sphinx was like Quadrifons, keeping his name? Secret?
That's very perceptive of you. Yes, I was. You see, Olivine, there used to be a woman with a table in the market who sold images of Sphinx. They would have been quite similar to your image of Pass, I suppose.
Mine's ivory, Patera.
He nodded thoughtfully. These were wood, or at least they appeared to be wood. This woman was a Trivigaunte spy, and what she was doing, using the little wooden images to send information, was really very clever, because no one who knew the customs of her city would associate images of Sphinx with Trivigaunt. Later on Blue, I learned that Trivigauntes who go abroad often buy images of Sphinx, which they carry home with them and hide.
I don't understand.
Olivine cocked her head, and again he caught the glint of glass. Why they want them? Because they're not supposed to have them, I suppose. Or because they feel that they provide special access to the goddess. Quadrifon's name, with your key, gives you special access to this lovely garden. He paused, looking beyond the branches that concealed them. I used to live in the Calde's palace too, Olivine. It had just been reopened, and this was weeds and a few trees, but Viron itself was thronged with people. When you and Quadrifons opened the door for me, those leaves and weeds were all that I expected to see. It never occurred to me that this garden would be tended as it was in the days of Caldetussa, when so much of the city lies in ruins. I find it heartening." She had risen, and he rose too. "I merely wanted to say that by prohibiting the possession of her image in Trivigaunt, Sviggs has made it highly valued there. Quadrifons may have had something of the same kind in mind when he restricted the use of his name, or he may have hoped to link himself to the outsider, whose true name is unknown." They left the spreading branches and crossed a bright, soft lawn. Seeing them, a white-haired man dropped his hoe and knelt.
"He wants your blessing."
There seemed to be no help for it. He sketched the sign of addition over the old man's head. "Blessed be you in the most sacred name of Pas, Father of the gods, in those of his living children, in that of the patron of doors and crossroads, and in that of the obscure outsider, whom we pray will bless this, our holy city of Viron."
Come on, Patera."
Olivine tugged his sleeve.
We've got to get some bread."
He followed, reflecting gloomily that the old man had probably noticed how very irregular his blessing had been, although he had kept his voice low and spoken as rapidly as he could. A door, wooden this time, although bound with iron, opened on a scullery. The scullery on the kitchen he vaguely remembered. A cook paring carrots froze as they entered, her mouth a perfect circle of surprise. The door of a cupboard rattled and banged. Then Olivine was drawing him up a dark stair, her limp more pronounced than ever. Almost running, they passed a landing. The next had a small window. He stopped before it to gasp for breath. "This floor."
No, Patera. I was born down there, but my room's under the roof."
"I know, my child. I saw you there." She shifted the small loaf to her other hand and reached out to stroke his tunic.
You're dirty."
"I've been traveling rough, I'm afraid. Last night I slept on the floor. It was a very dirty floor, too. Besides, you were sitting on the ground, remember, and I knelt on it. I don't believe I even dusted my knees when I stood up. But, Olivine, I'd like to ask a personal question. May I?" She was rubbing a double thickness of his soiled tunic between her forefinger and thumb, and he had seen clearly that they were metal.
Wouldn't you like clean clothes?"
"Very much. I'd like a bath, too, but I'm afraid both are impossible." She glanced up, her face inscrutable behind its swaddling sackcloth.
I know a place."
"Where I might take a bath? That's very good of you. It's wonderful of you, in fact. But before we leave this floor, there is something I must see, a certain room into which I must go, if I possibly can. I can find it for myself, I believe, and I'll rejoin you here afterward, or anywhere you choose."
Here, Patera."
She opened a door, and he saw a corridor lined with more. He had forgotten it, or thought he had, but the pattern in its carpet was like a blow. "Yes, there. My Nettle and I stayed here once. It was only for a few days, though it seemed forever then." He spoke to himself more than to her, but found it impossible to stop. "It was always cold, and we took blankets from other rooms, from empty rooms, I ought to say. There was a little fireplace, and the first one to get back at night would raid the wood box in the kitchen." He paused to look at the hand that held the bread Olivine had gotten there. "And make a fire. There was an old brass pan you filled with coals to warm the bed, and we'd strip and bathe and huddle naked under the blankets trying to keep warm." He pushed past her, stepping into the remembered corridor, and half afraid it might vanish. They had not used this stair, he decided, but another larger one nearer the front, reaching the kitchen from the ground floor. "We were wonderfully happy here, as happy as we were capable of being, which was very happy indeed in those days, and happier than we were ever to be on Blue, though we were very happy there too sometimes." Olivine pointed to a door. "No, it was down that way, I'm sure."
Where you can wash, I'll find clean clothes."
"I can't let you steal for me, my child, if that's what you're proposing."
From an old storeroom, Patera. Nobody cares."
She stepped back into the stairwell again and shut the door. Shrugging, he opened the one she had indicated, a small bedroom, smaller even than the one he had shared with Mother so long ago. The bed, a chest of drawers, and a bedside table so small that it might almost have been a toy. No washstand, which presumably meant that the door that appeared to belong to a closet led to a lavatory. The thought of a bath, even a sponge bath with cold water, was irresistible. Removing his tunic with one swift gesture, he threw open the door.